Hello friends, welcome to the complete web development course for beginners in 17 hours. So this course is targeted for beginners who want to get into the web development industry or the complete development industry, because nowadays web development is only the complete development industry. It is covers almost 70-80% of the industry. Okay, so what we're going to cover in this course, we're going to start with HTML basics. It is for absolute beginner. Then CSS, then we are going to create an agency site with HTML and CSS knowledge, which we had gained in the previous chapters. Then we are going to do Flexbox, which is a very essential skills to have nowadays, CSS Flexbox. Then we are going to build a Pluralsight login page clone, which is really an awesome clone which I have created. Means it's just a HTML CSS part. And then we are going to do a video background landing page, which is again very good. And we are going to learn about CSS Grid. So CSS Grid and Flexbox are essential skills today. So we are going to learn CSS Grid, which is very powerful. And with Flexbox and CSS Grid, you don't even need Bootstrap or anything else. Okay, so after learning CSS Grid, we are going to create two websites. One is a blur effect landing page, and another is a mobile first website. So these two websites we are going to create, and then we are going to do CSS animation. Very cool animation we're going to learn, and you will enjoy it. Then after that, we'll complete our course with two Frontend Mentor challenges. Frontend Mentor is a site where you can go and take the screenshots and make your own website. It's a very good site if you want to learn more about HTML CSS. So let's not waste time. So let's get started. HTML writer, nowadays what we are using, it is known as HTML5, Hypertext Markup Language 5. So let's get started. So for HTML to work, you don't need anything special. You can write the code in Notepad or Notepad++ in Windows, or any text editor in Mac. But this is 2020, and you should write it in a proper editor, and the best editor today is Visual Studio Code. So when you go to the Microsoft site, there is a Visual Studio Code there. You have to download that. Don't download the Visual Studio. It is intended for C# developers or something like that, and it's quite heavy, and it is not completely free. But Visual Studio Code is completely free, so you have to download it. So earlier there were some editors like Atoms, which are very popular, but in 2020 it is only Visual Studio Code and nothing else. So once you download it, the way will be different. As they say, Mac, it will give it will be very easy. And once you download it, you will get this screen. So what I did, I had created one empty folder known as HTML Basics, totally empty folder. There are many ways to open it here. One way is to you have to drag it here. So I drag it here, and see my Visual Studio have started. So, and this is my HTML folder is there. So every HTML file ends with the .html extension, just like every Microsoft Word file ends with .doc or .docx, PDF with .pdf. So HTML files end with .html, and generally it is a trend to have the index of the file, the home of the file, as index.html. So once you have index.html, it means, suppose I go to www.google.com, you don't have to write that www.google.com then /index.html. it will go there. But then after that, from there, if you have to go to an about page, then it will show about.html. So let us, in this HTML basics, let me create a index.html, and see, I have some icons included, so it is giving it is a tag. So our Visual Studio Code, I was telling you that we should use Visual Studio Code because it has got some very nice feature. So HTML skeleton, which we will learn a bit later on, so it have got some things like the whole HTML, then head and the body. So we can type it manually also, but there is an Emit plugin which is by default is there in Visual Studio, which help you get everything with just you have to give the exclamation mark, and this Emit abbreviation will come. It means that Emit is installed, then you have to just click on the tab on your keyboard, tab key on the keyboard. If I do that, it will give me the whole skeleton of an HTML project. So don't worry much about it. I will tell you about all this doc type, HTML, head, body. For the moment, it directly took us here. So let me give this document a name, which will be HTML Basics, and this one HTML Basics. So whatever we write inside a body tag, it will come in the body of the website which you have seen, and whatever we write in a title, it will come in the title tag. Let me differentiate them a bit for beginners. So if I save it, or HTML, you have created your first HTML. So how to open it? So to open it, let me go to the folder where it is. So it is in my desktop, and let me search the HTML basic, and this index.html is there. So you can either do a right click and open. It will show all the mainly the browsers, so you can open with any one of them. So or else what will happen, see, it is showing me the default is Safari. So means if I double click on it, it will open it in Safari, and it is opening it in Safari. But as most of you know, nobody works that much in Safari. Safari and Internet Explorer are two of the browsers which are not that much popular, and if you are a web developer, you should target Chrome and Firefox only. So, and nowadays every website is on them only, because Internet Explorer is a bit difficult browser, so is Safari. They give many not bugs, but they behave a bit differently, so it is advisable to stick with Chrome or Firefox only. So what I will do, I will open it with Firefox, because I generally work with Firefox only. So there are many ways to open it. So I go to file, open file, and again I have to go to desktop, HTML basic and index.html, and the same thing is open. So now what will happen, every time I have to, whenever I make some changes here, HTML basics for freshers, and save it. See, I came here, nothing happened. And one more thing which I was telling you, this is the title. This title have come here, HTML basics and HTML basics for beginners. The body, whatever we write inside the body, it will come here. So it had come here, but I had changed it, HTML basics for freshers, so it didn't came. So what we need to do, we have to come here and do a refresh, and see, it got changed. So every time we do some changes, we have to come in the browser and do the refresh. So there is a better way to do that. And the one of the main benefit of Visual Studio Code is that it comes with many different plugins or extensions which you can add. So there is this extension tab where you can go. So you have to search for live server. So this, and open it. So this extension is a very good extension. See, I have already installed it, so you will get something known as install here. Just install it and it will get installed. So what this live server does, it creates a server. So when you install it, let me come here again and let me show you. Let me uninstall it. Reload required, it will tell me. Let me go back and again search for live server. Come here, install it. So it will do it like this. So after that, I come to my project again this index.html, I will find this go live button should come here once you install it. So let me click to run live server. Let me click on it. So it is starting and it will say that it will see my default browser is Safari because of a Mac. So it will start at this port 5000 and it will directly take you to your default browser. If it doesn't take you to default browser, you have to come to this this address 127.0.0.1:5500/index.html. so it is taking me here, but I don't want to open it in my Safari. So let me go back to my Firefox again and open it here. So see, my HTML file is here, and now see the magic. See, I will do for beginners and I will just save it. Beginners, it automatically changed. Did it change it here to the original file? No, I have to refresh it. So from now onwards we will use this only, this live server. So it automatically changes all our changes here. It is, if you in the future when you will learn React or some other framework, you know that there is a hot reloading is there, which automatically changes the code, which is very popular in developer community. So this is sort of hot reloading. So we will do it here only. So let's now move ahead and let's now start coding actually. So as you might see that all the HTML, everything, it's generally starts with something and ends with something. So what is this called? This body is starting with something and ending with something. So there is always a start and the end thing. So they are known as HTML element, and they surround our content. See, body surround this. So this is how the HTML is. HTML works, HTML tags work, HTML element work, then known as tag also and element also. So this is how they work. So now after that we will look at the page structure which got created. So doc type HTML. So this is the first thing, which is generally self-closing. It doesn't have anything ending. So it tells that a doc type which follows, this all follows, it is HTML. In the earlier days there was a doc type known as XML also, but with the internet there is only doc type as HTML, but we need to put this. After that this HTML is there, where you can mention this lang in also English, or you can delete it also. It is not required. So that HTML is there, which it is the main tag, which inside it everything is there. So there are two main part of the HTML. So HTML is starting here and ending here. So there are two important parts. One is the head part and one is the body part. So head part is a part where all the metadata and other information comes. See, metadata UTF-8, it is a type of encoding. Then viewport, it also came automatically. Then there is another metadata which is for keyword, meta keyword. So every website has a SEO, so you have to give some keyword. So you can give the keyword here with the meta, you can search it later on. And then some important things are this. See, title, whatever you give inside the title, as I have told earlier, it will come here, HTML basics. In the title there are some other things which we can put here, like the style tag for the CSS. We can include the JavaScript from here also here, but we will learn about them later on. But the main thing is this body part. Inside is all our code goes, and whatever we write here, it will come in this white web page below this address bar. Means our main website, means all the internet. Whenever you go on a website, whatever comes here, it will come inside this body tag also. So there are many different types of tags in HTML. There are more than 1000 tags, but you need not need to know all of them. You need to know the main of them, and if something else is required, you will come to know what. You don't have to learn by heart anything about them. So we will start with the most basic tag, which is known as h1 tag. Let me remove this and I will do this h1. I will use another Amit feature. I will give just h1 and see. I will click the tab and it will do this. So HTML tag, as it starts and close like this. So inside it, whatever I will write, it will go as a heading. H is known as heading. So there is heading 1, heading 2, heading 3. So heading 1 is the largest of them. Let me type something, heading 1. Let me copy it another 5 times and let me change it to h2. Let me change it to s3. Let me change it to h4. Let me change it to s5. Let me change it to h6. There are still h6 only, h2, h3, h4 and h5 and h6. So this is 2, this is 3, this is 4. You can write anything inside it. I am just writing h1, h5 like this, and let me save it. So the moment I save it, because of the hot reload, it will come. See, now you are seeing this heading, the size is quite big. This is generally heading 1 is used to write the primary heading of any website. So you might have gone to some website where there is a primary heading, and then after that there are subheadings are there. So h2 and h3 are used, and h4 is also used. I have hardly seen h5 and h6. So this is for main heading, h1, h2 for subheadings, h3 also I have seen. So this is how it is. So these are for headings. So the next tag in any website after the heading is the content. The content is very important. So content in HTML you can directly write it like that, but generally we follow the newspaper format. If you read a newspaper, there are many paragraphs in a newspaper. So one paragraph is there, after that another paragraph is there. So for that we have the paragraph tag which starts and ends with P. So as I have Amit, I have to click on P and write tab, and it will do it like this. So I can write this is a paragraph. So this will take a lot of time to write it like this. Okay, let me save it. So, and this will be saved like this. So this is the default font size which every font provides. So this is what Firefox provides. There is a font size which we will soon learn in our CSS class, not here, in a CSS class. So the font size means the size of whatever the font is there, it is different. So let us have a big paragraph. So instead of writing any gibberish text in HTML, in our internet terms, in our development terms, there is something known as lorem ipsum. So it is a dummy text and it is very popular. So you can go to any site, lorem ipsum site, and take that text. It is also dummy text, but it looks a bit good. And so there is a shortcut in a Visual Studio Code for that. In fact in the Amit is the extension which is there by default in Visual Studio Code. So what we will do, we will write lorem and just have to click the tab and see it filled it. And let me do another P, and this time I will write lorem, and I will write only 20. I will write 20. 20 means it will give 20 words. You can get any much words within it. So 20. See, it is only 20. By default I think it is 50. So I have 2 P tags now. So let me save it. See, this is how the P tag comes. So after that let me tell you about another tag known as it is not a tag, it is a sort of to comment in development. This long code is there. See, this no user is going to see. This is for you only, but for a fellow developers, if they want to see and they want to understand what this does, there should be a commenting system. So in every programming language there is a commenting system, and it is a bit different. In JavaScript there is one, in CSS there is one. So the commenting system is something, if I put it here, it will be there in the code only, it will not go into the output. let me show you. And let me write heading tag, and again there is a shortcut in the keyboard in which in a Mac it is command and backslash, in Windows I think it is control and backslash. So this is for Visual Studio only, so I am clicking that, or you can write it yourself like this, like this, and then this, then 2 times this, and it will write it, and you can put it. So I'm giving this heading tag and I'm saving it. See, it will not come here. It is for my reference only that this is the heading tag and this is the paragraph tag. So if I forget to write the comment, see what will happen. It will come here, paragraph tag. So I don't want it to come. So as you can see, you can write it without P also, but P gives a nice space. See, you are seeing this space between 2 paragraphs. This is because of the P tag only. So let me save it, and the paragraph got saved. So after this, I want to tell you one thing. Actually, there are two types of tags or element. As I have told, they are known as element also, H1, P, all these things. So there are inline elements and block level elements. So what does this block level elements do? Block level elements come on each different line. See, H1 is a block level element, P is a block level element. So what it is doing, see, H1 it is coming on a different, H1 is coming on a different line, H2 is coming on a different line. So if I give them, they will come on different lines, and they are known as block level element. The other element is known as index element. So if I give them, after this we will see one index element, inline element only, not index element, it is inline element. What happens if I write 2 inline element? They will come one after the other. So some example of inline element as span tag, image tag, anchor tag. So next we will learn about anchor tags, which is also known as links tag. So let me come here, and I am writing comment for everything so that you can refer it in a easier way, and you can use it as a cheat sheet whenever you want to know about the main tags, because it takes some time to know about all the tag. Once you see the tag, you will understand what it does. So the next tag which we will do is known as anchor tag. Let me select on and let me make it as a comment. And the anchor tag, whenever you go to a website, there are many links in the website. You click on it, it take you to a different page or to a different part of the same website. So this is done by something known as anchor tag. So anchor tag is like this. Again, Amit gave me the shorter anchor tag. There is something known as href in it. See, in all this H1P, there is nothing here. So this, what is you are seeing here, this is known as attribute. They are there in many different tags in which it is required to put some attribute. But in this tags also, we will soon see in the CSS part that we can have some class name, ID, or something else. So they are not mandatory, but this is mandatory. Some of the tags are mandatory attributes, like the anchor tag, which is known as href. So href, I can put anything. Href, let me put a, generally you put a website name only. Let me put my website, and this video will be available as a blog also. You can read it from my website. So my website is the webdev.tech. So I will write it here, href, and here I will write anything like learn web development. So whatever I write inside this, it will show it as a link. And let me save it and show you. I am saving it. See, this link have come. This by default, this styling will come, and see, if I move my mouse here, See, it get changed to here, but it is not clickable. It get changed to here. See, when I move my mouse here, what it will do, it will change to it to a hand, indicating that it is clickable, and I will click it, and my website will open here only. You can see my website. It has right now 268 blogs, mainly on React. So let me come back actually. So because this is actually not a good behavior, when you are in a website and you click on something, it should not open it in the same tab. It should open it in a different tab. So there is a attribute in anchor tag to do that. This is not a mandatory attribute like href. So let me copy it again, and let me write it. Let me write my old blog site. It is still active, but I don't go much there. So nabendu.blog is my old blog site. So let me write old blog site. So what different I will write here, I will write a target equal to this quotes and in underscore blank. So this property, if I give it to it, see what will happen. And one more thing before going forward, I was telling you that there are two types of tag. One is the inline tags, and one is the block level. So this h1 h2 they are block level, and this is inline. So see what happened, two anchor tags, it came one after the another. This is what I was meaning, means whatever space is, if I give another 10 also, it will come one after the another till all the line is filled. So now when I was clicking here, it was opening it in the same tab. Now I will click on old blog site. See what happened, it created a new tab and opened it here. So this is what happens when we give target blank. So actually we have many other elements also. Before moving forward, I want to tell one thing, that every tag have a attribute. So this is not every tag have an attribute, but it can have an attribute. Like we will soon see that every tag can have a class and an ID attribute, but some tags have mandatory attribute, like the anchor tag. This href, which you learned in the previous part, is a mandatory attribute, and this target is not a mandatory attribute because it will work without that also, but this is a mandatory attribute. So let's move forward. After that, the next tag which we will see are the list tag. So let me create a part for it. So list, just like any other list, like shopping list, they are list. So there are two types of list in HTML. One is ordered list and one is unordered list. So let me first show unordered list. Unordered list start with UL, and as usual after giving UL I will press tab and Emmet will autocomplete. So inside UL we have to give LIs. Li is known as list item. So Li I will give, and anything means let me say item 1, then this item 2, this 3, and this 4. Let me save it, and this is unordered list. So unordered list means this by default this buttons will come, rounded buttons will come. This all things we can change in the CSS, which we are not doing in this part. So by default it will come like this. Let me use the size a bit here. Okay, so after that unordered list, the other type of list is known as ordered list, which is done by OL, ordered list. So as you can see in HTML, everything means something. Like UL means unordered list, LI means list item. So it is sort of short form of everything. OL means ordered list, but it will also have the same list item. So let me put this on here. So it will have the same list items, and you will see that it will be numbered 1 2 3 4. If I add one more like this, it will automatically increase the number to 5. So it will be a numbered list. So that's why it is known as ordered list. So this is the simple list tag. So after that, we'll learn about the table tags, and there are a lot of table tags. Table is a very important thing in HTML. Earlier, in very early days, we used to do the whole layout in table, but now it is not there. It is only used if we want to display some tabular thing, which is very common in websites. So let us do the table tags, and there are a lot of them. So let's start. So everything should be wrapped in a table tag. So let us have that first. Then there are two parts of it. One is known as table head, and other is known as table body. So as usual, there are short forms for that. Table head is known as T head, and the other part is T body. So let us learn T head first. So T head have table row. This table row will be there in T body also. Table row means a row of the header you will see. So table row, and after that it has got further elements which are known as table header, TH, table header. So let's have some table headers. One is name, the other table header age, the other table header email. So let me save it and let me show you. So this, see, the table header by default it is bold. Now we will see the row for it. We will have row for it. So this is the header of a table, any table. Even if an Excel sheet there is a table, you will have some header in this. So this is that header. So now we will go to table body. In table body, again we will have a table row, just like there, table row. But here the element inside it is not called as table header. It is known as table data, TD. So let me have that table data. Let me give my age, let me give some email ID, so like this it will have. And let me copy it 2 more time, because a table generally have more than one row. So let me add some more. So this 2 more table rows I have added. Now let's see how it shows. So see, it shows like this. So this is how table looks. This is without any CSS. Generally we need a CSS to beautify it a bit, but like this is in the more general form. But even if we use CSS, we have to have this thing like table head, inside that table row, inside table body there will be table row, and here it will be known as table header, and by default it will give it a bold thing, and these are not bold. So this is how table is there. And then after this we will look at the most important tag in HTML. They are form tag, because every website have forms, and form is one of the main building block of every website. You'll see a contact form, you will see submit form, you will see any form. Forms are they're all over the internet. So before the forms, let's see two small tags. So if you see, we are not able to differentiate much between each of them. So we will have one break row, it is known as BR, it is known as break row. So what it does, it adds a bit of space after this. So after this we will have another tag which is known as horizontal rule. See, this is a self-closing tag, so we don't since in HTML5s we don't need to close it. We can give it like this, HR. So HR, if I save, it is a horizontal rule tag. What it does, it creates a line. So these two tags are there. So let's get started with our forms. So as usual, form tag also start with a form. Action is there, which we will soon come to this action, but for now let create some tags. So there are a lot of them and I won't go through all of them because with HTML5 with input tag only there are a lot of them. So I will go to the main parts, and if you want you can check through the internet for the rest of them. They are actually same only. So we have a label. Label is generally we tend to give in every tag, every element which you will see now will have an associated label with it. So label is nothing but it will come a text will come, but instead of giving it in a paragraph or something, it is in a form, we generally give it with a label. So let me do that, and label, this is the main tag, but input tag, one of the most important tag in a form because it has got many different types. See, by default when I started it gave me type. So type is text, and there are many other types also in it. And there is another attribute for this input which we need to give, because when we submit a form, this is the thing which goes to the server. So there will be a name attribute to it, and since it is name, I'm giving it name. So let me copy it and give another which is known as age. See, and as I told you, there are many types of input. So this type, let us make it number, and the name, which is a unique thing to identify this, which will keep age. Let me save this much and let me show the form in action. So see, they have come. Name, in which you can enter anything. Age, in which you can do this. Type checking is not there, but it is useful, and you can increase it. Okay, so everything is coming a bit down. So let me do one thing. Let me add a break row and a horizontal rule after this. So see, we will have this. So let's move forward. So we saw that text and the number, and as you can see, both of them have came in the same line, because as we have learned earlier in the first part, HTML element are divided into inline and block level. So this is actually inline. This both level, input, these are all inline elements. So they all by default come in the same line. So to solve this issue, what we do, we need to wrap them in a div, because div by default is a block level element. So because this doesn't looks good, and if you see any form, it is like that name is there, age is there, and something is there, and then it is there. So the best way is to do it by div. So let me wrap this in a div. Let me indent it a bit. Okay, so this in a div, and this two also in a div. Let me save it. Now you can see both of them are coming in different lines, but we want a little bit of more space in them. If we were using CSS, we could have easily added a margin between them, but we are not using CSS in this part, and I don't want to confuse you people. So there is a shortcut method to do that, which is known as, I will add a BR between them, break row, so it will add some more space. Okay, so let's move forward and let's learn about some more tags. So with input type also, only there are many other type of tags, but before that we will see some other type of tags. So one of them is a text area, which is exactly similar to input type tags, but the difference is that it will give us more space. So let me show it to you. Again, copy it. So div is there, label is there. Label is, and it is generally used to get a message or something. Like, it will not be input, it will be a text area. So it came, and no type is required, but yeah, we want to differentiate it, so we'll give the name as message. But it is not a self-closing tag like input, and we need to have it like this, like text area. We don't need to give anything inside it. So like this, if I give, see, the text area will come, and I think it is expandable also. We can add more functionality to it from the CSS, but this is, as you might have got it, it is a bigger area, so we can type in different lines. So after that, let us learn a different tag. I don't want to do this, which is used to show this options. Options means drop down menus in any website. So let us do this favorite color, and let me stop it. Select, it will start with the select, and then option. It will have many options. See, option, the value came by default. See, it is red, and I will give red. See, V. Let me give 3 only, and the name which will differentiate it, it will come here. COLOR. See, after being in the IT industry for 16 years, I have started writing color as COLOR, even though in India we follow British English. So red, green, and this is yellow. So let me save it. And this is what it is. This is a drop down menu, and you can select it. So this is what is how to create a drop down menu. So the next thing which we will create, which you will find in almost every form, which is the checkbox. You get these checkboxes where you can select multiple checkboxes. So next we will do that. So let me do that. So first I will give that break row again, then after that div, inside the div a label, and I don't want the for right now. I don't want to confuse you with the for thing. This for thing also we can give. So for, if you give a for in a label, then you have to give an ID in the input. It is like that, but it is not that much necessary, so I am not teaching it that. So in label, let me write something. What do you own? So this is a question, and you can own multiple things. So let me give a break row here also, because I want it to be in the separate line. So after that, it will be a type of input only, input type. It is known as checkbox. Name, we have to give a name to it, and the name is again unique. Vehicle 1. Value, let the value be bike, because this checkbox will say bike only. This label was for headline only, and now I will use the another label which will be associated with this. As usual, I don't want this for again, so label bike, and I again need to give a break row. So let me copy this. Bike, this will be vehicle 2. The value which will be passed to the server will be value car. Value generally we pass it as a small letter, so let me give this a small. Car, vehicle 3. Some people can have a boat also, so boat, and let me save it now. See, it will come like this. So you can select, and you can select all of them or 2 of them or 1 of them. So because the next thing which you will see, it is known as radio box. It's give in that radio box you have to choose only 1 of them, and it is very popular, this radio box, to choose the gender, because gender you can choose only 1. So those kind of things in which you want only 1 input from the user, they are mainly given in the radio box. So let me do that. So it will be quite similar to this. So let me do one thing. Let me copy this only, because let me give here gender. Type will not be checkbox, type will be radio, and name. One important thing about radio box, that the name will be same, because they are associated with only one thing. In checkbox, what it was happening, if I select one thing, it will go for vehicle 1, this will go for vehicle 2, this will go for vehicle 3, or all 3 can go. So they are sort of independent of each other, but this is not independent of each other. So male, let me give male, gender, instead of checkbox it is radio, male, female, and other, other. Let me save it, and we've given all of them, and we have come. See, I clicked on male, and after that I am clicking on female, so male will go and female will come. So it works like that, and it is not like radio checkbox. I can click on all three. It is not like that. I have to click on any one of them. So this is the difference between checkbox and radio box and how they are used. So now one of the last thing in the form which we will learn, actually there are many other input type, and with HTML5 there are input type like file also, in which we can choose something. You might have seen that in the newer forms, in which there is a browse button, and click on it and you can give an image. So those things are also there, sliders and many things are there, ranges and many things are there which you can see. But these are the most common things which you are going to use: text, number, message, one, select, checkbox, radio box. So now let's see one of the last thing, which is known as the submit button. So we will see button next. So let me again do the break row, and then after that div, and inside this div another input, and this is not type type, this will be type submit, and it will create a button, and the value will be submit. So what it will does, it will first, let me save it, and it will create a button, a simple button. See, this is a button without any CSS, so it is just a simple button. But what difference it will do, suppose you click on it, so it will take all this data, and let me come here, and in most of the cases you will have something like action.php, or in the newer days some React or something. In fact, React, the form is totally different, but that's why I cannot say React. So something like this, action.php. React, the form is not different, but the way to use it is different. We will use it in, we'll use the stacks only in React, but the way to use it is a bit different. So this action is there, it will send. When we click on this type submit, it will take all this value which the user has input and submit it to the PHP file. So this is what it is there. Right now we have not configured any PHP file or something. So, but then also, if you can see, when we click on the submit, what it did, it took everything which we have entered and it is sort of sending it. If you can see, name, message, everything it had took, and it is sending it. So this is what the submit does. So let me go back, and so this completes our form, as you have seen this submit button. But there is a simpler button also, which if you need to use, you have to add the logic in a JavaScript. So this button already had some logic attached to it, but if you want to do some extra logic, means like click of a button, do something else, not only submit a button can do a lot of things. So this is the simple button, and it will just be come with the button tag, just a button you have to give submit, or let it not have submit every time. Click here. So see, it will come like this. Let me do one thing, because it is a different concept, so let me do it here so that you people can understand from this cheat sheet that it is a different thing. So button is here. So the next thing which we will do is the image tag, which is one of the most important tag, because every website will have images. Without images, a website is really ugly. So for the images, the first thing which we will do is to have a image folder here. So how can we create a folder here? We can create a folder from here. Let me give it a name, images, and I have saved one image in my download, so I will use it here. So this in my download I have this. It's better to give it a rename it, because in any programming language it is not good to use a space as for naming anything, for file to images or anything. So let me have this dash here, HTML crash course. So after that, let me find out where it is, or let me just copy it, and I will come here and paste it. Okay, it will not come like this, so my bad. So where is my HTML basic? Yeah, it is here. So I'll come here, the images folder is created, I will paste it here, close it. So now the HTML crash course have come. So now what we will do, we will create the image, tag. Let me do it like this, close it, image tag, let's add some distance between both of them. So after that, let us now see img, it's also self-closing. So after this images, because this is the folder, we have to first go to the folder. If I have not given the folder, I could have directly typed the name, but it is generally we give the folder. So images, I will go, and after that, see, it automatically came because of my VS Code, it automatically came. So I will select it, and there is another tag which it had given, and it is a very good practice to always fill this, which is known as a alt tag. So alt tag is a tag which, let me show you, HTML crash course. So what it does, it is very important for screen readers. So the people who have some difficulties to see, when they use the screen reader, it will come here, and from the alt tag it will tell that this is the image of HTML crash course. So it is very important to give. And there is another thing which I will show you. See this, I will, let me save it, and my image is there, HTML crash course, and it is the full image it is showing. So before moving forward, I will show one thing. Suppose I misspelled this thing, or the image, generally we don't store the image in some server, and that server is down and the image is not available, anything like that. So let me change the name. See, there is no image like this. Let me save it. So see what have come, HTML crash course, it is giving that name. So let me revert back, and it will show it. So this image is very big, and there is a way, generally most of the time we use CSS with images and we style them through CSS, but we can style them here also, because there are two properties known, there are two more attributes. One is known as width, and another one is known as height. So let me give some width is 300, and height will be 200. So let me save it, and it become smaller. So this completes our image tag. So let us see some quotation tags. So quotation tags, they are not that much used, but there is a second tag which I am going to show. It is very useful. So for quotation tag, the first tag which we will see is a block quote tag. So let me do a block quote, and inside this let me write anything, some lorem 20. Suppose this lorem 20 is a copyrighted thing, anything which is copyrighted. So if I just let me just save it. So it is no different than any other tag. It is a paragraph tag, and it will show it in a paragraph. But there is a attribute which we can give to a block code, which is known as site attribute, and inside this you can give the website name through which this quotation have come. That's why it is known as a quotation tag. So http, suppose it came from en.wikipedia.com/ the article name. Suppose it is a World Wildlife Federation, something we have written for that, so it is coming from there. So like this we can give the thing. So if I save it, see, nothing special is happening. It will show like this only. But let me inspect element and see the block code. This site is showing. So why this is important? So what it will do when you work on real website, if you copy any content, Google generally the SEO ranking gets a hit. So this, if you give this to the main writer, or SEO ranking won't get hit, and the main author of this whatever he have written, he will get the credit, but our SEO thing will also not get a hit. So this is very important tag for, because of that block codes. So after this, let me also give this as always. The another tag which I will tell you is known as ABBR tag. So this is a very important tag, and actually I also didn't knew much about it, and if I would have knew about it, I would have saved a lot of time, because in many projects in which I work, there is something known as tooltip. If you take something over a text, there a tooltip should occur. So there is a tag for that also, and we used to write a very complicated logic through CSS and all. So without that also you can give ABBR. Oh, it is not coming like this because it is inside something. So ABBR, yeah, it is coming now. So let me copy it, and here more Lauren, let me type this, more Lauren. Okay, so let me go ahead. See, a dot is coming, and when I take my mouse over here, more Lauren will come. So this is a sort of tooltip, and this is very useful thing. Without any extra code, just with our HTML, not we don't need any CSS or something, just with the HTML I am getting a tooltip. So CSS, the full form of CSS is cascading style sheet. As we have seen in my earlier tutorial series on HTML, the website which we created was really ugly. So CSS is used to make website very beautiful, and in fact with HTML and CSS you can build complete website. There is no requirement of JavaScript, and there are many people who have built their whole career on CSS, because CSS is considered a bit difficult for developers. So because there are a lot of things, and it is considered a bit artistic also. So but at the end of the day, there are tags which you have to learn, there are selectors which you have to target, and the more you practice, the more you will be better. So let's move forward, and don't get afraid by CSS, and let's start. So for starting that, let me first create a new folder on my desktop, and I will tell it as CSS Basics, then CSS Basics. I will start it with my code editor, which is VS Code. Let me take it here. and inside the CSS basic folder let me create a file index.html, because even for CSS a base HTML file should be there. And let me increase the font size a bit, and after that, as usual, we will create the HTML with the help of emit, and we will give this till this not, and after that we have to press the tab key. I will press the tab key and whole HTML will be found. So let me give the title as CSS Basics. BSICS. So actually there are three ways to use CSS. One is through inline CSS. The second one is through internal CSS. So there is a difference. And the third one is through external CSS. External CSS require a file, .css file. So what we will do, we will first see the first two way to use CSS. So the inline CSS, as we have seen in our earlier part, the h1 tags are there. So let us do h1 tag, and then let me write hello world. So as in my previous series also, we are not going to use that index.html file and load it through browser and refreshes every time when you change something. Let me come here and I will show you. There is something known as live server. So we are going to use this live server, but why it is not coming? So let me do disable. Reload is required. Let me come back. Live server. Enable. Yeah, so the live server have come. So this go live should come here. So if it is not coming, you have to do the way in which I have done, or you can uninstall and reinstall it again. So I am starting it. And the server have started, but it is not taking me to my, I think I will directly go. So this is the file in which we have to go, 127.0.0.1:5500 and the index.html. So this is our ugly hello world which it is showing with the default style. So let us style it with inline CSS first. We'll style a bit, then we will understand a bit more about what the format means. So if we want to do inline CSS, we have to use this attribute style. Then in quotes we can give our whole CSS color blue, and it will give this color, means the color is a property in CSS and it should be have the value blue. So let me save it, and because of the live server it will reload and I will get the color blue. So this is how inline CSS works. Now let me do a thing. Yeah, let me make a comment. This is inline CSS. So after that, what we will do, we will learn about internal CSS. So internal CSS, what is internal CSS? Internal CSS is the CSS which we write here. See, in this CSS it is very messy. If I give some other property, I have to go in the same line. So this internal CSS is better than inline CSS if you want to use. And this is by, just like the title tag, there is a style tag also, and whatever we write inside it, it will affect it. So let me go here and we'll do internal CSS. Let me have a paragraph tag. Let's have some lorem in it, lorem 40. And now what we'll do, we'll target this paragraph tag. So to target this paragraph tag, we have to write p, but this is by writing p, every paragraph in this project will be targeted. So in bigger projects we don't give it like this. So after that, let me give the color. This time the color will be brown. See, this VS Code gives us this nice suggestions, so what it should come. So we have to end it with the curly semicolon. After this, see, the color is brown now. So this is how internal CSS work. So now we will learn the main way of using the CSS, and this is the CSS. This is the way which we should always follow. This is the external CSS. We will create a file known as a CSS file. So let us create a file like index.html is there. There will be a file with .css ending. So new file, you can name it anything. I am naming it styles.css, and let me target something s3 which I have not yet created. Let me target s3. Background color is anything good. Let me give this aqua, seems good. Color, let me give white. Padding is 1%. We'll learn more about it soon, but background color means the background of the element. Color means the font color actually, and padding we will learn about it soon. It is the space around the element. So I have given all this. After that, we have to do some things here because we have not yet an s3. So let me create an s3 first. S3, I will create it here. I will write CSS Basics course, and that s3 we have targeted. Let me save it. Even if I save it, nothing will happen because we have to link the external CSS, and to link the external CSS we again have to use a tag known as the link tag. I will give link and then press the tab. It will give me rel equal to styles sheet. We have to give an styles.cc. It is coming by default here. So the moment we give this, our s3 will be styled with the background. Some padding, as I have told, padding is something which is this. You are seeing this thing, and this thing. Padding of 1% is that. So after that, let us learn about CSS selectors. So what are these selectors? What is this format which we used? Actually, learn about this. This is the format which we use. What is this? So CSS, we write the CSS property inside a curly bracket, and we have a property value pair. See, property is what? Property is background color, value is aqua. Property is this and this. Let us understand it by a diagram. So the diagram is from a blog post on the same topic. So this is known as the selector, This is known as a property. We will soon see this font size property also, property, and this is the value, and this whole is known as declaration. So we can have multiple properties also like this. You have multiple properties here. One is background color, one is color, and one is padding. So this is how CSS work. So here the first thing which we will learn about colors in CSS. So there are three ways to give colors in CSS. One is the color name, which we have used, like the color name white, color name aqua. The other way is hexadecimal way, which we are soon going to see, and the third way is RGB way. So the most common way is the hexadecimal way. So first thing, as I have told at the end of the first part, that most of our style should go to style.css, because this is the standard. And sometime, but I will tell you one thing, sometime in production projects we have to give some quick styles. We don't go to the style sheet, we give it here also. So this is no harm way to do it, but I have hardly seen this in production projects, this way, this internal CSS. Inline CSS I have seen. So let me, but that is not a good way. So let me first delete this. Let me delete this also. There is no inline CSS now. Let me delete this. Let me delete this. Now we are left with this. So let us move forward and go to our styles.css, and first thing which we will target is the body. So when we target the body, what happens, see this body tag, so this will get targeted. So everything inside it will use this use the property which we mentioned. If we not override it, that is a very important thing. See, I'm going to give the background color in it, background color, and if someone else also have a background color, so it will override it. So but I will not give the background color with this name, so I give it through hexadecimal. And if you don't know hexadecimal, there is, because I also don't know hexadecimal, there are some very good pickers which will give you the hexadecimal code. So I know one hexadecimal code, F4 F4 F4. Okay, so it generally hexadecimal codes consist of 6 digit. So I gave the background color as a form of a 8, so it changed it. See, the form of a gray, so it changed it. And the second way you have already seen, but then also let me show it again. H1 color is brown, and it will change the H1 color to brown. Then let us target the P, and we will give its color by the RGB format. So RGB means red, green and blue. So as you might know, all the color in the world which the human eye can see can be created using this R, G and V. R means how much red is there, G means how much blue is there, green is there, and B means how much blue is there. So I will give 123.49.49 and let me save it, and it will come to a form of brown only. So this is how we use all these three, but as I've told you, this is the most popular one. And see, even my VS Code is giving me this color picker, and if I change it, see, it will get changed. Let me make it a form of green or dark green. Okay, we save it, and it is looking really ugly because it should not be. I don't know from where it came. So let me revert back. and it again become the grayish white. So the next thing which we will learn is the fonts in CSS. So everything in a website can have fonts. By default, if you don't give the font, it takes something which I don't remember what is the font. Let us see what is the font. We can see anything. So with right clicking and inspecting it, and it is not showing, but I think it is Times New Roman by default. Okay, so let us move forward and we will learn about font. So generally the font we give it in the body tag so that it applies to the whole of the our page, whole of the other elements. So let's give font is given by the term font family, and see by default it gave me these options, and this is the most common one: Arial, Helvetica and sans serif. So I will choose this and save it. So nothing much happened because they are the default one, and there are many other ways to add fonts also. One is through Google Fonts, but that require an external import and that will become quite complicated for this series, so I'm not going to show it. But beside this we have some other web safe font, because the web safe fonts are the fonts which are supported by all browsers, because if we use some fancy font it won't be supported by the browser. So this web safe font is there in my tutorial. So these are the web safe font: Verdana, Geneva, and all these are web safe font. So let us move forward after that, and what we will do, there are some other important font properties like font size and font weight. So that we are going to do. Font size is known as is the size of the font. Let me increase it to 20px, and font weight, there are many different font weights, see 100, 200, 300. We can give all of them. These are the values which are available to us. So I will choose bold and I will save it. Now see the font size have increased a lot, 20px, and it is bold. So this is the way we do it. So now there is one another important property here which is known as line height. Line height is, if you are seeing, this is the space between each line. So there is a property for that also, that is known as line height, and it is generally we give line height in EM. I will soon tell what is EM. There are actually three major way to give anything. One is EM, one is REM, another is pixel, px. So let me give 1.6 em. See the spaces have increased between them. So this is how it is. And then after that, as I have told you, the units of measurement. So em means element or something, because I don't know what does em means exactly. So in em, what happens if a div has a size of 30 pixel, then all its children also, for them one em will be equal to that only, that 30 pixel. But in one REM, there is the other thing which is known as REM. In REM, what happens if the font size of the root element is something is say 16 pixel, then all the other elements will be 16 pixel. It is not dependent on its parent. So REM is the most popular way to give anything. And so generally what we do, we don't give the font size in a p tag. We give the font size in a body. So let me remove this, let me copy it, and let me come here, let me give this here body 20 pixel, and here I will give 1 rem. So this 20 pixel is the bodies, and 1 rem means 20 pixel only. So this is how we do it in modern websites. So let me save it. So it had become smaller, as you have seen, because it is also that. So let me do it 1.2 rem. So 1.2 rem means 1.20 pixel per 1 rem. So we have to multiply it by that. So this is how the calculation works. To become a bit more, if you give it 2, it means it is 40 px. So this is how em and rem works. Actually, we'll first start with the concept of classes and id in css. So as with our css, you can see, means we cannot always target this h1, h3, p. So because it is generally difficult to target all this every time, h1, body, h3. So we have the concept of classes and IDs in css. Although we use classes more, but there is a difference, and at many places we prefer the IDs. So to understand that, let me first do one thing. Let me wrap this whole thing in a div. And I will give it the class name of box1. So as you can see, we give the class name to anything. We can give it to h1 also, h2 also, p also. So with the attribute of class and equal to any name which we choose. So let me do one thing. Let me copy it. Hello JS dev. So this is the second part. Let me save it, and you can see they're coming 2 times. So now we will first see what is classes. So class is something which we can repeat many times. Means we are using it here, then we are using it here, we can use it 100 times. So, and when we target it, see these things we're targeting like h1, h3, p directly. We cannot target the class like this. So we target it by, let me write it at the end only, like dot with this dot and box1, it means classes. And let me give it a background color of light yellow. Let me give this and save it. So see what happens. The div was wrapping all this, so it got changed. The div was wrapping all this, so it got changed. So what is IDs now? ID is something which is unique, which we can give only once. So for the sake, let's see this p which will target this. I want to change the color of it to differentiate it from this p. So what I will do, I will give it the ID. So the attribute is known as ID, and let me call it second p. Save it, and to target the ID we use a hash, not a dot, a hash. And let me give the color as red. And see, the color have now become red. So this is the 2 types by which we will use the most in CSS classes and id, and we will use them to target different things. So after that, let me show you one of the most important thing in CSS, which is known as the box model. For this, let us go to my blog on which this video is based. So this box model is there. So every element have a box model. It means every element, box model is a model which is a space around every element. So it will have a content. Content means the whatever it is inside, like inside a div, something which we write, lorem ipsum, anything, any paragraph or something, some text which you write, that is the content. So the area outside it is known as padding. Then we have a border, and then we have a margin. So this padding and margin are transparent. Border we have to give the color. If you leave it, there won't be any border. So let us move ahead and let us understand box model. So to understand box model, let us come here and let me give a id. So there is a short form also in VS Code which I will tell you, div, then I will give hash box model, and I will press tab. See what it did, it created a div with the id of box model. So lorem, let me give a lorem 30, and it will create this. And after that, let me save it. So it has been shown like this. Now we will see the box model. We will write the styles for the box model. Let me come here, box model. I'll target the box model. After that, let me give a background color so that we can differentiate it easily. Background color is light gray, not light, yeah, light gray. Width, let us give it a width 300 pixel. Border 15 pixel solid, and let me give it green. Padding of 50 pixel, margin of 20 pixel, and let me save it. And now if you come here, see, this is our box. So what it did, first the background color light gray, the width is 300 pixels, so that is not the box model. The box model starts here. So content is there, content is this much, okay. Then after that we gave a padding of 50 pixel like this. After that we gave a border of 15 pixel, so border of 15 pixel all around. Then we gave a margin of 20 pixel. See, one of the main differences between margin and padding is that padding is something which is associated with the content, which is around the content, and margin is something which is between that element and the nearest element. So the margin, see, from here to here, this is the margin. So there is another way to see this in a better way, and for that only I use generally Firefox Developer Edition. See, it is better than Chrome. For that only, it is a very good browser for developer. So when I right click and do inspect element, there are some extra tabs, and it is very good for CSS Grid also, which is the advanced form of CSS which is nowadays used, and it is very easy, and it has replaced everything from CSS Bootstrap. There is a library called Bootstrap which is very popular and generally used by developers because they find this normal CSS a bit tough, but it is not tough. even without CSS Grid and CSS Flexbox. But with CSS Grid and CSS Flexbox, it is very easy, and I am soon going to have series on them also, CSS Grid and CSS Flexbox. So one thing very good about this Firefox edition is that it has got something for grid also. If you have grid, it will show that. So I have done it on a box model. Let me take my mouse over here and it will give me this. So this yellow thing which you are seeing, it is the margin. Then after that purple green thing is our border, the purple thing is our padding, and the blue thing is our content. So if you see this thing, this is very nicely it is explained. The margin is 20 pixel, means this is 20 pixel here, 20 pixel here, 20 pixel here, 20 pixel here, then this 15 pixel is like this, then this 50 pixel is here, 50 pixel is here, 50 here, 50 here, and this is the content size which can vary accordingly. So this is all about our box model. But there is one more thing which I want to tell, that see the margin we had given it like this, margin of 20 pixel. So there are 20 pixel means all around 20 pixel, but we can give the short form also, and generally we don't give in this way, we give in another way. Let me show. That is known as margin. Instead of the 20 pixel, we can write it like this also, 20 pixel, 20 pixel, 20 pixel and 20 pixel. This means top, right, bottom and left. So instead of there will be many time it will arise like we don't want all the margin, so we will give it like margin top, and we will make it anything, maybe we'll do it as a 5 pixel, then margin right. Actually it comes in a clockwise order, top, right, bottom, left. 10 pixel, margin bottom, again 5 pixel, and margin left 10 pixel. But you see this only when we will apply not all 4 margin, but maybe 1 margin or 2 margin. You will see this short form here, because there are another short forms of this, of actually this thing. If I can write this thing in 2 another forms also, so I will one form I have already shown above, this form. So instead of this I can write this 5 pixel, this 5 pixel, this 10 pixel and this 10 pixel. So one way, let me do one thing, let me move it down here so that you can understand these two are the same thing. And the other way is to write it is in a pair. So I will give margin, it will be 5 pixel and 10 pixel. This is also very common way which you will soon which you will see a lot of time. So this 5 pixel means, this 5 pixel means top and bottom, this 10 pixel means right and left. So it represents exactly the same thing which this above one represents. So this is also a common way. So what I will do, I will comment it out because I'm not going to use it, but I will keep it here for margin reference. Let me save it and keep it here. So after that, what we will do, we will learn some more font properties. So we had already learned a lot of font property like I think font family we learn a bit, font font weight, font size we learn. But let us now learn some more font families. Let us change the font of this S3, both of them we will change. So for that, there's another way in which we can target it, and this way is very much preferred, because in large project what happens if you don't use this way, a lot of CSS will get messed up. Box 1 H3. So what does that mean? So it means this box, inside the box 1 class, wherever this S3 tag is there, you change the style properties for that. So it will target two things. One is this box 1, this S3, this CSS basic course, and another one is CSS basic course for you. These two things it will target. So let us do it again. So let me change the background color to aquamarine, color to, let me change it to dark gray. Let me see how it looks. Let me close it, we don't want it now. Yeah, it is looking good. So after that, padding, we will do the font family. We already have a font family for all of our CSS, all of our HTML, everything will have this. But if we write it again, it will overwrite it. So let me give Tahoma, yeah, leave this Tahoma and save it, and so it will change it. Now let me give font weight 800. So there are some other things also, like lighter, bolder, I think, and 100, 200, 300 till 800. So font weight 800 I will give, so it will make it bold. And font style italics. So font style italic I will do, so it will change it to italic. See, change it to italics. So I think there are some other also font style, I think underline, I don't know whether it is there or not. No, it is not there, I am mixing it. So yeah, let it be italics only. So font styles we have learned. After that, what we'll do, we will do some text decorations. So text decoration, yeah, I was mixing it up actually. So this text decoration is there. In this we will have the property underline. So let me save it, and what it will do, it will give a underline. See, in both of this which we are targeting, it gave a underline. So the other properties, I think it is line through and overline. Let me give that also and show you. Line through will cut it, and overline will have it over. So there is another property which we can use it like this, I think, underline overline. See, it will give this nice line over and under, so it is nice. So, and then we will see the text transform property. I have seen using this a lot in project text transform. It is one of the main properties uppercase, so you can write anything and you make the properties uppercase, it will change all the text to uppercase. See, everything has become uppercase. Then you can do a lowercase also, and everything will become lowercase. And there is another good thing, value known as capitalize. So what will capitalize do? Yeah, see, it will make this first one capital. CSS, it is taking as all as capital because this is how I gave it, so it will not override that. But you got my point. Like for you, F it made it capital, Y it made it capital. I didn't give them capitals here. Okay, so this is the capitalize property. And then we will see a very good property which is known as letter spacing. It is used a lot, 0.2 em. See, I'm not saving it right now. See, the letter are very close to each other, so we will make them a bit apart. So letter spacing I will give, see, they have come a bit apart. And after that, what we'll see this is the word spacing property. Word spacing, let me make it 0.8 em. So the word are spaced, this word, they are spaced. So this is the word em property. So now this completes most of our font property. Now we will see a way to styles the list. We have seen list in the previous part in HTML and it was really ugly. So let us create a list and we will style it. We'll create an unordered list. So let's create it. Div dot categories. Actually, I'm going to have a div inside it. Everything will be there with the class name, and then h2 categories unordered list. I am having an unordered list, and again I will show another emit shortcut li. I will give into 5 and then I will press the tab, so it will create the li 5 times. Then what I will do, inside the li I will have a anchor tag for each one of them. Generally this is the way in which we have this anchor tab. We click on this anchor tab, it will take us to a different link. This way we generally make menus also, but that is for advanced topic. But generally we have it like this: anchor tag, href, let it go nowhere, category 1, did I miss something? Yeah, I missed that thing. Yeah, why it is taking it double? Yeah, now it is okay. Let me copy it. Let me make it 2, 3, 4, 5. Let me save it. And it will show these categories. let me have some break row, so that it moves it a bit on the top and I have some space. So this is how it is been shown. And now let me target it with this class. And let me give a border 1px solid and a bit of gray CCC. And this is another form to write a short. CCC means 3 times and 6 times. Only I give 3 times, it means it will by default take 3 more times. CCC. Then I will give padding 10 pixel. Let me save it. I will show another property. So this is done. See one thing, this edges, see this, they are very sharp. This edge, this is very sharp, this is very sharp. So I want to make it a bit round, smooth, a bit of smooth. So there is a property known as border radius. I will make it 15 pixel. Let me save it. Now see them, they are rounded. So now let me target the H2, this H2. So we can target it by, as I have told earlier, I don't want to target any other H2. So the categories and then H2 text align center. So this is another useful property. If we give it anything, it will bring it to the center. See, it gave it in the center, text align to the center. So now we will target the unordered list, UL. So again, categories, UL. What I am going to do, I am going to give the padding as 0. I am not saving it. See closely. See this, there is some padding here. Let me save it. The padding is gone. But this dots, they are coming outside, and generally in most of the cases we don't want these dots to come. So what we do a list style and we'll make it none and save it. So when we make it none, they are gone. So we don't want any list styles. So after that, the anchor tags are there, which are blue in color, which by default it is not nice to show them blue color. So we will use the text decoration property here for that. So first let me target them. Categories A, anchor tag, I am targeting it. This A, I am targeting all of them. And first thing we will do is text decoration none. So text decoration none, if I do, see those underline have gone, and blue is not a good color for anything. So let me change it to black. And it will give them black color. So now one more important property which I am going to tell, it is the hover property, and it is generally there for the links. So we generally have them for the links. So but we can have them for anything actually. Categories A, we're targeting A, and I have to give a colon and hover I have to give, and then color will be red. So let me save it. So now what happens when I take the mouse over here, it will turn to red, it will turn to red, it will turn to red. So this is known as hover property. You might have seen it in many websites. When you take your mouse over the link, the color gets changed. So this is that hover property. So now the next thing to target is ally, that individual ally, and we will have some padding bottom of 6 pixels. So they're all close to each other, so we'll give a padding bottom. See, it will add a bit of padding here, and then let's make a border, not the complete border. We have some shortcut also in border. We can give the whole border, or we can give border bottom also. So I will give it 1px. Instead of solid, there are some other properties also, like dotted, #333, again a short form. Save it. See, a dotted line is formed below everything. So, and the list which we started, it have become so nice right now. So this is how we can style list by having different properties. And let us create a form. So let me give this form, this action will come. We don't need this action because this is only for CSS, and we have seen in the HTML part that what this action is used for. So we are just concentrating on the style. So let me name it my form. Then after that, a div with class of form group. Inside this we will have level, and the first one will be name, then input type text, as always, name equal to name. So this one form group is there. Let me copy it 2 more times. So the second one will be email. Let the type be text only, or let me make it email. Then this one will be message, and we are not going to have an input box for this. We are going to have a text area for this. So let me change text area, and text area are not self-closing. So it is like this, and the name will be message. Then and input type will be submit. Let me have a class name. Class will be button, because we are going to style with this class name. Value will be equal to submit. So if I save this, see, this ugly form will be there. Let me add some break rows at the end. Let me add a horizontal row here and a horizontal row here and a break row. So as you will see, this will be created. So let's move forward and we will start to style it. So we will target this my form class my form, and we will give a padding to it first, 20 pixel. Let me save it. So as you can see, the padding has been applied. So now what we will do, I will target the form group and I will add padding bottom to it, so that there is a padding between the form group and consists of this and this. So let me add some padding here also. My form dot form group padding bottom, let it be 15 pixel. So yeah, the space is there now. So after that, what we need to do, this, as you can see, these labels are in the same line. So generally in most of the form you will find in internet, this is in a different line, this name, email, and after that it will be there. So what we will do, we will target this label. Now what is happening, this label is there and this text area and all these things are there. So they are inline element, this label and input. So they are appearing in the same line. So let me use my form and then let me target the label, and display will be block. So now all of them are in the different lines. So after that, what we will do, this we want to expand it to the whole line, this messages. So for that, we'll come to my form input, we will target, then padding, let's give some padding 8 pixel with 100%. Let me save it, and this is what it happens. There is one error, although this submit is there, submit the button, we don't want it to be 100%, but it is targeting the button also, because button is also an input type. So we don't want to target the button. So I want to target this text and this email only. So let me come back, and this input, there is a type field which is known as, we can give like this, type equal to text. See, if I give only this much, see what will be targeted, only this text will be targeted, this email is not targeted. So what I need to do, let me copy this, and I can give multiple by comma. So by this, let me take it to a different line itself, and email, let me save it. So the email is also not targeted. Now I want to target this text area also, but text area is not an input type. We can directly target it like dot my form and then text area. So let me save it, and the text area is also targeted. So the form is already very beautiful. So everything is almost done, and see the padding is also good there. Okay, so the one thing which is remaining is to style this button, which by default is nothing. So let us target this button. Dot button. First let me give some margin 0.2 em. 0 means top down. I am giving margin. Let me save it. So this margin have come. See, some inbuilt validation have also come because we have given a type email. So let me give something nabs@gmail.com. so it is gone. Message, it is okay. So the margin we have given between this and this 0.2 em. After that, the next thing I will give is padding, which is 0, 15 pixel, I will be targeting the button class. Is there a button class? Yeah, there is a button class is there. So 0, 15 pixel, 0, 15 pixel. Let me save it. I don't know whether it is targeting or not. I will check soon. Border is none. Text align is center. Line height is 34 pixel. I've saved it. Yeah, it is doing it because the border had gone. Border radius 0.2 em. Font size 1 rem. Color will be white, and background will be burly wood. This is a good color. So I have saved it, and see, such a nice button. Let us add a hover effect also. Button hover. So this is how we give hover. By using, this is known as a pseudo class. Background, let me give a form of red. E7 4B 37. I got this from the internet only. This cursor pointer is very important property while hovering. Let me save it. See, when I hover over it, the pointer gets changed to a hand. This is because of this cursor pointer only. So we are done with this. So we are done with the form. So let's move forward, and now what we will learn? We will learn about alignment and floating. So for alignment and floating, this is a very important way by which we used to work a lot till 2016-17, because there were no CSS Grid or Flexbox, which are still advanced topic, and you will find this in many places, this floating thing. So let us move ahead for this floating, and what we will do, we will create three divs with block class. Div dot block, and inside it let have a heading. The heading 1, then a P will be there, lorem 30 I think is sufficient. Yeah, 30 is sufficient. And let me copy it 2 more time. Let me change it to 2 and change it to 3. So when I save it, see, this is the normal flow, so it will come one after the other. These colors are coming because we have given color for paragraph tag and all this. These are coming because of that. So now we want to, there is a CSS property known as float, by which we can float this element. So this is the normal flow, so we want to break the normal flow and float it. So we want to float all of them to the left. So for that, let us go here, and it is very easy. We just have to do a select our class block float left. We are making a 3-column layout here, which are quite popular. Width is 33.3%. 33.3% into 3, it is around 100%. So this is the way for each of them to have been floating to the left. And as you can see, we have a layout, a 3-column layout. But there is one thing. Okay, I forgot to do one thing. Let me do it. I put this HR after this, where it is. Yeah, see, I have a HR tag after this, so it should have come, but it is not coming. So why it is not coming? It is not coming because there was a big drawback in float. What it used to do, it used to mess everything. The whatever used to come after the float, it will disappear, it will not come. So the way to fix it is giving an empty class known as clearfix or clear anything. So clearfix is nothing, but let me do it. But the trend, it is to give it the name clearfix. You can give anything a name, clearfix. Let me give the clearfix. Just an empty div you have to create after you have done the floating. So after that, I have to go back and in my styles, clear fix, clear both I have to give. This both doesn't mean that this left, this both means we have to give both. So when I give this, see, our HR have come, HR tag have come, and everything is now as earlier. So this is very important to give this clear fix after every time we float something. So now what we will do, we will create a 2-column layout. This was a 3-column layout. Now we will create a 2-column layout. So let me move back to the index and let me copy this or create a new one itself. Let me create a new one. Div, I want the ID. So how to give ID? Hash. This is a shortcut which I am using. Main, let me give it underscore block, and I will press tab, so it will create for me. Let have h2 again. Let have heading in it. Let have a p again. Lorem maybe 20 is okay. And I will have a sidebar. Div, again it will be an ID. Sidebar let not have a heading here. P lorem, maybe this time also 20. So this is done, and we should not forget to add the div dot clear fix. So this we every time we have to add after we do a float in anywhere in the page. So this will come as earlier. So let me go to the styles. Let me have the main underscore block. It will flow to the left, and the width will be 70% because it is the main block, and then the side bar, this will float to the right, width will be 30%. Let me save it, and it is coming correctly. Let me have a horizontal row here also after a clear fix. Okay, sometime you have to refresh it. So it is coming correctly, but what if I want some padding here and want some border here? What if that? So let me add that. I want a bit of padding of 15 pixel, and I also want a border of 1 pixel solid, a bit of gray. Let me add this in my sidebar also. So let us see how it is. And amazing, they have come down. So why they have come down? So what is happening here, by default there is a property known as box sizing. So the box sizing is content box. So we had taken the width 70% and 30%, and then we are adding 15 pixel here, 15 pixel here. So it will add to it. So it will not be 70%. Now it will be more than 70% because it adds to it. So there is another way. This is by default, the box sizing is content box. So the property we need to write is like this. The property is known as box sizing, which is by default it is content box. You don't even have to take it. And the other option which you are seeing there by the auto complete is border box. So I will select this border box. Let me save it, copy it, and let me paste it here also. Now I will save it. Now see, everything is okay. Why it is? Because border box, what border box does, this width is 70%, this padding and the border will be included in it, not will be added to it, it will be included to it. So this will fix our issue, and our 2-column layout is complete. Start this part by learning about positioning in CSS, which is very important and used in all CSS projects even today. So let us go ahead and let me increase the size. Okay, I have increased the size. So let me have a div with the class of position dash box. So I'm creating it with the shortcut div.position dash box, and then I will press tab and it will create it. Then inside that there will be a h1, let write CSS and H2 let write crash course, and let me also have a break row here and a horizontal rule here. Let me save it, and as you can see we have CSS crash course here. So what we will do, we will now move to our styles.css and we will target that position box. Width will be 800 pixel. We are creating a box. Height will be 500 pixel, and there will be some border so that it will look like a box. 1px solid black. Let me save it. Sorry for that. And so our box is here. Now what we will do, we will target the h1 dot position box h1, and we will use the first position property, which is known as position absolute. Position absolute. So what it does, whatever you can move the element according to it. So if I do a top of 40 pixels, so it should move it 40 pixel, but there is a catch. Let me save it. So I have saved it. Let me check here. See, our CSS is gone. Where is our CSS? We just, this thing should have this position have top, left, right and bottom property. So top means it moves from the top 40 pixel, bottom means from bottom it will move something, right means from right it will move something, left means from left it will move something. So this top 40 pixel, it should move from the top, but it has gone away from the box. So where is our CSS gone? So our CSS is here. You can see this is the CSS. So what it did, it moved 40 pixel here from the top. So why did it move 40 pixel from the top? Because by default, if you don't give any parent for any the parent for this position absolute will be the whole body by default, the parent, and it will take according to that. So to change that, we use the another property which is known as position relative. So but what we need to do, we need to give it to its parent. So whenever we give the position relative to the parent, the child will take absolute with that. So let me move back. Now CSS is now here. See, in the normal flow CSS was above and crash course was down. Now it is 40 pixel from the top. So this is the use of position absolute, and we have to use it with relative in most of the cases. This is one of the very important elements of CSS. So after that, we can play a bit, and let do one thing. Let make this 140 pixel, and as I have told, we have other property also, like left 200 pixel. Let's see the h1. See, the h1 have moved here. Now what I will do, I will target the h2 also, and h2 will be also, we have to keep it position absolute. Let me not give the top, but the other property is bottom, and the other property left is right. So 40 pixel from the bottom and right 200 pixel. Let me save it and see 40 pixel from the bottom and from the right 200 pixel. This is 200 pixel from the left, 140 pixel from the top. So this is how our position absolute works, but we need a position relative with it. So now we will understand one of the last position attribute, which is known as position fixed. So for that, let's do one thing. Let's create a button, because it is mainly used in button social media buttons, or navbar also it is used a lot. So let me go back to the index.html, and what I will do, I will create a button, and let me give it is a fixed button, but I will give it a class of button. I'm giving it a class of button because we already have styles for it somewhere, here. So if I give it like this and leave it, this button will create it after our CSS crash course. Okay, so what we need to what we are going to do now, we are going to give it a fixed button, another class which we are going to target from here. So let me copy it, let me save it. After that, dot fixed button, and position will be fixed. So we don't need any relative or something for that. Position fixed is always from the body, means, and top will be 20 pixel. So it means it will be from the top 20 pixel, but it is different than absolute, because I'll show you how. So it is 20 pixel from the top, this is 20 pixel. But now let me scroll everything. See, it will always stay there, whether I scroll it or I don't know, it will always be there whenever I scroll it. So this is very useful. You might have seen some share on social media buttons which are here or somewhere, and we have to click it and it will always be there whenever you read the post. So it is used there. Plus fixed navigation bar also is used with the position fix. So this is how it is used. So this completes this position thing. So the next thing which we will understand is the background images. So it is very important to have background images. There is a separate property for that. So for that we need to do one thing first. We need to import some images as always. So let me do a new folder, and let me have images. So I have this images. So I have already pasted some in my desktop, some images, and you can get it from the end of the link which I am going to push this to GitHub also. You can take it from there. So let me take this background image, and here is my CSS Basics, the images which I have created, and let me put it here. Okay, background images. So I want to show you one thing. This background image, let me click it. Yeah, see, this image is a bit small. See the size, 300 into 168. I have intentionally put it like this. So let me move forward, and what we will do, we'll use something which we already have, and that is this position box which I have created recently, this position box. So which gives this box. So let me move to style.css, and this position box is there, and I will keep it here. So for this we have another property, CSS property known as background image, and we have to give a URL first. Okay, and then after that we have to give the path. So the path is /images, and it is VS Code is automatically taking it for me, background images JPEG. So let me save it. And then we will see what will happen. See, as the image was very small, so what it is doing, it is repeating itself. So this is never the thing which we need, this repeating thing. So there is another property related to background image. It is known as background repeat. This we will put it as no repeat. So when we did it no repeat, we are facing another problem. Only one image has been shown at the top right. So to fix this, we have another property known as background size, and it is a very important property because with this property we can size any image to fit the background. So this is known as background size, and it has a two thing, one is cover and another is content, but we always use cover only, this value. So let me save it, background size cover, and see it is expanded and it is using the whole of it. But as I have told you, this image was very small. If you see again, this image was actually very small. So what it did, it made it hazy, a bit hazy. This is not what we want. So we should always take images which are very sharp, and even if the size is too huge, it's something like 2000 by 900 pixel, even if that is the case, we should take those images, because I will soon show you what's the benefit. So for that, let us get my next image, which again I have. So it's a bigger image. So let me show you. It have come here, and you can see it's a bit bigger image, 1920 into 1200. So let me do it. Let me show you what will happen if I comment it out, and here I will do BKG, yeah, this one. Let me save it. So what will happen, it will come completely, but there is an issue here. See, if you can see this, and I will show you the complete image. I again closed it. See, this is only this part, everything else is going away. So to fix this, again we have to use this to property. Actually repeat is not required, but it is generally advisable to put it there also, repeat, and background repeat, no repeat, and background size cover. So let me save it, background size cover. It will do wonders. See, it is producing the whole image here because of the background size cover. So that's why it is very important. So now we are done with images. Now we will learn about pseudo classes. So one of the pseudo class which we already learned is the hover class. The pseudo class always start with this colon and then something. So we already learn about it. So the next pseudo classes, what we are going to do after this button, let me put like this another, because we are going to have another list dot, let me say it my list, and let me have li into 8 tab item. Let me copy it. Then item, I will have this items here with the number. So I put it there. Now the number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. So let me save it. So I have saved it. Now I will target it. So there are some pseudo classes through which we can target it. So my list, we all know to target the class, we have to do it like this. So li, see, when I give li means those li I am targeting inside the my list, and then there is something known as the first child. So it is showing me also that the first child, let me give some background and let me give Rebecca purple because it is coming. So let me save it. First child, I'll show you. So the first child, what it will do, it will make this purple. It is the first child li. So this is how we mention the first child. So we can, similar way we can target the last child also. So first child, as you might have guessed, it will target the last child, means the 8th, list 8. Let not give it Rebecca blue, let give something else, royal blue, Rebecca purple instead of Rebecca purple. So it will make the 8th one. So there is another property, my list, and it will target the li, but this time something known as init child. So init child is there. In init child we can pass the number. So let me pass 5 in it, and background yellow green, and let me save it. See, the 5th one is made. So what I am going to do, I am going to show two more properties, but for that, suppose this, you can see everything is first child, last child is okay, but init child we have hard coded the 5 here. So in many time in coding, what happens, the list, we don't know the end number. It can be 8 also, it can be 100 also, it can be 50 also, it can be 49 also. Odd and evens are there. So let me do one thing, let me copy it. Break row, horizontal row. Okay, so let me call this list dynamic list, because it can be anything, it can be 8, 9, 10, anything. So now I will go to my styles, and what I will do, let me, as I told you, this init child we were hard coding it, but what I need to do, in many time what happens, the odd rows I need of different color and even rows I need of different colors. So this is what we can do from here. My list, not my list, dynamic list and li again, and a child even. Background, this color seems good, let me give this one, let me save it. So this was not this list but this list. See, the even on 2, 4, 6, 8 are of orange color. So let me copy it only, and let me make it odd, and this seems nice, 333, sort of black. So yeah, I've given it. So you can see item 1, 3, 5 and 7 have become darkish gray. So this is what we can do with even and odd. And here we are going to build a agency website with the HTML and the CSS, which we learned in the previous parts. So if you haven't checked that, check my HTML and CSS series. So what we are going to do, we are going to use those. So get started, and this is my desktop terminal. Let me create a folder here, mkdir agency HTML. Let me cd to it. I need some other files also in it, and folders also in it. So let me create it from the terminal itself. You can create it from the desktop, but let me do it from here. mkdir, I will have one images folder and one CSS folder, and so let me open it now in my code editor. So it got opened. Let me take it to a different desktop, and here they are, my CSS and images folder. So let me create a index.html here, and let me create a CSS also, a file which is known as style.css. Let me increase the size a bit. So this is our current folder scheme. I want to have live server also. As you know, I generally, when I do HTML or CSS project, I work with live server, because what happens with live server, you don't have to, if I don't work with live server, what will happen, this index.html is there, I will load it in a browser, and whenever I make some changes, I have to refresh it. So with live server, what happens, it behaves like React hot reloading. So let me go to marketplace and live server. So this one, I think it is not coming. Let me disable and then let me enable again. So it is, I don't know why it is happening. So again, live server, enable. Yeah, it had come now. Go live. So before going live, let me put something here. So as you know, in Amit we have to give this not sign, and then I have to create on tab, and my title will be not this. I don't want to change this. I want to change the title from document to agency site, and this is the home page. Let me put something here in the body also. Yeah, let me do one thing first. This is style.css is there. I will connect it with a link. href, I am at index, so dot css, and this is style.css. Save it. Let me create our body now. In that, we are going to follow HTML5 semantics tag, so that every tag has some meaning. So in semantic tag, with our nav bar, it is generally given inside the header tag. So the meaning of this is that it is the header of our site. So nav bar and other things like branding and all those things will be there. So this is a header. We'll have a div dot container, again a shortcut for Amit. It will create a class with container. Then inside that, div dot branding. Inside the branding, we'll have an agency h1, which will be agency web design. After this div, we will have another HTML5 semantic tag, which is known as nav. So whenever we have a nav bar, it should be wrapped with this nav element. See, you can do it with a div also, but that is not a semantic tag, HTML semantic tag, because this means something for the screen readers also. which are being used by of the person who have difficult seeing. So these things are very important. HTML5 semantic tags. So after nav, I will create a unordered list, and inside this there will be list items, then anchor tag, in that index.html, and this will be my home. I will have 3 pages. Let me copy 2 times. About services, so it is complete. So as I told you that I'm going to use live server, so let me click here, go live, and it by default it will take to Safari and this part. So let me copy it, because I don't generally work on Safari, I generally work on Firefox. So let me go there and let me paste it there, and this is what we have without the styling. So it's time to style everything. So, and this is the way we generally create a navbar with this unordered list and li, and then we remove the things like list styles and all those things which you are going to see soon. So let me come to styles.css, and every site generally we have some generic rules which will go in body tag. So body tag is there, and then I will give the font size. See here another shortcut is there. If I give F and Z and then tab, it will give font size. Let me make it 15 pixel, then I think it is FF. Yeah, font family, I will give it Arial, Helvetica, and sans serif. I will give a line height also 1.5 em. So this will apply to everything. Whatever we give in the body tag, it will apply to everything unless and until we overwrite it. Padding will be 0, margin will be 0. So these are to get rid of the default browser padding and margin which every browser have. And then background color hash f4 f4 f4. I'll have a whitish type of background. Let me save it. See, the background is a bit different, and there was margin here, it had gone back. So this is done, and I have wrapped everything in a container for a reason, because I generally in website we have everything in the centered sort of. So this dot container, there will be a width of 80% and margin of auto. So this is the way to center everything. Let me show. See, it came here 80% because it cut the 80%, and then the margin auto. And after this we'll have another another global style. This UL also has some margin and padding, so we're going to remove that also. UL unordered list, margin of 0, padding of 0. Let me save it. So not much. Yeah, see that was done. So next we will do, so this was sort of the global styling. Now we will target our header. Here header, the element header we are targeting. Background, instead of background color we can give background also, it means the same thing. Hash 35424A. So these are the things which I know beforehand, so you can also get it from any color palette which is easily available, and you can get the hexadecimal number from there. And this will be background color, and the color will be hash FFFFFF. So this is the hexadecimal code for white. So let me save it and show you. See, this came like this. Now I will have a, see, there is a gap like this, so I will have a padding top, padding top 30 pixel. So it gave me some padding, and then I will have a height also, but instead of height I will have min height. So what is the benefit of min height? That it makes it responsive, so that the minimum height of this much is always there, 70 pixel. So it made it a bit large, and then after that I will have a border, not the complete border, I will have only the border bottom. It will be a form of yellow, FFC 600 3px solid. Let me save it. See this yellow line which have came here, so this is that. After that, what I will target this A, anchor text. So as we had already learned, header A, as we can see that it is very difficult to see now because they have all become purple, I think, with this blackish type of background. So let me make it white, FFF. Then the text decoration, none. Let me save it. It should have removed. Okay, it is for something else. Text transform, it is for that underline, uppercase. That underline was removed when we did text decoration, and which generally comes to every link. Text transformation, uppercase, font size 16px. So it is giving like this. Now header li, we are targeting the li display inline. See, by default they are display blocks, so they are showing them in a different lines, but we want to show them in the same line. So display inline I will give, and see they are in the same lines. And then after that, padding 0 20px 20px. It means top is 0, so it moves in clockwise. Top is 0, right is 20 pixel, bottom is 0, and left is 20 pixel. So by this, what we're going to do is we are having some spaces between them. So this is done. After this, what we are going to do, we'll target this. See, we want this on this side and this on this side. So we will use the concept of floats here, which we are already learning in our CSS class. Header branding then as we know, float left, header nav. See, we are targeting this branding and this nav, which are sibling elements. Float right. Let me save it and see, it is solved. It is here and it is here. But it has gone a bit down. We don't want it to be this much down. So what we are going to do, we are going to add a margin top minus 41 pixel, so it will bring it up. This 41 pixel I had got by doing it earlier, checking it. So, and by eyeballing it, we say it eyeballing, so that it is coming correctly. So this is coming correctly now. And now what we are going to have, we are going to have this agency using agency web design. So we are going to have this agency color same as this yellow color, so it looks a bit nicer. In most modern website, we generally have a logo here, which we create from someone from our team or from outside. But here we are not going to use logo, but this we will going to make it a more beautiful. So what we are going to do first, let me move here, and I want to target only this agency. So for doing so, we can use a span, because spans are inline element, so it will not take this agency down. So if I would have given a div or block level element, it would have taken the agency down. Span, then let me put it here. We want to style it, so let us give a new class equal to highlight. Let me save it, and now we will go back to our style.css and header dot highlight. Color will be same, this one, our yellow. No hash came, so I will give the hash. Font weight will not be normal, it will be bold. Let me save it and see, it's showing so nice. Next, what I will do, header a hover. So as you know, this is a special type of class, also known as pseudo class, by which we will change the hover property of what the hover property of our menu links. See, sort of gray. Font weight will be again be bold, it means it will become bold once you move the mouse over it. So I saved it. So 8 tags are this, yeah, took the mouse over it, it become bold also, and the color also got changed to a bit of gray. So this is how hover works. And now our menu is looking good, means everything is done in the header. So now we will move forward, and what we will do, we will create a showcase after this, which will have a big picture, and inside that something. So this is how it is done in most of the websites. And after this we come here and we'll come below the header. So let's have a section hash showcase. So if you do like this, it will create a section with ID of showcase, because we're creating ID because it is going to be unique. So as we know earlier from earlier series that IDs are unique and only used once, but classes can be used many times. So we are going to use one such class again, which is known as container, which gives our whole element a 80% width and a margin auto. Let me show again this. So inside the container, let me have an h1, affordable professional web design. I will give this. Let me save it. So it is coming like this. Then after that, a p tag. Let me give a lorem maybe 20. Yeah, let me give that much. Or actually it is too much. I don't want this much. I want only till maybe here. So now what we are going to do, we are going to have the images. So see, my image folder is currently empty, so I am going to bring 4 images here. So I have saved somewhere. Yeah, so this is what we are creating. I am going inside the images, and I have already have images. So let me bring it here. So our images have come. All images have come. We brush, CSS and HTML we are soon going to use, but right now what we are going to use, we are using to use this showcase image. So I will show it as a background image. You don't want to show it as a image, because this will then get hidden, but we are going to use it to showcase. And through showcase, when we are going to use the background properties to show the image. Let me write showcase. Then it is the id, the hash showcase. Let's have a min height again, which is generally used in place of height. So if you give this much, so it is at least this much, even in when something get changed like mobile screen or something. So showcase is this, and then we'll have a background. So we'll have a background, not some color this time, but a URL dot images will go, and showcase will go. So let me save it. So yeah, this is how it is coming. So the text is also not coming good, means text align center, and color will be hash 1 2 3 5 6 time f text align center. So it is text align center, and the color is also changed to white. So the image which has been shown, if you can see this, see the upper part of the image have only come. So if I show you the real image, see the upper part only have come, this all is not coming. We don't want this all of this thing to come, but we want it to move a bit on the top. So to do so, we are going to use 2 properties. One is known as background repeat. Even if we had not used this property, this will work properly, because generally what happens, this is for smaller images. If the image is smaller, then where we are going to show it, it will repeat it. We have seen this also in my CSS series. So background repeat, it will be no repeat and this property is very important, which you're going to use now. Background position property. So it is 0 from the x-axis, and the y-axis it is minus 500 pixel. See, I have not yet saved, but see here closely. So I'm saving it, and it have move upward, and so it is now looking great. So we are done with it. Now let do the styles for this h1 and this p. So let me come here, hash showcase h1, margin top. Actually I want to push it a bit down, so margin top I am giving 100 pixel, font size 55 pixel, margin bottom 10 pixel. Also keeping some margin, but I don't know one thing, why our image is getting shifted. So why our image is getting shifted? So let me find it out and I will tell you. Friends, I got the issue. Actually I didn't give the overflow as hidden for the container, so we have to give this, because the site which we are making it like that. There will be no scroll bar here, so see there, so it will fix it. So let's go ahead and what we have to do, we have done till showcase and showcase p, we have changed it, and as you can see we have all these images here. So we are going to use them now for our next section, which is known as the boxes section, which is after this showcase. So let me have this section again. It will be an ID, it will be boxes, and after that we will wrap everything in the container so that it get that 80% thing, the dot container. After that div dot box inside the container, and here I am going to have an image tag. src will be dot images logo html logo. After that an h3 html5 markup paragraph. Let me take lorem 20. Yeah, so I'm going to now copy this 2 times, this box, because content will be same, 1 and 2. So it will be, instead of logo html, it will be logo css. See, it also is showing that it is there, css. I don't have to change the lorem. So then after this, this one will be brush, and no, this one html5. Let me change the name also, css3 styling, and this one let me say graphics design. graphics logo, and let me save it. So all of our 3 logos are coming with the text, so they're looking very ugly. So let us quickly write the CSS for them. It will be known as boxes, hash boxes, margin top will be 20 pixel because we want some space here. Then after this we are going to target the box. So to target the box, we'll write hash boxes dot box, and this we have to float to the left because we're creating a 3-column layout. Text align center. Each one will have the width of 30% and padding of 10 pixel. Let me see. Yeah, they have all came in the same line, but these images are still very big, so let us target that. Hash boxes dot box, and I will target the image inside it, and the width will be 90 pixel. Why we are not targeting them? Oh, the spell mistake. Now they are of correct size. So let's move forward, and one thing is left in our home page, that is the footer. So let us create that first. So this is my index.html. Here I will create the footer. Again, it is HTML5 semantic tag, so the footer element is there. Inside the footer element I will have a paragraph. Let me write agency web design copyright, and copy. This will create that symbol of copy. 2020 is when we are recording. Let me save it, and some issue is there. Yeah, sometimes it needed to be refreshed. So this is our agency web design. It is coming here. So let us style it. So let me go to my styles.css and let me go down. I'll target the footer, then padding. There we need to give some padding, which is 20 px. Margin top we need to give, which is again 20 px. The color of the text will be white, so let me give the hexadecimal for that, which is this one, 6 times f. Background color will be the yellow which we are using throughout. Yeah, this have also came, so this one, and the text align will be center. So let me save it and let me show you. Yeah, this is our footer. It is done. So I think we don't need anything, means it is looking nice only. So what we need to do now, we need to create our about and service page. So what we will do first, we will create our about page first. So but we don't have any file. So first let me do one thing. Let me copy this and then I will create a new file, about.html. let me paste it, let me close it. Instead of this home, this will be about. After that our header will be same, navbar will be same, but this section we don't need, this section we don't need, this section and the footer we need. So let me delete it. So I deleted everything. Let me save it, and I think we will face a problem. Yeah, one thing is that you might be seeing this is coming at the top, but generally in website you must have seen this is at the end. And if your website is not that much big and not that much, the content is not that much large, so it will come around here. So there is a way to fix it, and let me tell you that way first. And that way is to go to the footer. Here we make the position as fixed. As you know, when we make the position as fixed, we can move the thing anywhere. So let me make the position fixed. After that, left of 0 means the left side it will be 0, and bottom of 0 means it will be at the bottom of the page. Let me save it and show you. So it came here. Left 0 is this, bottom 0 is this. So but it is not expanding throughout. So what we will do, we'll do the width as 100%. So it fixed it. Let me check whether home page it is right. Yeah, home page also it is right. So let me go back to my about page. Yeah, this is correct. And let me now add a section of main. In the about section dot main, let not keep it in class, let keep it in ID, because if we are not going to use it again, we'll keep an ID, not a class. Div dot container we'll give and press tab. As you know, this is a shortcut for Amit. So it will create the container class which we already have in index also at many other places, which gives that 80% width and all, because this I will show this one, it will apply this one. So it will bring it to the center and give 80% width. So this container, and after this we will give the article. See, we are going to make a 2-column layout. So one will be article, another one will be aside article. It will again be an ID, so you will give an hash main call. So to create this article, and inside this article we will have everything. Let me have a h1 dot page title, page title, and it will have about us. Then let me have 3 paragraphs, and as usual I will have lorem 30 . Let me copy this 2 more times. So this will be our section main, which will contain an about us, and after that we will inside this section main only we will have our aside after the article. So aside hash sidebar, because it will come to the site. So article and aside, article is used for any article, used for sort of article, and aside it is mainly used for the sidebar. So these are again HTML5 semantic tags. I will have a div dot dark. This is for the background which we are going to have soon for this sidebar. H3 what we do, paragraph, let me have lorem 40 here. Let me save it and let us see now how it is appearing. So it will appear one after another, because we everything is a block level element, so it will, this after article is a block level, aside is a block level, so it will come one after the another. So it's time that we will style them. So first what we'll do, go here, come to the bottom, let us give the aside hash sidebar, and we'll float, we'll have a 2-column layout, so we'll float it to the right. Width will be 30%. Let's have a margin top also of 10 pixel. The next thing which I will have is article hash main call, and it will have a float of left and width of 65%. We are not giving 70% because some margin and all those things are also there, so it will take that into consideration. And let me save it and see, everything is okay. About us is here, what we do is here, but the thing which is not right, which we have to add, we'll have a gray sort of box in, after this what we do. So let us add that, and for that only we had used this dark. So let us add that dot dark, padding will be 15 pixel, background will be hash 35424A. See, we already have this. Color will be hash, last one, white. Margin top will be 10 pixel, margin bottom will be 10 pixel. So this is what it created. So it is looking nice, and this completes our about page. Now what we need to do, we need to do the series page, services page. So let me go here first in about.html, and let me copy everything, and let me create the services.html. Let me copy paste it, and now again what we will do, we will keep this article and aside, but article and aside we will keep. Let me create the about B is capital, which is not a good thing. AOUT, let me save it, and this one will be services. So I am coming down. Article H1 page title will be services, I think. Yeah, services. Let me give it services, and let me remove this P, all of this P, and we are going to have 3 services. For this we are going to use unordered list, and inside that each of them will be in the list items. So li into 3, the shortcut H3, website design, paragraph, lorem, maybe 20. Not good till here. Let us give the pricing also. $1,000 to $3,000. So this is like one of it. So let me do one thing, let me copy it, and inside this one another one will be there, and inside this one another one will be there. So website design, what else we can do? Website main maintenance, per month. Let me have the last one. Let me have website hosting, and let me have pricing as 100 per month. So I have this, save it, and in the sidebar I will have the rate card or get a quote card. So for that, in this dark, this div will be there. Let me remove this, both of this, and S3 will be there. Get a quote, after this we will have the form dot quote quote. I don't need the action right now. Let me cut it, delete it. Then after that, as usual, label. I don't need the for also now. Name, a simple break row I am giving after this. Input, type text, placeholder equal to name, we want it the different line. So as we have learned earlier also, we have to wrap this in a div, so a block level element has been created. So this will be the first one. The second one will also be similar. The third one will also be similar. The second one will be known as email. Let me have it email. Placeholder is email add. The next one will be message, and it will not be an input, it will be a text area. It will be a text area. It is not required. Placeholder will be message, but as we know text header we have to end it, and the last one will be our button to submit the form. Send. So class, because we are going to style it, button underscore 1, let it be like this. Type will be submit. So let me save it and let me see how it is been shown. The services, so this is okay, but this have a bit of issue, and this also will try to see if we need to fix something. So when I come here, first thing, this is all unordered list. So let me come here and make some space, unordered list, hash services. So we're targeting this ID services, and after that li we will target. List style will be none, padding will be 10 pixel, border will be hash solid 1 pixel, margin bottom will be 5 pixel, and background will be hash E6 is coming. Let me save it, and we'll have this nice background. Okay, so the next thing which we need to do is have this all expand till here full. So aside hash sidebar, because they're inside the sidebar, they're inside this sidebar, and then after that dot quote input. I'm giving dot quote because the form have a class of dot quote, and we're targeting the input width of 90%, padding of 5 pixel. So let me save it and see, these two are nearly complete, but the problem is that message is not complete, so we need to make that also complete. For that, what we need to do, we'll add the styles here also with the comma. So comma aside sidebar dot qu quote and then text area. Let me save it, and now it is complete. Our button is looking quite ugly with the no style. So let me style the button underscore 1. Height, let me give it 30 pixel. Background is our yellow color, FF. Border, we don't need any border. Padding left is 20 pixel. Padding right is 20 pixel, and then color is Oh wait, let me save it now. And the button seems quite nice. So our site is complete, but actually the media queries are not been done and the site is not good at all good looking in mobile view. So let me show you that. Let me come back and let me take it to mobile view. See, everything is wrong. Means this is overlapping, this is overlapping, this, all the things are wrong. So we need to fix them. So for fixing them, what we need to do, to write media queries. See, to give styles for the mobile view, we use media query. So for media query, we will write media #media max width will be 768 pixel. So this max width means till 768 pixel. This is till the tablet view, it will have this thing. After that, in the full desktop view, this will not occur. So what we need to do first, in a float based layout for the mobile view, we are going to ditch the float. So branding, everywhere where float is there, we are going to ditch it. Header of nav, again a comma, dot boxes dot box. So if you come up, this all were having the float. Header branding, this header nav, this. Where is my boxes? Box also have this float. So I will get rid of all this float by a command float none. Let me save it. So yeah, we have to use some more things like text align will be center, width will be 100%, then after that header nav margin top 20 pixel. Yeah, now it is coming here. Header nav margin top we have given. Now let us fix this also. Showcase the H1. Let me decrease the font size. Let's save it. Yeah, and it is also perfect now. Now see, if you come down here, this one, a bit of the things which were the lorem ipsum of graphic design, it is getting cut. So for that, what we need to do, hash boxes dot box. So we are going to use a pseudo class known as add child, and this is the third child. So we are targeting that one only, the last one, and we'll give a margin bottom 80 pixel. Let me save it. Yeah, and it is coming. So our home page is fixed. What we need to do now, we need to have our about page fixed. See, this is not right again, so we want this to come again below. So what we need to do, we just need to add those two classes here which have this float left and float right. So let me add those two. Article hash main call and aside hash sidebar. So let me save it. Yeah, it will come one below the other, but again this is cutting. See, it is not coming completely. So again, let me target this, and again margin bottom 120 pixel. Let me save it. Now you can see it is not cutting. So now what we need to do, we need to go to our services and let me refresh it, because it is also fixed. See, it is also fixed because it was also using the article and the aside only. So our website is working fine in the mobile view also. So, and let me make it big. See, now it automatically changed, and here also. Let's get started. So I will be using Codepen for this project. So in Codepen you don't have to give anything like header or all those things for HTML element. You can give just like whatever is inside the body tag. So this is inside my body tag, and I have opened HTML and CSS here, and my output is here. So it will show like 10 items here because I have a div of container. Inside that I have 10 divs. Each one have two classes. One is box, the common class, and one is box 1, box 2 to box 10. So as div or block level element, it will come in different lines. So let us move forward and write our CSS. So just with everything we will do the box sizing, border box. So what's the benefit of border box? That padding and margin by default there is something for each browser, so it will make it 0. Then the box of, and the other thing, no, I was wrong. The box sizing border box is not for making the margin and padding 0. It is for including the margin and padding without inside the box model. So I have explained it earlier in my CSS series also, you can go through it. So color white, font size, let me make the font size as 100 pixel. The color of everything in the box, let me make it white, and then text align, let it be center, padding 10 pixel. So it means we are making a box. Let me save it. Let me come here, let me refresh it, and you will not be able to see anything because there is no background color and everything, the font is of white color. So let me go back and add some more CSS. Box 1, background will be red, and let me copy this. Ten times. So let this box 1 is red, this one let it be green, yellow, blue, orange, purple, black. Let me change this also. This will be 2, this will be 3, this will be 4, this will be 5, this will be 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. I don't need this one is more. So black, let me make it silver. These are the new HTML5 colors, many of them are. So we have more color in HTML5. Mac, not HTML5, actually it is CSS3. I don't know why I am telling everything wrong today. Let me do it save, and then let me go back and let me refresh it. So now you will see these nice boxes, 1 to 9. Where is the 10th one? 10th one is, I think there is no, let me give it some other color, like I'm not remembering. Let me give it purple. Box 10 background is purple. Yeah, now it have come, whatever it is. So let us move towards, and this is just plain CSS. Now the main thing, this is the basic of basic setup for HTML and CSS. Now we will do the main thing. Now we will start with our Flexbox. So for Flexbox, what happens, Flexbox is at 2 levels. Mainly we give the Flexbox to the parent element. See, this div, this container will give some flex property. So all of these children which are inside it, it will they are known as flex items. So mainly we give it here. There are some properties which are to the flex item also, which I will tell later on, but most of the property in Flexbox belong to flex parent flex, which is known as Flexbox. So let me we give this flex display flex, and let me give a border also, 5px solid, we don't have let me give some color which we have not given. So why not brown? I think we have not given, so let me give that. And just with this property, see, everything was going because of div like this. I will save it, then I will refresh it, and now you'll see the magic. See what happens the moment we give it flex. it is display flex, it is flex direction row, and everything will become sort of inline one after the another. See, and everything is taking only that much space which is required by this letter, and plus I think we have given some padding also. This padding it is taking, but you see 10 is a bit more because it is double digit. So this is what it is. Then after that there is another type of flex also. Instead of display flex, there is something known as inline flex, which we rarely use. I have never seen this being used in production. So inline flex I will give. Now you will see what will happen. Let me do Control R. See the box you are seeing, the box have come to here, it was here. So inline means only that much, whatever the items will go till that only the flex will be there. So might have used somewhere. So we will also learn about flex direction soon, but let us make the height of the container a bit more, because we will be able to understand better. Vertical height, which is a thing by which it means 100% like this it will take vertical height, and there is a VW also which will take like this. So generally for height we give VH, and for width we give VW. Let me save it. Yeah, it is auto saved I think. So let me come back and let me do a Control R and see what happened. It all expanded like this. I don't want inline flex anymore, so let me do it. Save, Control R, and it is complete. So it is like this. So after that what we will do after that, see by default everything is one property which we have not checked. It is known as flex direction. So the flex direction, even if you don't give, it is row only. So what by row means, see if I save it and if I do a Control R or Command R to reload, see nothing will happen, nothing different will happen. This is because by default everything is flex direction is row. There is another thing which is known as column, which we will see soon. So when we give flex direction as row, or by default it takes, what happens, the main axis is from left to right. There is a concept of main axis in Flexbox. So main axis will be like this only, from left to right, and the flex direction is also from left to right. So now what we will do, the other thing which is there, we will learn about this column. The other thing is flex direction is column. So let me save it, let me reload it. So see what will happen, it will again come like this, one after the other. Because the flex direction is now column, the main axis is now top to down. Okay, so let us go back, and I don't want the flex direction anymore because we will do the flex row only. But see our box right now, let me do a they don't have any width. If you are seeing, it is only taking this 1 2 3 4. So what we will give each box, we'll give it the width of 300 pixel. Save it, refresh it. So See, and now what happened, it is taking the 100% width. So what Flex did here, Flex actually distributed it. See, this hole is not 3000 pixel. This hole is our computer screen is screen is by a width, and mine is a MacBook Air 13-inch, so it is hardly 1280 pixel this. So but what Flex did, this is not actually 300 pixel each of them, so it distributed the space. So if we don't want the space to be distributed, there is another property. Actually this is not, if we inspect element and see, width is 300, but actually it is not 300 pixel. Is it showing somewhere? Okay, it is not showing somewhere, but it is not 300 pixel. So what we will do, there is another property for Flexbox, which is known as, we don't want Flexbox to distribute the space, and this property is used at many places for media queries. This have replaced media query in a lot of places for Flexbox, because it automatically adjusts according to the mobile screen or according to the how we change the size, browser size. So this property is known as flex wrap, and we have to give wrap. By default it is no wrap. So save it, refresh it, see what is happening. This is 300 pixel, it is taking this 300, 300, 300, then it is leaving some empty space because it was not able to fill this 5 here, 6 here, 7 here, 8, then it was not able to fill the 9 here, so it had gone to the next row. By flex wrap it goes to the next row, but now what is happening, so I want this to take the full width. So what I can do, instead of the width of 300 pixel, I don't want 300 pixel exactly, I want because it is, let me do it 33.333%. So if you know 33.33%, if you give it is something 99.9%, which is exactly like 100%. So it will fill this 3 row. Now it is more than 300 pixel because we have changed the 300 pixel. Now we want a bit of margin also in each of them. See, some space we want between them. So let me add a margin of maybe 10 pixel. I want a margin of 10 pixel. Let me save it, let me refresh it. See, now it is behaving weirdly because I wanted this third also to be here, but it had came to the next line. Why? Because right now this 33% plus 20 pixel is going, so it will be more than 100%. That's why it is going here. So to fix that issue, there is a cool trick which we can use. There is a calc property in CSS which we can use. So calc width of each box will be calc 33.333% minus 20 pixel. Let me save it. Pixel we have taken because this is 10 pixel, this is 10 pixel, so we have taken 20 pixel. Now it is again coming in the same line. So for margin we have to give like this because margin is not a part of box, border box. So but there is another thing. If we give, instead of margin, see one thing, instead of margin we will give a border. Let us use border for that, and 10 px solid. Because our background is white, I will give it white, so it will come there itself, and again I will give 33.333%. Save. And it will fix our issue again. So why did happen? This happened because border sizing border box were taken, so border will be a part of it, so it will adjust it accordingly and it will fix it. So let's now move forward, and let's see what we will learn now. We will learn about alignment and centering, because that is the main thing of Flexbox, this alignment and centering. So for that, let me move here everything, let me keep it like this only. Then the box, let me remove now. Only I want to keep the display flex. Let me save it. Control R, and it will come like this. So the first thing which we will learn is the justify content property of Flexbox, and you will see what will happen. Justify content flex start. Let us have the border also. I should not have removed it. Let me have a gold border. So let me save it. Justify content flex start. So you will see no difference, the flex start. So justify content, it is for this main axis when it is a flex row. Yes. So this is the main axis, as I told you. When it is a row, it is the main axis. When the column, this will be the main axis. So it will go like this. That now we will see the magic. Flex start, by default it is start, then end, the other one is end, and see, everything moved at this place because it is end. So these all tricks, they are very important when we work with Flex, and we can make cool things out of Flex and without requiring anything like Bootstrap or anything else. So the next one will be center. As you might have guessed what it will do. See, start was there, end is there, so center will bring it here. Center is bring, and it is one of the most important property of Flexbox. Justify content center. It is so easy. You make anything flex, any parent thing flex, like in a menu or something, parent thing flex, and then you have to give the justify content as center, and it will bring it to the center. So the next thing which we will do, there are some other good properties like space between. So see what happened in space between, everything got a bit of space between them, and it had taken the whole width of the box. So a space between is there, then space around is there. Space around, see the difference, the first and the last one, it is also leaving a bit of a space. So this is the difference, and there is another also known as space evenly. it is quite similar, but actually the space is even between all of them. So this is a space evenly. Then as you know, let me have this change to flex start, because we are going to do a flex direction now. Flex direction, we will make it column, but we want to give a height, let it be 100 vertical height. So once I do a flex direction column, it is from top to down. Font size is too much, to make it less. Yeah, now it is okay. I made it less. So see, or else it was taking the whole thing. So now it is better. So this is our 100 VX. So flex start, again it has moved to the start. What was happening, it was quite big, so it was going through whole thing, so I will not be able to show it like that. So this is our flex start. As you might have guessed, everything will work like that. Again, flex and save. So everything will move through the end. See, this is 100 vertical height, this whole is 100 vertical height, and this is leaving space. Then after that we can do like that again. So all those properties will be again there. Center, it will leave a space at the top and the down. Then let me show another one. Space between and it is leaving spaces between them. So this is how justify content will work if we make the flex direction as column. We learn about align items. So align items are used on the cross axis, and it is similar to justify content only. So our setup is like this only, like display flex and everything is there, height 100 VX, and it is like this. So if we give nothing, it is known as align items, and it will be by default, it will be stretch. By default it will be stretch and nothing will happen, it will remain like this. But it has got a bit less properties or values than our justify content. So the first one is flex start. Let me save it here, let me refresh it. So flex start will move everything to the start. And then the next one we will see is flex end, and as said, it will move everything to the end. Then the most important one is center. So let me do it, save it, refresh it, and it will move to the center. So with align item center and justify content center, we can place anything in exactly the middle, which was very difficult to do earlier with the different techniques which we used to do with top and left and right. So it used to be very difficult, but with only these two properties we can do it. So let's move forward, align item center. And the last one which I want to show is known as baseline. It is a important type of a property, and it has got a very cool effect associated with it. And to see the cool effect, we need to give every box an individual property. See, so what we're doing, the font size is increasing like 60, 30, 60, 90, 120, 160, 180. Then after 180 we're coming back down. Let me save it and let me refresh it, and we'll get this cool effect, because baseline means this the content, it is on the same line. So this is known as baseline, and we got this cool effect. I'm using a different code pen, the link of which you will get. So it is also similar to the previous part. Everything we have 10 boxes. Box have different colors. Each box have this property: white, font size, text line center, padding, and this one important property is there, which is width. So each width is 33.33%. so it will be divided along those 10 boxes. And a container, we have just made it flex, a border and a height is there. So let me show it how it will look. So it will look like this. So now the property which we will learn first is the flex wrap. See, each one thing which I will tell you, this width is 33.33%. so this is not 33.33%, because 33.3% means only 3 should come, not 10 of them. This is what Flexbox has done from it. It distributed it has distributed the space. So if you do it a flex wrap, it will not distribute that. So let me do a flex wrap first. Oh, I closed it. Let me open a new window again. Let me take it here, and let me open it, so you will also see how I will do this code pen. So what I did, one of this is the editor view and this other one is the full page view. So they are the same code pens only. So this is what the flex wrap will do. So it will wrap only, see 33% is there, so it is giving only 3, only 3 each of the row, it is giving 3. So now we learn about a new property known as aligned content. So it is like justify content only, but it is on the cross axis. And one of the important thing about the aligned content is that it will only affect if there are multiple rows are there. So here are 4 rows are there, 1 2 3 4, so it will affect only at that time. So I'll do a flex start s, and see, this is our total size and it has moved it to the starting of it. So then, and see, this space is left and it moved it to the end. And you might have guessed, center, will leave spaces here and here, and it will move it to the center. And it has got those properties also, like space between, and space around, and those properties also it have. We will learn about the item properties of Flexbox. Till now everything which we have given are to this container only, but now we can give to individual flex items also. So this is the basic setup for that. Nothing had changed much, except this align item we have done is, it is flex start, and box each of it is with 33.33%, and this is the initial box setup which is like earlier only. So it will show like this, everything is a flex start align item, so it will show it here. So after that, let us change some individual properties so that for the boxes, so that we can distinguish between them. Box 2, let me give a padding bottom of 200 pixel, box 2. So If I save it, what is happening? Codepen has suddenly become slow. Okay, let me save the other one till that time. Box 6. Again it will have a padding bottom. Then box 9. Again a padding bottom. But this padding bottom, let us keep it 20 pixel. Let us keep it 300 pixel. Save it. Hope it refreshes now. Oh, what happened? Yeah, so it will show like this. See, this one has increased in size, this 6 have and 9 also have increased in size. So now we will learn about the property known as align self. So it is for individual flex item. So for box 2, let me give align self, 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 align self as flex, and let me copy it. Align self as, let me paste it here also. Align self as start, align self as center. So notice that we are giving it in the individual flex items, not in the container. So let me save it, refresh it. See, it had came to the end. It is at the start only, and it is to the center. So this is what align self can do. So as I have told earlier, now we will look at the one of the most important property of flex, which is used a lot in Flexbox, which is known as the property of flex. This also we give to the individual things. So do we need to make some changes? Let me reduce it, text align center. Yeah, the boxes, we don't need this many boxes, we need only 6 of them. Okay, so let me do that. Color is okay, let it be there, and let me remove all of them now because we don't need all of them, and let me give only display flex. Save it. Oh, it is very less. Okay, let me do one thing. Why instead of this, let me give one. I want to show something else. 1 2 3 4 5 and 6. So they are of some different shapes, so for different sizes, so it will come like this. And display flex is there, so nothing special here. So but now what will happen, see, there is a lot of empty space here, so I want to distribute it. So, and they are all of different sizes. 1 2 3 is bigger, 4 is like this, 5 is, so some of them are bigger. So what to do for that, so that they distribute equally? The space which is left means this space which is left from 6 till the end. So this box we will give, and this property flex we will give, and make it one. Flex is actually a shorthand property, but in most of the cases which I have seen, we use it like this only in production. Flex 1. Let me refresh it. See, it will now extend till the end, Okay, this padding and margin a little bit of there, this is because of the browser, so don't worry about that. So it will go like this till the end. If you give flex 1, so now all the box have a flex 1. Let me remove this also, we are not using this. So the next property which I will give it is the same property but on a different box. It is, let me give it in box 2 and flex of 2. So the flex of 2 if I give, which means that every box from 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, it will take whatever the space is remaining, it will take one part of it, not one part, one times of it, and this will take 2 times of it. So let me show you. Closely observe 2. It is 2 times than everything, means 1 and 3 if you put together, it will be somehow equal to the 2. So this is a very important property and this is been used in many layouts also. I've seen different way to use it, means generally we have a 2-column layout in which one will take this much, the other will take this. Let me do one thing, let me quickly show you. Let me do it. Let me save it. So now we have only 2 boxes, one is of 1 and one is of 2. So let me refresh it. So this layout will be there a lot. See, one will be this much and the other one will be this much, or if you give 1 1 it will divide 1 1. If you give 3 if you give 4 part this, 6 part this, so you can divide it in a lot of ways. So there are a lot of websites in which this site we will recently learn after this series to complete website to make with Flexbox, in which we will use this thing. So let me revert it back now. Me save it and we are back to where we were. So now actually the flex property is a short form of flex grow, flex shrink and flex basic, and to see that what we need to do, we need to again remove all of them. We'll see only 2 of them. Let me remove from here also, and I don't need to make any changes here. Display flex is there, box 2. Let me again make it like this. So 1 and 2 will take equal space because both of them are 1. But actually this one is a short form of flex 1 1 0. Let me save it. Let me refresh it. So nothing will change because first one is a flex. First one is meant for flex grow. This one. Second one is meant for flex shrink. That is 1, and the third one is for flex basis, which is 0 right now. So let me do one thing. Let me make it box 1, and I will show the individual property. Instead of writing flex, I can write like flex basis 400 pixel. It was 0 earlier, but now let's make something. So 300 pixel. So flex basic means default size of the element before the remaining space is distributed. So we can use it individually to give any width, means it is like width only. If you give it like this, so one will take 400 pixel and this will take 300 pixel. That's the reason we generally give it as 0 whenever we write the short form of flex equal to 1. Now let us do it equal, and now flex grow. Now we'll see the grow 2 and flex grow 1. So this is the property which we generally see in Flex. So this property means how Flex will distribute the space between the items. So the distribution, again, as you might have understood, it will take two part and it will take one part, the whole of the free space which is there, the free space which this is there. So their original size will be 300 pixel, this 300 pixel, and after that whatever space is left, one will get more and two will get one part less. So let me save it and see, this has got more. First both of them have expanded to 300 pixel. After that the remaining space, it has got two times, and it had got only one time. So this is known as flex growth. So the next thing which we will see is the flex shrink property. Flex sh rink flex shrink property, let me make it 5, and this flex shrink, let me make it 1. So let me save it. So what does flex shrink do? Flex shrink means it will shrink in this proportion when less space is left. So this will only come into picture in mobile view. So when there is less space, it will shrink 5 times more, and it will shrink 1 times only. So means it will shrink more, this one, in a smaller screen. So let me do one thing. First we have to refresh it. It is not auto refresh. Actually I am used to that auto refresh thing. So let me make it down. See, it is getting less, and it is taking that flex basic 300 pixels thing. So when the space is less, so see, when it had came here, it is 5 times, it has shrunk more, it shrunk less. It is trying to keep it 300 pixels of its size. So a Pluralsight login page only. So this is a Pluralsight login page, and it have got 3 different breakpoints which we tell in our website making terminology. It has a 3 breakpoint. So one is this full desktop site, then this, the second one, look closely, this tab site, the image is different, and the mobile view, the image is not there. So actually I had gone through the site, they're using 4 images here. This Pluralsight logo is an image, stay home scale up is an image, not an H1 or something, and this is one image. And when we come to tab site, this is actually another image which they are using. So creating this site, we will learn good thing about display none here. So this site we will create using Flexbox, as it is the correct contender to make this kind of site, in which we have mainly two divisions. See, this one is one division and this one is another division, so we can use that flex property here. So let us move ahead, and in my desktop, let me create a directory known as Pluralsight HTML. Then let me go inside it and let me create 2 files in it, index.html, style.css. Let me do one thing first. This Pluralsight HTML is there, and I have already downloaded those images, these 4 images. So I will drag it here, and the images folder will also be there. So now I have this and images folder also. Let me open it in Visual Studio Code. Let me take it to a new desktop. As usual, I will open my index.html, which is blank, but I will increase the size. So let's start writing the index.html first. Okay, let me do one more thing. Let me go live with my plugin live server which I generally use for HTML projects. See this live server. If you use this, you don't have to refresh the index.html every time. So I use this. So let me close it. Let me write something, then I will go live. So as usual, I will use the shortcut not and then press the tab, and this site will be called Pluralsight clone. So this, and now we'll come to the body. Let me write some body part. Okay, so first thing, everything will be wrapped in a ID of wrapper. Then we will have two parts. One will be the ID of left, and the another one will be ID of right. So the two part. So let me bring it here. So this is one part, and this will be the left part, and this will be the right part. So left and right. After that, left part is a part where most of the coding will be done. Right part is very small, only 3 images, and we don't have to do much because left part the form is there, so a lot of things needed to be done there with Flexbox. So then after that, I will have a ID of sign in. This will contain everything. Yes. Then after that, I will have my logo. I am using the emit shortcut. Div.logo will give the class, and as you might have seen, div hash something I will give it to, and then after that I have to click on the tab. So I'm clicking on the tab, then img and tab. So it will create this for me. Images, I want the logo. The alt will be Pluralsight clone. Then the logo is complete. Then I will have my form. This, I don't need any action right now, so let me cut it because we are only doing HTML and CSS here. Then form, as you might have seen, this 1, 2, this 3 things we will have first. So let us have those 3 fields first. Let me have a div so that my element, they are in a different line. As you know, div is a block level element. Label, let me do this like this because yeah, so I will write email or username, then input type text, class equal to text, input. Let me copy it one more time, and this one will be password. Input type, let it be password. The classes are same. Then after that, we will have a button called sign in. Let the type be equal to submit, although it doesn't matter because it is only HTML CSS project. Class equal to primary button because it will be the primary button. Then after that, the form is complete, after that we will have these two links, div dot links, anchor tag href, it will go nowhere right now, for got password, the other one will be sign in with company or school. Then there is a horizontal rule here, so let us have that after the link. Horizontal rule class equal to bar, because we are going to style it. Then after that we are going to have another button, so we can create a button through anchor tag also, because just we need to style it. href equal to hash class will be secondary button, create an account, then after that we'll have the footer. Let me give an id also to it, id equal to main footer, and what we have here, this copyright thing, we'll have this copyright thing. Let me give it inside a paragraph tag copyright and copy, which will give that @c symbol 2020 Pluralsight all rights reserved. So after that what we will have, this terms of use and privacy policies there, we'll have those. So we will have those inside a div, because they should come in the next line. So another anchor tag and href, it will go nowhere. The terms of use, after that separator, again anchor tag hash privacy policy, now our left side is complete. Let us come to the right side. Here we will have a div of showcase. First it will wrap everything, then div of header dash image. Actually, as I have told you, the Pluralsight people, they are using this as image. a nicely crafted image in Photoshop or something. So we'll also use that images, and I had saved it with the name is skill-up.png. Alt will be skill up. So this, after that, another sibling div with showcase image. Then we'll have two images inside it, mg src images, two devs. This will be one dev and one dev. So we are done with the HTML, except one thing. I think I didn't link the src because we're going to need it soon. Style.css. Let me save it, and we are done with HTML. So how to see it? Either we can open the syntax of HTML, but I don't like it like that, so I will start the live server. So it is like this, it will start and it will show like this in my Safari, but I generally don't use Safari. So let me copy it and let me paste into my Firefox. So this is how it will look without any styling. This Pluralsight logo is there. Actually all that font is white, so it is not been shown. Then this scale up, this side is also white, and these are the two images. These are two different images. This is a single image, this is the double image. So now what we need to do, we need to go ahead and create our styles. So let me open the style.css, the only other file here. And the first thing we will do is to use a Google font, because the font which they use, it is not the same font, this font. So let us go to Google Fonts, and this is the way which we use Google font. So it has got many other font than our the fonts which are available in the browser, in CSS. So Google font have all this one. You can search for them or you should know them, but the font which I am going to use is known as Roboto. So where is Roboto? Yeah, this one, Roboto, we are going to use. So the way to use a font is like Roboto. Where is our, yeah, see, it is giving bold 700 bold. So I need this think this one. Select this style, then I have to go to embed Roboto, and I will have to go to import, and import it is giving family. I think it is not the right font. They have changed a lot. Actually, Google changes a lot. Actually, I know the font. Let me write it manually, but this is how you will change it. So it is wasting a lot of time to select it. So let me like this. So I know the font. So let me write it manually itself. So okay, I no, it is not this. At import, so it gives us import like that only. Then we have to give the URL, https fonts dot google apis.com CSS, and then this question mark, not colon, family equal to roboto 300. Okay, so this is how this import, as we have seen, this import type of thing it gives us. So let us do the basic CSS setup now. So as with all setups, we select this means everything in the, this selector means everything in the HTML document. So we generally give the box sizing as border box. So this means, as I have told earlier, that the margin and padding should not be should include it inside the box model. With this, you can search for this box sizing equal to border box, and another one is, I think, is the content box. By default it is content box. So now the body, whatever you given body, it will also apply to everything. Font family, so whatever we take from Google, we have to give it inside the quotes. So roboto we have give, and we'll also give sans serif. So it is a fallback if in some web browser roboto is not available, so we'll fall back to the save font. Font weight 300, color is white, overflow, we don't want overflow, so overflow is hidden. And after that, h1, h2, h3, h4, h5, h6, this also, for everything also, the font weight will be 300. Now we will have the color for the left and the right. This color also I got it from their website only, from Pluralsight website only, the color background hash. So this, the left side is hash, okay, 0D0 F12, yeah, sort of grayish black actually, and right is plain black, which, as you might know, it is hash 6 times zeros. So 6 times zeros is black, and 6 times F is white. So every color fall between these two hexadecimal values only. So let me save it now, and everything got saved. See, this color is different, this color is different, the your font is also a bit different. So this is done. After that, see, you might have seen this space is there, this space is there. This is because we forgot to put one thing, which is we should always put it here. Padding should be 0. This is what is known as browser padding and margin. So if you want something to extend to the completely, you have to make the browser by default the padding and the margin to be 0. Let me save it, and See, now it had gone to up, so no, nothing is there. So this is what you need to make it. So now what we'll do, we have to target this wrapper which wraps everything, means it is still this body. If you see, I will click here, it is coming till here, so it contains the left and the right, both of them. So let me come here, because it should come above this wrapper, and I will just give display as flex. And see, I have not saved it. By default they are divs, so they came one after the another. So let me save it, and I will give one more thing, flex of 1. As with my Flexbox tutorial, I have told that if you give something as value 1, it gets equally distributed. So when we had made the wrapper as a display flex, its left and the right are the immediate children, they are known as flex items, and if I give them 1 1, this they will take equal space. So I saved it. See, so this is how they are coming. So this space seems to be more because this image is a bit more, so it had to expand till that. So as you might have seen in my Flexbox series, it is the what is space is left, after that it get divided between both of them. So after that, what we will start adding styles for left first, because as I have told earlier that this form need to be styled more than this thing. This is only display none thing. This will be very easy. I will show you only that in this screen we will show this image and we will hide this image. So those things needed to be done. So let me first come here, left. So this left is a flex item, but it can be a flex box also. So again I will give a display of flex direction column. So everything will come after one another. So this column justify content will be center. This is the way to center everything. Justify content center, and align item center, to bring everything to the exact center. So this I gave, it came here. But one of the most important property which we generally need to give in this situation is the height property. Height is the 100 vertical height. This we need to give. So this we need to give because this thing should extend till the last. So that's why we have given this 100 vertical height property. So see, almost everything has come to the middle. Most of the work is done. We just need to style this and everything will be right. So with only this much code we had fixed so many things. So now we will target this sign in. So this sign in goes till the footer, means from here, means everything till create an account will come here. See, create an account will come here. So let us first target that sign in, then display flex direction, again column, again the justify content is center, align item is center, and I want the width to be 80%, and there should be some padding bottom also, so that there is a space between it and the footer. So let me save this much and see, the space between this and the footer have also increased. Now what we will target, we will target this form we will target first. Let me target this sign in form. Width will be 80%. So this form contains our text box, password box, and the submit button. So it is 80%. Again, if padding bottom is there, it is 3 rem. And let me now show how it looks. See, they have all expanded a bit. Then let us do the logo. Sign in dot logo. We are targeting this logo now, and let me put a margin bottom, and in height we can use VH. So we can use VH here also, 8 vertical height, we can use it here also, and it will bring it up. This space will be created, and after that sign in dot logo, we will size the image. Width will be 300 pixel. So we have signed it, we have made it a bit small, so it is looking quite nice now, but still a lot of work need to be done, especially with the label and the text input. See, the label size and all those things are not good, and this is also not like this. So we will do this now. Sign in label, font size is 0.9 rem, line height is 2 rem, font weight for the label is a bit more, which is 500. Let me save it, and they have increased. So after that, let us target this text box, this password box. So they have a same class known as text input, so we will target that. Sign in dot text input. Then after that, margin bottom 1.3 rem. So there should be a space between each of them. So for that we are giving margin bottom. Width, I want it to be complete. Width is 100%. Border radius, or not background, repeat, I was using the shortcut. It is known as border radius is 2 pixels, because those boxes don't have a sharp edge. So background. So background is also not white, it is the same color as let me copy it. Yeah, it is this color only, background. There is a border also, 1px solid, it is a gray border, 555. So this is one another short form of 555. If I give only 3, it means the 3 will be repeated again. It is 6 times 555. Color will be hash fff. So let me give only 3 times. It is the same thing as that. There should be some padding inside. So this padding which you will give, it will increase the size from inside for this text box. 0.5 rem, 1 rem. There should not be any space. And then line height is 1.3 rem. Now let me save it and see, everything is exactly similar to what we have here. So this part is done, and now what we need to do a lot of other things, but let us first change this ugly button to the button exactly like this. So to do that, let me write sign in dot primary button, and width will be 100%. Primary button. Now we will write mainly this, its logic. Padding will be 0.7 rem and 1 rem. Height will be 2.7 rem. Display will be block. Border will be 0. Border radius, not again this short form, border radius will be 2 pixel. Font weight will be 400, and it is a blue type of a color which I have already noted, means background will be hash 2 f84 p t 2. Yeah, it is the same color, so it shows us what color it is. Yeah, it is like that only, and the color will be fff, white color. Text decoration, we don't need any, none. Cursor should be pointer. When you move the cursor, it will change to a font, it will change to a hand. Text align center so that text inside the box is center, and font size is 1 rem. So let me save it. Yeah, and it got changed into this, and the hand is also changing. A little bit of hover, let us give a little bit of hover. Not primary button, and we will give the hover. Background will become a sort of dark, actually 1D 73AC. Let me save it, and you might have seen it becomes a bit darker. So we are done with a lot of things, and now the links need to be styled. This links, first we'll style this links, and there is a HR also which we are not able to see right now. We will have to style that also. So let me come here and let me select it, sign in dot links A. So what we are doing, this links we are coming, and then this A, the individual one which we are targeting now. First you might have seen they are both coming in the same line. So because they are inline element, anchor tag is an inline element, so the main thing is, first thing which we will do, it will making it the block level element. So let me save this much only and show you. See, both of them had gone to the different line. This create an account, don't worry about it. This is, we are going to change it to a button. Color will be DA 0 D6. This also I found from the site. Text decoration will be none. We don't do underline text decoration, the default underline. Margin bottom, there is a margin bottom one which will which will put a margin from it to the secondary button. Text align will be center. Font size will be 0.9 rem. Let me save it, and now see exactly it is looking like that, but it have got an hover state also which put the text decoration under it. So let me select this much. Let me put hover here. Then after that, text decoration will be underline. Let me save it. See, now this underline is there. Now we will style this bar is there. We will style this bar. So dot bar, width of 80%, background color of, we will use another way to give color which is known as HLS, hue, saturation and lightness, I think, and aim is what is the opacity. So it gave me hue, saturation, lightness. This is another model to give the color. There, as I have shown earlier, RGB is one. When it has a hexadecimal, you can directly write a color name, and this is one, although it is not used that much but used at a lot of places, and I'm using it because I found it in the site. They are using it with this. This will be 0%, this will be 100%, and alpha will be this. Let me save it, and we got a bar. So a lot of things have been done on this, but now also this create an account, we will change it to a button, and this footer is also remaining. So we will do that. Now there is a bit of space, as you might have seen, between these two here. So let us put that now. Margin bottom is 1.2 rem. Let me do the secondary button. The secondary button also will be like the primary button only. So instead of writing it again, let me save it, copy it, and then let me paste it. It is a secondary button. Let me copy it, let me paste it. So everything will be same except the color is a bit different here. It is 3 5, I don't want 2, 3 5 3 7 3A. Everything else is the same, only the hover is, again it will make it a bit more darker. 6B. Let me save it. And it is when it is done. So now the thing which is remaining is here is the footer. So let us do the footer now. Main footer color is hash AAABAC. Text align not left, center, because this is the property which we use a lot. Font size is 0.8 rem. Max width is 80%. There is a padding. Let us add some space for that. Padding top is 5 rem, and let me save it and see, everything is at side, so it pushed it a bit up. So the color will be changed a bit for the footer anchor tags also. So because see, right now there this blue kind of color by their default color, but it will be the same color like this. So hash main footer A, and the color is this. Text decoration is underline. So it got changed. So there is a hover effect also there. So let me give that hover effect also. Color will be hash 3DA0, this one. So when I move my mouse over it gets changed to this color. This is the thing also I found it from the site. So now we are not left with much, we are left with styling the right side and the mobile queries for the 3 breakpoint. But before that I found one bug, sort of bug. See, this is small, and here this is extending everywhere to the complete thing. So the thing which I missed is with this 80%. So now it is extending completely. So after that, in the right side, if we come, this showcase is there, which is wrapping everything actually. Come from here till here. So let me come down till the right. Let me create it below right, because it belongs to that showcase. Write the showcase first, and again it will be display flex. So our right side actually consists of 3 images. So I will show you how. Justify content is center, align items is center, flex direction is column, and the height is 100 vertical height. Let me save this much only and show you. See, everything had come one below the other, but this is getting cut and this we don't need. So showcase image. Actually, one thing I need to tell you, this style which we had just written till this time, it is actually for the tablet view, and we'll write media query for this desktop view soon. So the thing which I am writing right now, it is for the tablet view. So in the tablet view, what will happen, this big image, as I have told earlier, this big image 2 depths it will hide. So I have to target this. So I am targeting this with the nth of type tag. So what does that pseudo classes? I will target it. I will show you. Showcase image img nth of type I will use, and this is 1. So image 1, this means this image it will target, nth of type 1. Inside this, the image which is the first image first, so it will target this. Display none I will give. Header image img margin bottom to rem. And the main thing which we will do is to add the media query name. So the media query will actually be for this complete thing, the media query will be there. So how do we write that? We will write media min width 1200 pixel. So this is for our desktop screen. Hash left. So we are changing the flex property, the highest one. So flex will become, left one will become 4, right one will become 6. And then we will target this header image. Actually the image is quite bigger in this. Width will be 40 rem. And let me copy this because we are going to use this now. Add this. The first image will be block, the bigger image with 2 depths, and the second image will be none. So let me save this much and see our site is actually done for the larger screen. And I will show one thing. Yeah, and this one is also done. Tab view is also done. See, only this image has been shown. So now only the mobile view is remaining. If I bring it here, see, all this thing will show like this. So let me first do it like this, bring it to the mobile view, and I will write the media query for that. So let me have some space at media max width 768 pixel hash right display none, because we want the whole of the right side to hide for the mobile view. We don't want those images here. So let me save this much only first and show you. See, this only fixed 90% of the problem. Sign in, which is the this one, which wraps everything till here, till the secondary button. So that is currently not 100%. So that sign in, I will make the width as 100%, and I saved it. Now it had gone to, and it has also expanded. So this actually completes our project. So this is the mobile view, this is a tab view, and this is the complete view, and it is quite exactly similar to the Pluralsight login page. So it was so we also didn't needed much skills to develop this, only some Flexbox skills to develop this. Hope you liked the way to create any complex site with also this Flexbox skills. So okay, why it is 110%, or then also it is okay. So awesome site cover.co, which provide you free images as well as free royalty free videos. So when I came to this site after a long time, I found this image to be very fascinating and very good. So I just downloaded it, but after downloading it, it was a bit big, more than 10 MB. So I just converted it into a WebM by many online converters which are available there. So let us don't waste time and create our project. So let me head over to my terminal, and then let me make a video from Flexbox, because we are going to use Flexbox to make this, and you will see how easy it is to use Flexbox for such a project to make the text appear exactly at the center. So let me do that. create a blank directory, video from Flexbox, cd to it. Actually I will then touch. I will create a index.html and style.css, and let me see whether it is created. Yeah, it is created. And now what I will do, I will create another folder known as videos, and I will take this. So I took this. Now I have these videos also. Let me start my VS Code. So VS Code is started. This is my blank index.html. Let me increase the font size, and as usual I will do not and then tab to create my HTML. Let me close this also, and it will be video form. Let me have the body also here. Let me link also, because or else I will forget. Link href styles.css, the body div dot cover, h1 new age travels, just making a simple landing page for a travel site. So after that, form dot flex form. I don't actually need the action because it is only the it will be only the CSS. We are not making any backend or something here. Then input box, anything will work, which will have just a placeholder which will say where do you want to go. And after this div we will place a video tag, because video tag are only used to play the videos. So this video will also be played using the video tag. src it is giving, so src, let me take videos. Yeah, this one. Let me have a class also here. And autoplay, muted, and loop. So they are attributes of the video tag. Autoplay means that see since it's a I think hardly a 10-second video, so it will autoplay every time. Muted means if there is any music it will mute it. Loop it will run in a loop. Okay, I was wrong. Autoplay means it will start automatically. Loop means it will run in a loop. And muted, as you know what is muted means. Let me save it. And as you know, all the project which I make in plain HTML and CSS, I build it through live server, so that I don't have to refresh that index.html which I open in browser again and again. So I will just click on this go live, because I have installed extension live server, and it will start it for the first time in my Safari. But as you all might know, I don't open it in a Safari, because Safari and Internet Explorer are not a developer friendly browsers. So all developers, you will find we will make it in Chrome or Firefox only. So I prefer Chrome, especially the not Chrome, Firefox, especially the Firefox developer edition. So by default it will show like this gap is there, this we are showing. So what we want to do, we want to have this play full screen and have this at the center. So let us go ahead and create our styles. So I'm in styles.css. No, I don't want this, but I want a Google font. So I will let me show you how to install Google font also in the project. Google font. So we have all the fonts available like sans serif and all, but if you want to extend it, there are very good fonts which are available in Google, so we can use them. So there is a very good cursive type of font known as Lobster. This one, let me select it and popular listing with I don't know. Yeah, we have to go to embed and we have to go to imports. Yeah, because we want to import it, and let me copy it and let me import it here at the top of my styles.css. Yeah, then after that we will put some default styles which should be there in almost everything which you create. So HTML, as you all know, that box sizing should be border box, because by default it is content box. Font family, let me make it sans serif, because that lobster I'm only going to use in the h1 not in the we only have two font in our web page. One is this h1, I will show you. One is this h1, another is this, but I don't want this as lobster, so let me put the HTML means the whole font family. So it will take for everything unless we overwrite it, which we are going to overwrite for the h1. Overflow, we have to make it hidden so that it doesn't move. So let me save it. Nothing will happen. Yeah, and this star also we can do, and in that box sizing, let me put inherit, because it will take it from the parents, and margin is 0, padding is 0. These two are very important, because this only by default every browser have a margin and padding for overall. So this small spaces and this will go because of that. Then let me target the videos, video tag, position, let it be absolute. So what happened, I am taking position absolute, so I am not given relative to anything. Position relative, as I have told in my earlier series, you have to give position relative or it take for the whole body. So as you might have seen also that this video is outside everything, so if I take position absolute, so it will by default take the whole body. So actually I want the whole body in this case, so I will make the top as 0 and z index as -1, because I want a text to appear in top of the video. So let me do this. See, all our other issues like padding and everything is solved, because it has gone to the top, and see, such a nice thing is coming. Now let me do the styling for h1 font family. Now here we will use the lobster, and to use Google font we have to use it inside a quotes, because this we are bringing from the Google, and we have to use cursive also for this lobster and cursive. Font size is 50 pixel, color is white, margin bottom is 10 pixel. There is a margin between that image and our search box. Yeah, and I will have a bit of text shadow also, which will be 2px, 0px, 2px, RGBA. So this will be 255, 255, 255, 1. So let me save it and show you how it looks. See, this looks like this, but we are soon going to bring it to the middle. It will look nicer here. So now the main thing which we are going to solve it is just we are going to solve everything by flex. So till now what we have done was the main styling, but one of the main motive of this video is to show the power of Flexbox. So to show the power of Flexbox, let me show this cover. So if I make this Flexbox, what will happen? This is first element and this is the second element. These two will become flex items. So let us make those flex items, and dot cover. I'm targeting the cover. Display flex. So if I do a display flex, see what will happen. It will come like this, one after the another, because whenever we give display flex to the parent, they become the flex direction become row, and it will come like this, but we don't want it like this. So first we will make the flex direction as column. Let me save it. Let me show you too. Again they're coming one after the another. Then after that we want to bring it to the middle. So for that we have two property. Justify content center. Let me save it. And the other is align items center. So the magic will happen here, and you will see it will come here. So it should have come here, but why didn't it come here? Because we have to give some height also to this container, or else it will not come. So we have to give the height as 100 vertical height. VH means vertical height. And see, now it is at the exact correct position where it should have been. So our main work is done. The only work which is remaining is to style this search box. See how powerful flex is. Only by this 3-4 properties we are able to bring the text to the center, which is very difficult using a normal float. So let me do flex form. So the flex form is the one which is covering this input. We are again going to make it flex, and nice border we are going to give it. 20 px solid RGBA 0, 0, 0, 0.3. Border radius will be 5 pixel. Width will be 400 pixel, and let me save it. Yeah, so it is of the correct size. Only the thing is that we have to now style this input box. So let me target it and target it by input. Since we have only one input, I'm using just this. Padding 10 pixel, so it will grow, have this padding. Font size 16 pixel, have a bit of big font. Then border radius 5 pixel, the sharp edges will be removed. Why the sharp edges should be removed? I should not have a border radius here. Let me remove it. Yeah, it is much better because it was removing these things, if you had noticed. So I don't want to remove this, so that is wrong. Everything, we don't have a border radius. Width is 100%, so this is an important property. So it is filling it, and I'm not liking it at the starting. Where do we want to go? I want it at the middle, so it's a preference. Text align center I will give, and it will bring it here. I can write anything. Where do you want to go? New Zealand. So our actual project is done. This was this much only. You could have design everything like a menu and all, but I was feeling like this is a very good project to show Flexbox, and it was for that, and I'm liking this design a lot. Welcome to a brand new series on CSS Grid. With the invent of CSS Grid, we have got rid of Bootstrap completely. Although it is still used in a lot of projects because people are used to it, but with the help of Grid, we don't need Bootstrap anymore. And in some cases, we don't need Flexbox also. But in most of the modern websites, they're used together. Flexbox and Grid. In some situation Flexbox is good, in some situation Grid is good. Actually Grid gives a lot more features than Flexbox, so let us dive into Grid now. So for this also I am using Codepen. So in my Codepen I have a div container, and I have 4 divs inside it with the class of items, and I have some basic styles already done, so you can get the link of this Codepen at the end of this video, and you can use this basic setup which is done again. So under root we have a yellow and a black, and a HTML border box, again some font family is there, font weight is there, font size, a text shadow is there, box sizing inherit this we generally take, body, the background I am giving min height so that it doesn't extend completely, a margin, so this will give a margin at the top and the bottom. And one more thing which I am doing, I am making the item as grid, so you don't need to understand it right now. So as we have seen in the Flexbox series also, if we give the justify content center and align item center, it will center everything. So the similar concept is in Grid also. There is justify content also and align item also, so using it to center the numbers, actually this numbers 1 2 3 4, this inside the box in which they have a box like this, so inside that. So and then this P we are giving, we will use it later. So this is what it is right now. This is how it would be shown. Let me see one thing why we are using this. You have to save it, and this I have opened in full screen. I have to refresh it. Yeah, we are not using it, my bad. So let us move ahead and start our coding, and let's understand Grid. So our 10 items, just as with Flexbox, we have to make the parent as Grid. in the concept exactly like Flexbox. So when I make display it as a grid, see, as in Flexbox we don't have any concept of flex direction and all in grid, because everything is in grid system, which you will see soon. So let me save it. Let me go here, do a Command R, and nothing happens. As in Flexbox, you might have noted the moment we would have given flex, this all would have changed after one another, and because it is by default div is a row level element, but it would have come one after the another. Let me show also. Flex, yeah, like this it will come. But in grid, let me change it back. Nothing will happen like that. Nothing will happen because we have to give another property known as grid template columns. So grid, what is grid? Grid means everything is divided as column and templates. So grid template column means the column which we will give. So let me give it 200 pixel and 500 pixel. So it means that create two columns, one of 200 pixel, the another one of 500 pixel. Let me save it now. So I've saved it and come here, Command R or Control R. So see what it did. It had made two columns. This one is 200 pixel and this one is 500 pixel. So two column, and all the rows it has put it inside it like that. So like this we have a grid template rows also, but in most of the cases grid template column is more than enough to create anything. 2 column layout, 3 column layout, those things. In most of the website we have either 2 column layout or 3 column layout. So those things can be made easily with grid template column. We even don't need the grid template rows, but it is there. So let me tell you, we can get further good way to create site with this grid template row. 200 pixel again. Let me save it. So it means create 3 rows, one of 100 pixels, second of 50 pixels, and the third of 200 pixels. So let me refresh it. So see, this is one row, this is the second row, and this is the third row. These 2 rows we didn't give, so it took the normal spacing of the box which was there. So this first row is of 100 pixel, the second is of 50, and the third is of 200 pixel. So in grid we can give a gap also between each column and row. So we will give it by grid gap is 5 pixel. Let me save it. Let me refresh it. See, this gap is coming of 5 pixel between all of them. So this is how simple grid layout is, how simple and how powerful. It is not simple because there are many things in a grid. So if we use it like this, it is simple, but there are way too many things in a grid which you can learn and which you can use, but in the simplest form it can be used like this. So let us now quickly move forward. As you might have seen, I mostly use Firefox Developer Edition, and that is for a reason, because grid can be best explained through Firefox Developer Edition only and no other browser, because it has got a special inspect element for grid which even today Chrome doesn't have. So if I inspect element, let me talk it to the bottom. See, if I move to the container, see this layout thing which you are seeing, it is there in no other browser except Firefox, and not on Firefox, it is Firefox Developer Edition only. So what this is for, a special thing is for grid. So how to use it? So to use it, what we should do, this container, we have applied the grid on it, so it's telling that we have applied the grid on it. So we have to select it first, and see, it is showing it as blue. So blue is not a good color to see, So what I will do, I will make it black, and then extend line. This 3 should be checked in. So I have touched on this. So this, by this, I will show you a very important thing, which is known as explicit tracks and implicit tracks. So what are explicit tracks? So let me zoom in. See, explicit track, as you might have known from the previous part, what we did, where is my it has made it too big. So as previously we have seen, see, we have made the grid template row as 100 pixel, 50 pixel and 200 pixel. Recently only we made. So what has happened, see, first 3 were made according to this, last 2 were made according to this size only. So I will show you. If you look closely, this dashes, these are like dash, bigger type of dash. So these dashes are known as explicit track because we declare it in the grid template rows, and these are also like this because we declare it in the grid template column. Now let me come a bit down. Now see closely this one, these are like only dot. You can see in your machine also, it will be much more clearly visible. This dot is there. So they are there because they are known as implicit track because they were created by the grid system for us and we didn't create it. So they are represented by that dot. Okay, so let me zoom back, and as usual I will zoom a little bit, 110 pixel, so that it's better to see. Okay, so now what we will see, should I close it? Yeah, let me close it. No, not required right now. So what I will do, see, we can control this also, means by default it is taking how much length only this letter 8 and 10 are taking, and some padding it is taking. Okay, so if I want to control this implicit rows, if I want to control this, I can control this also. There is another property known as grid auto rows. This I will make 150 pixel. Let me save it, let me refresh it. So as you can see, this too will be also be made 150 pixel, these 2 rows. So this is what grid auto row does. So what we are going to do now, let me remove this. And we are going to see another property which is known as grid auto flow. For that I need only 2 items and grid, let me remove these things. Let me reverse it. Let me make this 400 pixel, let me make this some 200 pixels, so it is half of it. So let me have a grid cap also. Pixels, so we can see it better. So let me save it, let me refresh it, and I want to open my this inspector tool also. this also I want to do. So like this it came. So what will happen now, I have the property of grid template column only, so 400 200. So what will happen if I add another item, so it will go to the next row because that is the natural flow. So let me create a next item, save it, refresh it. So as usual it will go to the next row because that is the way grid work. If something extra come after that, our anything like grid template column, there were 2 column only, so it will go to the next row. But we want to change this, we want it not to go to the next row but to go to the next column. So how to do that? So there is a property known as grid auto flow, so we will give that. Grid auto flow, we will make it column. Let me save it, refresh it. See now where the 3 have come, it had come here. So this is what is known as grid auto flow. Sizing tracks in CSS grid. So this will be our basic layout. So again I will give the code pen after this. So what it is here, this is a basic, it have got in this container is there, and after that we have got 15 items in it, and this is the basic setup which I did in the first part also, so I'm not explaining it again. So item also I have given grid because show that these are aligned properly, and just the container I have given display grid and the grid gap of 20 pixels. So this gap is 20 pixel. So let us start now. So as always we will do the grid template column, and as we know grid template columns we can give it 25%. So as we know this grid template column divide everything in columns, so I am giving it for 25%, means I want to divide it into 4 columns. So let me save it, let me go back here, let me refresh it. See now what will happen, it is not 25, it is 25%, but it is getting out of here, means because percentage is not a good unit in grid, and because if you add it up it will be more than 25% because there is a grid gap also of 20 px, and a lot of things are there, margin and all those things are also there, so it is more than 100%. So it will not work like this. So before moving forward, let me put a border also here so that everything we can see in a correct way. So let me put a border also so that we can know where our grid ends. Border is 5px solid black, and then after that let me remove this is not looking good, 200 pixel and 150 pixel for the second one, so 2 columns. Let me save it, come here, refresh it, we got the big black border, and one is 200 pixel, this one, and this is 150 pixel. So it is working. Now what we will do, we will learn about a new unit known as free row. So that is given by 1fr. 1fr means one free space. So let me save it, let me refresh it. So see what it is doing. First one it took for 200 pixels, second one it took for 150 pixels, but third one, whatever the space was free here, it took the space here, so it is 1fr. So this is the power of this free unit, 1fr. So why it is 1 FR? We can have something like 2 FR also. So let's give this 2 FR and see what will happen. So now it will have 4 columns. First one will be 200 pixel, second one will be 150 pixel, third one will be 1 FR, and fourth one will be 2 FR. See what? I have not refreshed it. Hopefully I have saved it. Yeah, I have saved it. So what happened? First one is your 200 pixel, 150 pixel. This one is 1 FR, this one is 2 FR. Means the space which was left after these two columns were done, the space, one part of it is saved here and two part of it is in the next column. This is 1 FR. So this will contain all the space which is left. So if you have a large 32-inch screen, it will be more. So for me it is this much only. So it will be like this. So after that we will learn about another column unit which is known as auto. Let me remove this and let me put auto, save it, reload it. See now what will happen. Auto means whatever the content is, it will take that size. So the content was only this 1, 4, 7, 10. So it is only taking that much, and then the rest of the space has been divided it in one part and this is in two part. So this is how auto works. So what will happen if some of it, the space will be increased. So what is, we have to target any one of this. So let me target 7, and let me give anything. Let me give my site and the YouTube channel name, the web dev. We save it, refresh it. See now it is taking how much space it is there, and these are also expanding according to that. So this is what auto does. So after that, what we are going to learn, let me make it 7 again, and then we learn one thing which is known as repeat. See, if before repeating, let me show you one thing. 1 FR, I have an auto, 1 FR, second 1 FR, so I have total 4 columns. So let me save it, let me reload it. So what will happen, this auto will take this much. So these two are identical, 1 FR, 1 FR. So repeat is mostly used when we have identical type of columns or row. So instead of this, the other syntax, this is fine syntax, there is nothing wrong in it, but we can do it like this also. Repeat 2 times 1 FR. Let me delete it. So this means exactly the same thing. So let me save it. See, exactly the same thing is happening. So there is another thing also which we can do. I'll show you a pattern. What if, for that again I will remove this repeat. What if I want something like auto is there, then 1 FR is there, then again that 1 FR is there, and again the 2 FR is. So you're seeing there is a pattern, 1 FR, 2 FR, 1 FR, 2 FR. So let me save it. So we now have 5 columns. Let me refresh it. So 1 FR, 2 FR, 1 FR, 2 FR, 5 columns we have. So we can use repeat again here. So we'll use repeat, then 2 comma 1 FR, we have to close it and remove it, save it. So it is exactly the same thing. It will repeat 2 times that 1 FR and 2 FR. So exactly the same thing is happening. So I have added more items to this container, and it has got a second class also, like item 1, item 2 means according to the number. So, and we have a container display grid, and grid gap is all there, and grid template column we have a 5 column layout, each with 1 FR, so 5 will be there. So let's get started. What we are going to do, we are going to now learn the individual item, just as in Flexbox we have some individual properties. Here also we have individual property for the grid items. So let me target item 9, 10 background. Let me give a different color to differentiate it. Let me give green. Let me give it green. Let me save it. Let me show you. Yeah, 9 is green now. Now what I am going to do is show you the first property, grid column. See, I am only targeting one of the element, which is item 9. Grid column span 2. So what this means, it have to span 2 columns. So let me save it. Only this one. Let me refresh it. See, so this one is now spanning 2 columns, and everything is pushed down, pushed after it means. So after that, what we are going to do, we have expanded column. Similarly, we can expand row also. So as you might have already guessed, it is grid row span of 2. So let me save it. Let me go here. See now what is happening. It is taking that row also. So this is a very powerful method to create any layout which you want. This is so you can have different part of the website in a different thing. So let me tell one more way to do it, which is let us target something else, because we have already targeted item 9. Let us target now item maybe 16. Item 16, and here what we would do, let me change the background to gray, and grid column start, let it be 2. So what it is doing, it is using a numbering system now. So it is telling that this column have to start with 2, second one only, and we can similarly we can give grid column and let it be 6. Let me save it, refresh it. So it is there. So it counts this one as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it is taking it to the end. So end is this 6. So it is going till the end, this 16 one. So this is how we can use it through numbering system also. Then after that we will check a shortcut also to do this. So this grid column we have given a span, and we have another way to do one thing. So dot item 17, then background, let me make it Sienna, and grid, we are taking grid column again, not grid column start, a grid column end, and then we'll give a syntax like one backslash, and then like this, one backslash and -1. So let me save it, let me refresh it. So you see what is happening, 1/-1, -1 means till the end, so it is going till the end. So this is a short form by which you don't even have to know the row number and all, you can just extend it to the end. So there is another shortcut, means this is -1, which means the end. So we can give item 18, blue. Let me copy this, and instead of -1 I'm giving -2. So what does -2 means from the second last, this is till the second last. So see what happened, it is coming till here, so this is second last. So now what we will do, we will see one more, item 20, background, let me make it white, grid column of 1, maybe 2 -3, third last one, and we can have grid row also, 8 to 10. So we can give it like this, from 8 it will start and till 10 it will go. Let me refresh it. So see, it is starting like this. There is one thing which we can do, as I have told you, in Firefox. Let me see one thing. Okay, in Firefox also they have put, I was telling in the previous that it is only in Firefox Developer Edition, but I think that was old. Now it is in Firefox also, a very good grid system. So let me come to grid. Here, as I have told earlier, I will make it very dark. Okay, then I will do this. So by this you can know, see, as I have told, it will, as we were given, that it will start from 8 and go till 10. So you can see this 8 and 10. So this is a good way to say it. First thing which we are going to learn is the property of autofill and autofit. So they're very powerful property and they can be used to create responsive sites in no time, and they are generally used with the repeat function to fit as many as items in one row. So let us start it. So this is my basic layout. It has got 12 items, each one has a class of item and item 1, item 2, and this is my basic CSS layout, which I'm not going to explain again because I have explained it in part 1. So right now, first we will target the container, and this is where our main code start. This will be display grid. Let have some grid gap also, 20 pixel. Let have a border also, big thick border, solid black. Let me save it. Let me refresh it. Yeah, so it came like this. So now we will have the property of grid template columns. Now here, instead of having as many columns as we like, either with the repeat function as we have seen in the earlier part, or just like it, like 100 pixels 100 pixels, we will use the repeat with auto fill 150px. So what does this statement means? This statement means create each item of 150 pixel till the row is filled, and once the row is filled, move it to the next row. So let me save it and let me refresh it. So see, it was able to fill only till item 7, 150 pixel. This is 150 pixel. Then that gap is there, which we have taken for 20 pixel. Then 150 pixel, like this. So once it came here, it was not able to fit this item, so it moved it to the next row. So this is auto fill it. So let me show you this also. If I do it, it is fully responsive. As you can see, it is moving. Okay, so it is fully responsive also. So there is a difference between auto fill and auto fit. So to see the difference, we have to actually reduce the number of items. So let us have only 4 items here. Yeah, this is working. So we have only 4 items and we have a auto fill. Let me do inspect element, because to know the difference between auto fill and auto fit, we need to see the grid. Let me see the grid, and lines are also displayed. So as you can see, the line, our grid is ending till here or till here. So this is, it is there because we have the property of auto fill. So now let me change it to auto fit. Let me refresh it. See, our grid is ending here itself because our items are ending here. So my grid is ending here itself. So this is the difference between auto fill and auto fit. And there is a very good use case of auto fill also. So for that, let us first see it with auto fit only. Suppose I want to create a menu item. In some menu items, what happens, a group of items is at the start and the group of item is at the end, or sometimes one item only. So let me do one thing. Let me give the item for a grid column end of -1. So as we have seen in the earlier part, -1 means this item, for it to move it to the end. So let me save it. let me refresh it. So see, in auto fit nothing happens because this is where the grid ends, but let me change it to autofill, command S and and see, it moved to the end. So this way we can create very good menu items. So suppose 3 menu items are here and 1 menu item is here. So this way we can do it, and this happened because our grid was ending till here. So now what we are going to see, we are going to see another another property known as min max. And let me, for min max, what we are going to do, let me, okay, do Control X and let me do this 5 6 7 8. We need this much. Let me give another div here. And I will give the class name of min max container, min max container to it. So we have another min max container here, and let me have this and here only, so that I can show two different things. Let it be there and let it end here only, so that it doesn't affect our thing. So let me save it, and now we will target this. Again, this thing will be the same. Yeah, let me do one thing also. This, we will increase the length a bit. I will do goodbye, and let me copy this also, save it, and let me have it for 100 pixels. Let me save it, and did I save it? Yeah, I saved it. Refresh it. See what happened. This goodbye is outside, and this is our second one, so don't consider it on this one, consider it on this one. So autofill is there, but 100 px, so this is coming out, the content is coming out. So how to fix that? So for fixing that, what we need to do is, see, this 100 pixel is there, and we are seeing that 100 pixel is a bit small only. 150 pixel maybe it will fix. So min max, where I am writing, don't know where I am writing. So min max, let us again read 150 pixel, comma 1 fr. So what does that mean? Means every column will be at least 150 pixel. Autofill is there, that is a different thing, but every column will be at least 150 pixel or 1 fr. If it is not 150 pixel, then it should be 1 fr, whatever the free space is available. So this will come into handy into responsive. So I saved it, then I refresh it. See, it fixed itself because 1 fr is also there, so it fixed itself. So this is how min max is used. So we can also check in the tab view. So it is automatically adjusting itself, and even in the this view it is it adjusted itself. So adjusted itself by the sense means everything, it will be 1 FR, minimum 150 pixel or 1 FR. So it had extended till here, and this didn't extend it because there is no min max there, because if you come here it is more than 150 pixel. This is more than 150 pixel. So this is how it is fixed with min max. So but in the desktop view, as you might be seeing, this is the desktop view, this is not extending completely. So for that we'll not use autofill, we'll use auto fit. And I refresh it and see it is extending now. So auto fit with this is a completely responsive layout. If you want to have a completely responsive layout, this is the thing which should be there. So this is how we can create fully responsive sites, fully responsive items with just this line of code: grid template column, auto fit, min max, and this. So this is one of the most powerful lines of CSS Grid. So what now we will do, we will move to the next next Codepen, because the next Codepen is a bit different, because we're going to see a new thing. We are going to see a very advanced topic of grid known as template area. So this is one way to use grid, that is completely a radical new way to use grid, and it is totally different from this. So but very powerful way, and not many people uses it. So for this, our setup is, we don't need the body. Our setup is this: a div container is there, one item is there in which there is a sidebar. This is our main content which has got 2 paragraphs, then again a sidebar 2 is there, then again a footer is there, and this is our normal setup. Refresh it because I changed a bit. So this is like this. By default it will come like this because we didn't hit anything. So the next thing we will do for this is first dot container display grid gap is 20 pixel, grid template columns is, let it be first one is 1 FR. We are doing a 3 column layout actually, 10 FR, the popular 3 column layout, in which on 2 sides the sidebar will be there, in the middle the content will be there, and the footer will be there. So grid template column, we are doing this. We want 3 rows, so we are going to have that grid template rows also, which will be 150 pixel, 150 pixel, 150 pixel. Let me save it. Let us see. So it is like this. Let me do one thing. Let me open my console also. So it is right now, it is like this. Nothing great is happening, means we are just dividing it like this because three columns and free rows, but it doesn't have that many items, so it is coming here only. So now grid, this grid template areas we will use. So for that, this new property known as grid template areas, general we give it in the next line. So sidebar 1, so we can write anything, like we are writing sidebar 1 content, sidebar 2, let me copy it 2 times, content sidebar 2, footer, footer, footer. So what does that mean? That each it will, first row will have 3 part. First one will be sidebar, second one will be content, third one will be sidebar. Again it is sidebar 1, then content, sidebar. So it means that the sidebar 1 will go till 2 column, and this also like this, content also like this, and the last row will contain footer. So let me save it, let me then refresh it. So now also you will see there is no effect, only the effect is that I am seeing this. Let me do one thing, let me do it separate window. It's too big. Okay, whatever. So see, sidebar 1 content, sidebar 2, sidebar 1 content, sidebar 2, footer, footer, footer. So it is also marking them. This is not what it is really, it is not, it will be there, but it is marking them. So we are getting a very visual way. So now what we need to do, this sidebar, I am sidebar 1, this should expand till here, and sidebar 2, this should expand till here. This footer thing, I am footer, this should expand in these 3 areas, and this content, it should expand in these 2. And to do that, it is very easy. What we need to do, after the grid template areas, we will write footer. What we are doing now, we are targeting this footer, and then I will write grid area. Where does this footer should go? It should go to footer. It should go to this footer. This footer is this class, and this footer is this. Similarly, dot item 1, we are targeting this item 1, which as we know is our sidebar 1 grid area, sidebar 1 let me copy it 2 times. So after that, this item 2 is there, which is actually our content. So grid area will be content, and then item 3, this will be sidebar 2. Let me save it. So this is the whole thing, and let me refresh it. So see, our whole layout is done. The sidebar came here, the second sidebar came here, the content came here, and the footer came here. So this is how powerful this is. Let me dock it to the bottom. So okay, so this is the power of template areas. So by this way, this is another way of creating thing. Not many people use this thing, but this is a very good way. And there is another thing with this. Now we can use media queries, and see, in the media query we only have to change this grid template area. So let me do some media query. Add media, max width is 700 px. So we are giving it for the tablet view. So dot container, again we will target, and everything else will remain the same, only this thing will change, grid template area, because this thing will be the same. And we can do whatever we want. So in the maybe in the tablet view, we want the content sidebar 1, sidebar 2. Let me save it and refresh it. I am reducing it and see, here it is happening. Here it is moving like this. So I know this is moving down, it's okay, but this is how we can move it. So that we have to do it. The sidebar we are moving it down, and the thing. So this is how easily we can do it with the grid template areas. The next thing which we are going to see is of the grid is we will attempt to do the legendary masonry layout. As many of you who are old, you might know that masonry layout is very difficult to attend with the old CSS float or anything. So we can do it easily with CSS grid, the masonry layout. Masonry layout means you will soon see what is a masonry layout if you don't know. So for this we are going to use this one, this Codepen. Here we are having a lot of items, actually till 70 items are there. And after that, let me now add the container, display grid, grid gap is 20 pixel, save it, refresh it. So it will be 20 pixel till 70. After that, grid template column, repeat 10 columns we need, and each one will be 1 FR, means whatever the space it is taking. So like this we will get those 70. Each will take how much space is there. So Now we will add some irregularities to make them of different sizes. So instead of targeting each one of them, we will use the init child property. So let me use the init child property dot item init child 6n background, let it be blue, means every 6 number of child, and grid column span 6. These things we have seen in the previous part, so it will span 6. So let me save it and let me show you. See, every 6, 12, 18, 24, 30, it is going there and spanning it till 6 column it is spanning. So let me do one thing, let me copy it 2 times, and instead of 6 this one will be 8, and let us add some good color which is known as tomato. So these things are there in CSS 3, the news color. So this span 2, then is there a color called light green? I think there it is. There we have a span 2 again. Save it. Not 6n. I want 6n is already there. I want 9n. So now let me refresh it. Yeah. So blue, then this tomato kind of color, and then this light green color. So we have added irregularities. So we let us add some other kind of irregularities to this child line, not column. Let me add it to a row. So that it expand like this one 9, 18, 36. So this is the irregularities which we have added. So now with just one property we will try to optimize everything, just one property, and that property is known as grid auto flow, and the value will be tens. Let me save it and refresh it, and with just that property we have got the legendary mason property. So what does that dense do? It try to fit in the wherever the space is, they try to fit in that thing 8, 9, after that it put the 10. So we got a masonry, a very good masonry with only one line of code actually, and that is only this grid auto flow dense. So this start with the centering. So as we have seen in the flex part also, we have justify item, align content, but in grid we have a lot more than Flexbox, like justify item, align item, justify content, align content, justify self, and align self. And in grid, as you might have known, there is no direction, flex direction as in Flexbox. So justify item is always for row, and align means justify is always for row, and align is always for column, top to down. So let's get started. The first thing which we will, so this is my basic layout where I have around 40 items, and each one have ITM class, and then item 1 to ITM 1 to 40, and this is my basic setup, which you all know, which we are using throughout the course. And so here we will write our main CSS for TAI container. Target the container as always. We don't need the body. I'll target the container, and then as always display grid. Let have a grid gap of 20 pixel. Grid template columns of repeat. 10 columns will be there, and each one will be 1 alpha. So let have the each item have a background of white. Let me save it and let me show you how it looks. So it looks like this. Let me also start my Firefox Developer Edition console, and let me start this also. So we can see where each of them are. The lines are also there. So now we will use the first one, which is justify items start. Let me save it. Let me refresh it. So as again it will go. So as you might see, start means this is the whole container. This, so it will come to the start. 2 will also come to the start. Everything will come to the start. So start justify item start means this is the container. It will come to the start of that. So this means that much. So start after that, as usual you will see end. Again it is gone. Let me start it. See, it moved to the end. Similarly, center, save it, refresh it, and if we see it, see it moved to the center. Now you might have guessed what is this stretch. Stretch. Save it, refresh it. See, it is stretched throughout, and you might have noticed if you don't give a stretch, it also stretches throughout. This is because that is by default. Everything is, see, let me remove it as it was earlier. Save it, refresh it. So by default it is stretched only. Next we will see align items, and for align items the basic thing extra which we will have, will have this thing, grid template row. It will repeat 5 rows will be there, each of 100 pixel. So we want to give it a height because align items is for height, and justify items we are taking it to the end. So let us start align items as usual. Start, save it, refresh it, and let me show. See, this is align items start, because align items is along this. So justify item is pushing it to the end, but align items is to the this start, because align items is from top to down. So start will start here, then end, save it, refresh it, and it moved to the end of the container. as usual center, save it, refresh it. Now as usual center is moved here, then stretch, save it, refresh it. So stretch is like this. So this is what align item is all about. So now we will look into the two other property, which is justify content and align content. So both of these properties are used when our total size of the grid is less than grid content. It is better to understand it with example. So to understand this, we need to have one more property, because we need to know the grid, what is the total size of the grid container. 10px solid black, we are having a border, and repeat, yeah, this will be like this. Actually we want both of this. Let us have both of this. So if you have both of this, and if you refresh it, as you might have suspected, this will contain the whole thing. Let us have some less also. So it will be, let me have till here, save it, refresh it. It is not 1FR, let it be 100px. So the basic setup was also wrong, so it is 500px, 100px. Let it be like this. Then let's start from the start again. Yeah, so this, because justify content is from left to right, if I give a start, it will come here, start, in the start, as you will see the end. Save it, refresh it. Yeah, it will come to this end, as you might have got center, center will bring it to the center, and there are, as usual, is stretch, stretch, refresh it. It is suddenly slow. So actually there are three more properties are there. One is space around, one is space between, and one is space evenly. So did it refreshed? Oh, some error in Codepen. Okay, so stretch is by default like this only. So then after that, space around, as I was telling, space around. Let me save it, refresh it. So you will see space around means everything will be spaced, but the first and the last one will have just a little space between them, but everything will be spaced equally. And then the next one is between, and see, between means everything, the space is equal, and there is no space here. This is between. And the last one is evenly. Save it, refresh it, and see, even this space and this space is equal. So this is what is meant by evenly. So the next thing which we will see is align content. So for align content, let me have some more changes between we'll have a height of 500 pixel. We'll have grid template column, but we won't have any grid template row because we are giving the height, and this one will be stressed, this one will be stressed. We save it and let me refresh it. So by default it will be like this. So now let's start with align content. And then start, save it, refresh it. Yeah, let me again inspect element container. Yeah, this is how the align content start will bring everything to the start. Similarly, and let me refresh it, and now everything will move to the end. Then after that, as usual, center, refresh, and everything will move to the center. Stretch, save it, refresh it. So everything will be stretched, and it will stretch to the complete container. And now, as usual, the three other space between, let me save it, space between, refresh it. As usual, the space between is like this, space around, save it, refresh it. So this is the space around, and the last one is space evenly. Save it, refresh it. So this is like this, evenly the space is there, this space and this space is equal. So after this we will check the justify self property. So justify self, as with Flexbox also, that self property is always for individual item. So again we need to do a bit of change here. Stress space between, let it also be space between item background 8 and item 8th one. Let's target the 8th one. Background, let the background be yellow, and justify self start. And now if I refresh it, let me start my and see, this is the 8th one and it have come to the start, and refresh. I think I did something wrong, because it should not be like this. It is coming like this. I don't know why it is going like this. Okay, let's move forward this way. In the next one is center. Save it, refresh it. As you might have noticed, center means this is come to the center, and the last one is stretch. Let me save it. Refresh it. Hopefully this time, yeah, stretch as always it will be complete. So now the last thing we will see, it is align self. Align self, as usual, it will be from top to down, because align is from top to down. So for that, let us again modify this a bit. So grid template column, this one all is good, but we need to have grid template rows. Let me have one FR 300 pixel, one FR. So the third row is of 300 pixel. Let me save it. Let me refresh it. See, the third row is of 300 pixels, so this is a bit more. So we will target something here only, which is this item 14. So let us target that. Item 14. Background tomato. Align self, let it be start. Save it, refresh it, and this is start. As you might have things, align self, it will start from here. Then as usual, and refresh it, and it will come to the end. As you might have already guessed, center. Did I save it? Yeah, I saved it. Refresh. It will come here, and as usual, stretch. Save it. Refresh it. It will come here. So this complete our alignment things. So the next thing which we will do is quickly we will do a layout, image layout with CSS Grid. So for that I have a different Codepen. So this is my Codepen, where I have a main album class which is wrapping everything, and then after that, to make it a big now, after that I have different div albums are there. All these albums are there, in which what I have a image from Unsplash, random image 300 by 300. Then another album title div is there, in which I have title, artist, description. So this is what I have, and this is my basic setup. So after that, this is what is coming. So because I have not given anything else, this is what is coming. So let's get started, and first we'll target this, and you'll see how easy we are going to build this. We're building an image gallery. So albums, display grid, template, columns, repeat. We are using the repeat thing with auto fit, which we have already learned in part 2, auto fit. So this is one of the way to make everything responsive. Min max 300 pixel or 1 FR, so each one will be 300 pixel or 1 FR, and auto fit. So auto fit, it will try to fit it for 300 pixel or 1 FR, and grid cap of 5 pixel. Let me save it, and let me refresh it, and 90% of our work is already done because everything is there, and see, it is fully responsive. Minimum it is less than 300 pixel, 1 FR full row, and it is our fully responsive thing with just that much line. We have got it. So now, but this all are not looking good. So the next things is that we will target this now. The album we will target, because we want to give a little bit of background to that. Background, we'll give a little bit of background. RGBA 255 255.2. Let's give a bit of box shadow also. 005 px, RGBA 0 0 0 0.1, and padding is 20 px. Let me save it, refresh it. Did it saved? Yeah, it got saved. And it is again slow. Yeah, but I got it. Then what we're going to do, again, this album, see, this album have some items. One item is this image, and the second items are always, grid items are always the immediate children. So this is the first item and this is the second item. So what we can do, we can make this also grid, because see, it is overlapping, it is going outside. So we need to make that also grid. So let us do it. Display grid template columns, (150 px) and 1 FR. and grid cap of 10 px. Let me save it and let me refresh it. So it is not fixed because we have to make this album artwork class. So dot album artwork, we will make the width as 100%. So 100% of this 150px. So now you will see what will happen. So 100% of 100% of 150px, so it will be this 100%, and then this one will be 1fr, so the rest of the space it will take. So let us move forward. I am not liking one thing here because it is breaking the thing. So let me do one thing. Let me remove this because see, it is breaking. It is sometimes you have to do these things. So let me save it and refresh it. See, now everything is fine. So these things we have to keep in mind in web development. See, all the descriptions should be equal or it generally breaks thing. So now the last thing we want to do is a bit of vertical alignment of the album class. So let us do that. As we have learned, it can be done by the align items, and we want to move it to the center because we're doing from top to down. Let me save it, let me refresh it, and see, this one was short, so it has moved here. Center will be formed and this will be moved there. So, and now our image gallery is completed, or center, or maybe we can move it to, because I'm not liking it, start. Let me refresh it. Even if it is short, it should be to the start, so it is much better. So it is fully responsive, or image layout, so it is complete. So you can see how Grid is powerful. With just this much line of code, we were able to create a photo gallery, fully responsive photo gallery, image gallery in no time. So blur landing page website, small blur landing page website with CSS Grid. So let's get started, and as usual I am in my terminal, and here let me do a create a folder, blur landing, cd into it, create two file, index.html and style.css. Before opening, let me see where my blur landing is. Yeah, here it is. Actually I have two images already created, one is my logo and one is my showcase. Let me move them in, let me close it, let me come back, and let me open it with VS Code. Let me increase the size a bit. Now we will start with the project. So see, I have this logo and this image also here. Let me start my index.html, and as usual with the help of Amit I will press this not and then the tab key, it will give me my initial document. And we write the title as blur landing, and let me also link my style sheet or I will forget it. Link style sheet href, let it be style.css. I will also include the font awesome because we are soon going to use a lot of font awesome icons. So let me do another href. I already have this because nowadays it is very difficult to find the correct font awesome link. So you can take this from my GitHub repository. Version 5.3.1 CSS all.css. okay, so this one you have to take. After this, let me create the header dot showcase. As you might know, I am again using one Emmet feature, header dot showcase. It will create header with the class of showcase. I have just pressed the tab, then div dot content, and then I will press the tab key, and it will create a div with the class of content. Then I will have this image, my image src, which is the logo. This image I am using, this logo image dot png, alt, let it be logo, and let me have a class also because soon we are going to use it. Class equal to logo. Then after that, div dot title means div with a class title. Welcome to the web dev. Yeah, this is my site, so you can check it later on. So after this div, we'll have another div for the subtext. So div dot text, and as you might know, we have a very good feature for lorem in Emmet. Again, lorem, I think I should give only 10, and then I will press on tab, and it will create a lorem with 10 words. So let me save it. As you might know, I am using a plugin for your VS Code known as Live Server. So what it does, it give me this nice go live button at the right hand side of my VS Code. So when I click on it, it will start the server at 127.0.0.550, then index.html. So let me open it in Firefox. So I'd open it in Firefox, and this is the initial thing which it will show because we have just have the showcase and the logo. We are given the code for that. Then after that, let's first complete our HTML, then we will move to the CSS. Then after the header, we will have a section of services. Here, div container. I think I can give it like this because I want 3 classes. Grid 3 dot center. Yeah, I'm right, because I also don't remember everything by heart. But if you want more classes, you have to give after dot another dot. Then I will have a div. Here I'll have this icon and class equal to fav. So we are using font awesome, fav, fa, YouTube, fa 3x means 3x size. Then we will have a h3 after this, YouTube, p, lorem 10, and let me save it and let me see whether I have given this correctly or was there some spelling mistake. So there was no spelling mistake, so it is coming right. So I will have two more like this. So let me copy this, let me paste it. The second one will be chalkboard teacher, and it will be called courses. Lorem, let the lorem be the same, let the last one be brief case, the lorem will be same. Let me save it and let me see if everything is right. Oh, I have not given it right, so it is not fav, it is fas. This is also fas. Let me save it. Yeah, now everything is right. So our section for services is over. Now the next section will be for about. So let me create it. After this section dot about dot bg light, then div dot container, div dot, see this grid 2, grid 3, we are soon going to style them, these classes. Grid 2 means 2 column layout, grid 3 means 3 column layout, so we're soon going to use them. So grid 2, then div dot center, and this one will have a class of fa laptop code fa 10x. It will be a bigger icon. So after this div I will have my s3, about us, then a paragraph, lorem 40. This one should also be in a div actually. Because we are going to use the concept of grid items, so see, so it will not work correctly if you not use this div also. So because it will hold this h3 and this p. Let me do the alignment properly. Okay, so I have done it. Let me save it. Yeah, we have like this about us. Okay, and then after that our section is over. Then let me create the footer also. Footer dot center dot bg talk, and then a paragraph inside it which will be the web tab, and copy symbol will have 2020 is when I'm creating this, and let me save it. Yeah, it is right. So now let us create the styles. So let me move to the style. Let me check again where I have linked it. Yeah, I have linked it. Style.css. First we'll have a body, background will be RGBA 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0.9. Let me save it. Let me see whether it is working. Okay, let's why it is not coming. 1 2 3. Oh, I have given one more, that's why it is not coming. It is only 3. The last one is for opacity. So now it is perfect. Then I will have margin of 0. So we have a black color with some opacity. For the background color will be hash FA F9 A9. It is a sort of yellowish color. Font family, let us take the Segu UI. Then TA. Okay, the first one it is coming, so let me take this one. Yeah, so it came. So let me use this only. Oh, this is gone. Okay, let me save it now. So the font family is changed. Now what we are going to use, as you might have seen, we have a background image, but we have not used it anywhere. So we want it after this showcase, that background image to be there. So we can directly place it here after the header. But there is another cool way in CSS to do it, and that is with the pseudo element known as after. So what we are going to do, we are going to first target this showcase. Then after that, after content, so we have to give some content to it, so that's why we give empty string. Height will be 100 vertical height. So vertical height is the unit by which it takes the whole of the screen. So different screens, it doesn't matter, it will take the whole of the screen. Then width will be 100%. And now the main thing, background image, it will have the URL and our showcase.jpg. Background size, cover. So these are some important things which we need to do, or it will repeat itself and many things. So these three are the most important thing, means which I am going to use: a background size, then background repeat, and background position. Background repeat, no repeat. Background position, center. Then display will be block. and let me save it till here. See, our image have come after our showcase. After our showcase in this lorem, that it had came. So after that, we are, as this is a blur landing series, so let us do the blur, which is done by the filter 10px. Let us have a transition also. So what this will do, we are going to change the blur. So transition, it will smoothly transit instead of at a moment it transiting. So 1000 millisecond. Let me save it. See, the blur have happened already. But now what I will do, now we will have the hover effect and the blur should go on the hover. So showcase, not after, then after that hover, after filter blur 0 pixel. So I moved it, so it got changed. Again I move it, it got changed. So this is how the hover will happen. So after that, what we need to do, we will have an hover on the content also. Content means this content, so which covers our logo, and our text. So this is from here to here, so logo and text it will. So see what we will do, we will add dot showcase hover, not like this hover, but on dot content, and what it will do, filter blur 2 pixel. Let me save it. Okay, see, when you're taking it, the blur is happening there. Now one task is remaining. We have to move this here inside, so it exactly at the center. So we will do that next. So to move it exactly at the center, we will use a old trick because we have already done it. So it is not exactly with CSS Grid, but yeah, it will contain CSS Grid also. So but the major part of it will be the old way, position absolute, top left, all those things. So position absolute, z index is of 1, top is of 20%, left is of 50%. Let me save it, save this much, and see it is moving. So let's center it properly. Margin top 105 pixel, margin left minus 145 pixel, width of 300 pixel. Let me save this much, and it had moved here. So it is exactly at the correct position. We just have to do the text align of center. Let me do that. Still you are seeing it is not in the correct position, and here we will use the grid. Display grid, as we know, to align item exactly center, it is align item center. Justify content of center, save it, and it is still not moving. Oh, it is still not moving. So what does that mean? That means that we have made some mistake. Let me see, 20%. Yeah, I know what mistake we have made. This will be a negative minus 145. Let me save it now. So now it is exactly at the center. So this is done. See, now one thing, by default it will be like that. My mouse is outside it. When I move it, the image will be okay, and this will become transparent. Initially the image is transparent, image is a bit blurred, and this one become blurred when I move the mouse over it. Okay, so this is done. Now what we need to do, the title, I'm finding it a bit small, so dot content dot title, font size of 2.2 rem, yeah, it is okay. Now I should increase the text also. So the text is this lorem ipsum. For that, line height, yeah, line height is only okay, so let me increase that. So the line height got increased. So this is done. So now we will see how to fix this. So that, and for that we are going to mainly use the grid system. So here also we use grid system, but the main thing is here is this only. Oh, I forgot to add one more thing here, which is like this, because it was too fast. Let me save it now. So it will do it smoothly. So now, as I have told, we will change the layout. So as one thing you might have seen, see, this services have a container class, and this one also have a container class. So this was there for a purpose. So let me copy it and container, because we want to give a max width of 960 pixel, margin of auto, so the max width, as you might have seen, the max width is given, margin of auto is given, and then I don't want the overflow, it will be hidden. Let's have some padding, 4 rem and 1 rem. So some padding is there, so everything had become a bit more thick. So now let's have our 3-column layout first. So the 3-column layout is been used in our services. So, and just we have to do display grid, some grid cap, (20 pixel). See this one closely. Now it is like this. Now grid template columns, repeat I am taking 3 times, and it will be 1 fr, so it will equally divide it. Now you will see 1 fr and it is done. So simple, it is done. Our designing is done. After that, grid -2, our 2 column layout. Again, let me copy this because everything will be same except of 3, because it is having only two. As I thought, the mistake is here. So this div grid, it is having grid 2, it is having 2 grid items. One is this center, this code, and another one is this part. So the ending of it was wrong. It should not end here, this div. It should actually end after this. Let me save it now and see, it is now exactly correct. Now what we are going to do, there is this center, and this center. So this center also we are going to write style for it, dot center, text align center, margin. So margin auto is a very good way to bring everything at the everything fixed, means auto means what it brings everything to the center and it fixes it. So see, the center is done, so everything is now exactly perfectly fine. Only the thing is that we now need to do the footer, and also this color scheme. As you might have seen, this is black, all is black, so this is not a good color scheme. We should have alternative color schemes. So as you might have seen, we have 2 more classes. One is this bg light and one is bg dark. So we are going to use those now. Yeah, so let me do bg light. Background is a bit of whitish background, F4, and the color of the text will be blackish, but not exactly blackish, this. So bg light, so this, see, the light one is done, and this one is the bg dark. Or what is the bg dark? Yeah, bg dark is only this footer. Yeah, I am right, this footer only is bg dark dot bg dark. The background will be, it is the opposite, #33, yeah, and the color will be #F4, just the opposite of it. Let me save it and see, it is done. But we have an issue. See, this is not going completely there, it is taking this. So for that we need to give some classes to the footer. Padding, let it be 1.2 rem. Let me save it, and it is saved, but it have came down. It is not exactly in the middle because this is adding some margin to it. So what we have to do, we have to do the footer is inside a paragraph, that is adding a margin of 0. Let me save it and now it is done. See, now our whole site is done, and it is looking quite awesome with this simple site. But the thing is that we are now going to do the mobile layout, which is not good. This should not be like this in the mobile, and this should not be like this in a mobile. In mobile, generally what we have, this is how this will be after this, this will be after this, this will be on top of it, and this will be under it. So let's do the mobile now. As usual, for mobile we will use media query, media max width of 560 pixel, and first thing, we don't need it to be 100 VH, don't need it to extend the whole thing. So showcase, not hover, showcase after. Height is 50 vertical height. We save it. It was 100 vertical height for that screen, so it is 50 vertical height. So now it is here, but it came down. So what we need to do, we need to do target the content. So as you might remember, the content is this, which have this logo and this welcome to the web dev and this lorem ipsum. So this we have to target, and top I want it at 5%, margin top 5px. We save it, and now it is exactly at the correct place, and now hovering effect is also working fine. After that, there is a very nice thing like grid 3 and dot grid 2 grid template column, GTC is the short form, and then I will create tab, repeat came automatically. I don't need, see, I will make it 1FR. So what does it mean? It is not going to have only one column of 1FR. Just let me save it. See, and now the magic will happen. See, it is 1FR, so everything will come on after that. So only this, with this much our layout is fixed. And services, I want some padding in this services div, this div, because it is very close to each other. So let me have dot services and div padding 1.2 rem, 1 rem, save it. And now it is exactly very nice. So our mobile layout is also done, and we are going to build a mobile first website using CSS Grid. So let's get started. So let me first in my terminal, let me create a folder mobile first CSS Grid, then let me cd into it. So you can do this from your folder also, desktop also. I just prefer the terminal. Then touch files. Let me before moving, I am creating it in my downloads folder. There is an asset folder is there in which all the images are there. So let me do one thing, let me move it inside it, we close it, and let me now open it with Visual Studio Code, and then let me maximize it. let me increase the size, then I will press the not and then the tab, so it will create my basic HTML skeleton. So after that, let me give it a name. It is a MOBA spaced dev, because we are going to create a portfolio site for a space enthusiast. So after that, in the body, let me create a nav dot site nav dot grid, a nav bar with the class of site nav and grid. Then after that, h1, and this site's name will be spaced dev. Then after that, a ul, so we are creating the menu. Then li, it will have a anchor tag of portfolio href equal to hash portfolio. So we are going to have a id with the portfolio, so if you click on this portfolio, it will go there. So let me do two more times, and the second one will be skills. This will be contact, so some basic structure is created. Now let me start my development environment. As you might know, I use a plugin from VS Studio known as live server. Let me show you once also this live server. Yeah, this one I use so that I can get a live server, or else what I need to do is index.html is there, so I have to open it in a web browser, and then every time I do some change, I have to refresh it. So by that, what happens, I don't have to refresh it every time I do some changes. So live server will be in the right hand corner, right bottom, so there will be a go live button, so I'm clicking on that, and it is started in my Safari. So I don't want it in the Safari, so let me go to my Firefox developer edition, and I am opening it. So as usual, menu is there without any styling, so we are even not going to do the styling soon, because we are going to write the HTML first. So let me close this. Yeah, one more thing, let me have the link. Style.css, so that I don't forget to add it. So after that, in bisa, not here, after the nav, we will have our first section see hash welcome dot grid. Hopefully this will work. Yeah, it worked. So it created hash, so it created a ID of welcome and class of grid. So I press the tab after that. So inside this, one div dot welcome text, and the div is formed as to space fanatic, then a break row will be there, and JS developer. So this is going to be our headline. then there will be a paragraph with leading, and let me have lorem 10 in it. 10 is too much. Let me have till here. Okay, and then after that I'll have a button. So let us make it with this anchor tag. So this is also a common way to make a button, because we'll create it with an anchor tag and then in the CSS we will style it. So anchor tag href is hash. Oh, let me do one thing. The spelling is wrong. Although it doesn't matter, but portfolio. Then we have to make the spelling wrong everywhere. Then class equal to button view my work. So this div is done well for welcome, and then another div will be there, welcome img assets banner image.png planet. So let me first save this much, and as you might have seen, this is also coming now. Now our next section will be for this portfolio. So let me create it. Section hash portfolio h3 project details, then div dot projects dot grid, then inside an anchor tag hash, because it is not going anywhere, image tag src assets project1.png alt, let it be space h4 space shipped. Let it be one of the project which we have created, fictionless project. So after this, let us have two more project. This will be 2, this will be 3, let this be galaxy, let this be astro. Anything will work. Galaxy site API. Let it be Captain Astro blog. Let me save it. And this is how it will look. So after that, our next section will be skills. Like the portfolio, we have skills also. So let us create that section now. Let me take it a bit top. Section hash skills. h3 will be things I can do ul dot grid. This all grid class we are soon going to style in style.css. Then after that one li. Oh, it have not gone down, my bad, should have gone down. And inside this li will be an image, assets, comet, svg, comet. So like this li will have 3, 4. Let me have this 2, let me have this 3, let me have this 4, comet, comet 2, comet 3, comet 4. Let me, yeah, we need to have the image name also. See, this is an image, and but we need to have things I can do. It is some skill is there, so let me have a skills. First one will be the skill which I have, that is React.js. Then my second skill is Node.js. Let my third skill be, so these are my real skills, GraphQL. And my fourth skill is Gatsby.js. And friends, I am soon going to have a Gatsby.js book release. I will soon provide the details about it. So let me save it. Okay, so I have saved it, and after this ul there will be a paragraph dot leading also, and let me have lorem 15 in it. Yeah, it is looking good. Let me save it, let me see it. Yeah, it is perfect. Then after that we are going to have the last part of our HTML, in which section hash contact h3 get in touch p dot leading fill the form to get in touch with us. Let it be there. Then after this form, after this paragraph, there will be a form. We don't need the action right now, as it is only a HTML CSS class. And then one input, type text, placeholder, let it be name, input, placeholder, let it be email, text area, again I don't want it that big, in fact I don't want it tiny big. Let placeholder be there, and it will have your message. After that I will have a button, send message, class equal to button. So this section is complete. After this section we'll have a footer div dot grid p dot copy right, should be copyright, and copy right and copy 2020 spaced def. Then after this p we'll have a ul dot social. Then after that li and a tag. Actually a tag will have nothing, because all this we are using to have a logo which is clickable, and inside this image will be there src equal to ssets assets. Assets icon Facebook alt equal to Facebook. So everything is right, I think. Yeah, let me copy it once more, and this one will be Twitter let me save it. Let us see it. Yeah, everything is all right here. Then after that let us style it. As I have told you, this is a mobile first site, so we will first create the mobile layout, and this is very useful when we in today's world mobile site is the site which is very useful, because most people are going to log in through their mobiles only. So first we're going to make this mobile site, then we will increase the size. So we will not write most of the media query for this mobile site. Everything will start from here. So let me do that, and let us have a variable first. As always, we need to have we should have our main variable here. We are using CSS variables, by the way, so that we can access this dash primary, and it will be hash ffc 600 secondary equal to hash 2528bb. Yeah, a blue type of color. Then after that we'll have a reset, which is body p a ul and li. Margin will be 0, padding will be 0, text decoration will be none, and by default li have a lot of elements, means li not a lot of elements, li have that dot, so let us remove that. List style type is none. Then our base style will start body, background, var. This is the way to use our variable secondary. Overflow x is hidden. Let me save it and see. A lot of thing has been done. The background is now bluish type of color, so a lot of thing has been done. So after that we will first create the there is a button here, so we will first create the style for that button, and we have some input box and text area also we'll create for those two things before moving forward. So let me do it. So I'm here, and if you can see this is my one button, this is my second button. I'm only seeing the class of button, so there are only two of them. So let us style that. Dot button, background will be none, border will be 2px solid var dash dash primary, color will be var primary, padding will be 6px 12px. Let me show you how it looks. This is how it is looking. Okay, let me do one thing. Let me bring this here only, and yeah, I think it is better now, so we can see it side by side and I don't have to move anywhere. So after that, button hover, color will be #222, background var, and this is also one of the main reason for creating more primary mobile first site, because most of the creator you might have seen on YouTube do like this only. First create the mobile site using this layout and then create the site. So it is much better to have both of them on the same screen, and that is only possible with mobile layout. So let me save this. Oh, what happened? Yeah, it is working fine, but I didn't actually completed it. So let me do that. Border radius is 20px. Let it be more round. Text transform, let it be uppercase. Let us have a box shadow also, because without that nothing looks perfect. 1px, 2px, 3px, RGBA 0, 0, 0, 0.6, and display inline block. Let me save it and see. Now it look like this, and it is fine. Now what we are going to do, we are going to style this. See, this button is also styled, but these are looking pretty ugly. So input comma text area, background will be RGBA 255 comma 255 comma 255 comma 0.05. padding will be 10 px 16 px. We save it, and it is looking like this. Nicer border, it have some border radius, again 20 px. Let them be round. Border will be 2 px solid hash 9893D8. color is a bit of white, F2, this one. Let me save it and see. Now it's looking nice. So after that, it is looking too blue. So what I want to do means one should be blue and the next one should be white. So let us move forward, but before moving forward, this font is quite ugly. So let me have a font. So I am using that Rubik font, and as you might know, you can get it from the Google font page. Import URL https fonts.googleapis.com css2 family equal to Rubik and display equal to swap. So this is how it will be, and then to use it throughout our project, we will give it in the body. Font family will be, main will be Rubik, comma sans serif. So let me save it. See, our font have got changed, so it is now pretty nice. So after that, we will change the alternate element to have a white, like this. Every section like this, welcome section is there. All this we are going to style now. So for that, welcome skills footer background hash F2 color will be hash 0AA065C. Let me save it, and now you'll see this one is now white, then this one is white, and the last one is white. So This is how it will look. So now let's add some more styles. Portfolio, contact, the color I need to change as DDDBFF. So this is for this blue one, nav, portfolio and contact. Then after that, H1, H2, H3, H4, font weight is normal, line height is 1.4 rem. Let me save it. Hash. So we will target the p tag of each one of them, p tag and light tag. So each one of them will be each different section. Skills p tag, comma, skills li, comma, footer p, skills. And then after, well, let me see one thing. What is the name? Is skills? Yeah, it is skills only. So the color will be as 0D086D. Let me save it. And this all got changed. Similarly, hash contact paragraph, comma, hash portfolio anchor tag, comma, nav of li. So nav of li is in the starting, nav of a. Color will be hash 9893D8. Line height is 1.4 rem. Font size is 1 rem. Let me save it and see, this color got changed. This color got changed. And after that, H1, comma, H3, font size will be 1.2 rem. H2, font size will be 1.6 rem. H4 will be, font size will be 1.1 rem, and leading will be, font size will be 1.1 rem. Let me save it, and this is what we have. So half of our work is done. Start using grid. So if I see my index.html, so here you can see I have in a lot of places I have this grid class. this everywhere from nav. Let me do a nav. I have the next section, I have the next section, the projects I have, the next section in the UL I have, in the next in footer also I have. So what we are going to do, we are going to have a common grid class. So as someone many of you might know who are coming from Bootstrap background, in Bootstrap we divide the whole website into 12 grid column. So here also we are going to use something similar to that. So but in grid you can divide it in any way. So, and if you want to learn about grid more, you can check out my earlier complete series on grid in this channel only. So let me move forward and let me first target this grid, and as you know I will do display grid, then grid template column. As you know, there is a shortcut for everything in Visual Studio Code due to Amit. I will do a GTC and then I will press tab. Grid template column, it automatically comes with repeat, and we need repeat this time. So repeat 8 times. I need 8 columns and each one will be 1 FR. So 1 free space. So this is the unit we generally prefer on a grid. So let me save it and see, something got changed because everything got divided into a 1 FR. So let's then move forward and we will start targeting each one of the section. So the first thing to target is our nav. So on nav you can see the grid is here. So wherever grid is, the immediate children become a grid item. So h1 is one grid item and ul is the another grid item. So as you know, we are doing the mobile layout first. So let me first target this site nav. Let give some margin. We are targeting this site nav first. Margin of 0 and 20 px. Yeah, so top down 0 and right and left 20 px. After that, site nav again and ul. So in mobile still not we are not going to have this portfolio skills and contact. In bigger screens which are going to have it, because it's a small mobile site, so we don't need any navigation for this. So to hide something, what we do display none. So I'm doing the display run and it is gone. But it is spaced dev, it is not looking good in the mobile site. I want it in one line. So to do that, site nav h1. So as you know, h1 is the grid item because we have grid here. So as in my previous series in grid, the grid items have a property known as grid column. So this grid column, if I give from 1 to 4, see what it will do. It will extend for 1 to 4 column. Okay, let me do one thing. Let me go inspect item, and yeah, I have it floating. So now every grid thing has been shown here. So I just want to see here. Let me change this also to a bit of more blackish type of thing. Okay, so as you might have seen, grid gives a number 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. So it is according to that number. So we have given 8 column grid, but it will be till 9 because it starts from here. So I have done it till 1 to 4. So 1 2 3 4 till here it will go. So I could have given it till 3 also, but it's okay if I have given it till 4. So this is how it will work. So let me now cancel it because I don't want it right now. I'll show it with each one of them. Okay, so let me close it. So next, what we need to do next, we will target the next section, which is this welcome section. So we will target this section. Again, you can see the grid is here, means this is one grid item, this is the second grid item. The first one is that welcome text and this space fanatics and JS developer and this lorem, and this view my works is also there, and our image is there. So this whole welcome text is one grid item, and this image is another grid item. So let us target that. So first hash welcome, this welcome is this complete section. Let's give it some breathing space by having a padding 0, 20px, 20px, 20px. So top is 0 and rest of them it is 20px. Let me save it. Yeah, we have some breathing space now. So dot welcome text. Now we are targeting the this first grid item. So grid column 1 to 6. We need to give this also. Welcome img grid column 6 to 9. Let me save it. See, now it is okay. So I will show you soon how it is coming. The image, I need it to be a bit smaller. So not welcome image and image. Inside the welcome image we are targeting this image tag, and width is 200%. Save it. Yeah, now you can't see it is touching this, so let's give some margin here. Margin top is 5px. Yeah, the margin is there, and this is also touching it. Let us give some margin here also. This button, so this button we have created through this anchor tag. So welcome image, welcome, we don't need a welcome image, it is text actually. Welcome text, anchor tag, margin 20px, means top down 20px, left right is 0. Save it. Yeah, it had gone down. So this, our whole section is now perfect. As I have told you, I will show you. So this welcome grid, this color is not good. Let me make it black. See, now as I have told you, this welcome text, it is from 1 to 6. So this is 1, 2, it is also numbering because I have choose this. So that's the benefit of using Firefox. This feature is not there in Chrome. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it is going till 6, this welcome text, which consists of this whole thing, and after that 7, 8, 9, 6 to 9. So you have to give it like this because it starts from 6, line number 6 to 9 we are giving welcome image. So it has gone till here. So this is how powerful grid is, and this is another way of using grid. There's grid columns, which is way too powerful. So let me close it again, and let us move forward to the next section. And the next section is a project details section, which is altogether ugly. And let me show the index.html for this our portfolio section. See, this portfolio section is there, it covers till here. Okay, it has got an S3, so this will be the grid item. This is the second grid item. No, I'm wrong. See, grid is here, so this is no grid item, so we're using grid here. So this is grid item, this is grid item, this is grid item. So each anchor tag is a grid item because we are using grid here. So let me move to styles.css and hash portfolio S3. I'm targeting margin bottom, let it be 0. I am first targeting this S3, which is nothing, which is not inside any grid or something. That's why I'm telling nothing. Text align, is it the short from TA? I don't know. Yeah, it is TA, but it is given like this. Center I will give, and so this project detail is been done. Then projects anchor tag, as I have told earlier, this projects, this is grid, so anchor tag is a grid item. So again we will do grid column 1 to 9. We save it, and as you can see, so this is expanding completely. This each one will take from 1 to 9, so each one will expand completely, and each have an image and a h4. So let's move forward, so let's have some space between each one of them. So for that, and this also, margin will be 20px0, so 20px0, yeah, it is gone, 20px0, so the space is there. Then after that we will target this img and h4. So for that, let me copy this img comma h4, margin 0, 20 pixel, then top down is 0 and 20 pixel is min width is 40%. Align self is center. So but one of the main thing we are doing this for is because we want this one to come here, and for this one to come here we can have a very good property. See this, so as you know, by default this is behaving as these are in two different line block level element. So what I am going to do, I am going to do a display flex, and by default if I do a display flex, what it does, it by default the flex direction is row, so means even if it is a div or something, a block level element, it will come one after the another. So just by one property you will see the magic. Display flex, see everything is fixed now with only this property. Let me again, as usual, I will show you again. What is this? Yeah, display projects grid, this one. So blue line doesn't goes well in blue line. Let me take it here. See, we are expanding it to completely, so nothing much to discuss here. Grid column 1 to 9, so it is expanding till the end 1 to 9, and then we're doing the magic with the display flex. So let the magic remain there. So the next thing we will do is this things I can do section. Okay, so for that, let me show the HTML first. Section ID thing, this is skills is there, and section is still here, and then we have a h3, and the grid is actually here in the UL unordered list. So each li, each li will become a grid item. So let us move ahead. So, and each li have this image and h4. So let us move ahead. So first let target this section skills. So hash skills, skills, should spell it right. Padding is, let's give some breathing space, 30px and 20px. Let me save it here. Then after that, what we'll do, we'll target this h3, which is contains this thing I can do. Skills h3, let's do a TA center, text line center, and it is to the center. Now let me target skills UL, margin UL, we are targeting this UL, margin will be 40px, it is already a grid. Margin 40px means drop down 40px. Save it. Yeah, it is like this. Now the main thing, the li we will target, in which we are going to use that grid column thing. Hash skills li, let have some padding here, 10px. I'm going to change the background also, we'll soon see why, because I'm going to have a different background. It is already coming, but I don't want 0.6, I want 0.2. Let me save it. So it will have this gray kind of background. See, we don't want it like this, we could have it like this also, one after the another like this, but what I'm thinking is to bring each one of them 2 in one row and 2 in the other row. So doing that, we could have done this grid column, and then we have to target the even odd type of thing, and we have to, and to column we have to do like just like this, just like yeah, like this. But there is another very good way. What we can do, see, we have a 8 column grid. So grid column I'm giving span 4, so each one of them, this span 4, so when the 4 will over, the next one will automatically go to the next row. So span 4, see, and it is solved. and our issue is solved. Then after that, text align center, save it, and it is done. Let have a bit more this, because the images are looking a bit big and out of order. This skills image, this image we're targeting. Height, let's have some height, 80 px. Yeah, now it is perfect. And margin 10 px auto. So auto is a very powerful property in margin, and it is used to center something. So 10 px is top down 10 px, and left and right is auto. So let me do it, and it is perfect now. The only thing which is left is I don't want it to be completely of gray, so there should be some gap between this, and a very easy way to accomplish this is by having a property of gap in the grid. So where is a grid? Yeah, here it is a grid. So there is a property of gap which was earlier known as grid gap, but if I do it now, it will show that it is not there anymore, because this is now known as gap, and I will give it a 10 px, and let me save it. And yeah, the 10 px is done. Not only in this, everything else, but in this we have a background, so this gap has been shown. So as I have told earlier, I will again show you. Let me take it here. This is projects grid or UL. I think this is this. Whatever. Let me see it. What it is. Yeah, this is UL. So this is this one. Yeah, so till 9 here, so till 4 we have given, so it is automatically taking it there. So it is self-explanatory what it is. Contact form and the footer is left before we move to the laptop and the desktop versions. So first let us do this contact form. So contact, let me show you once this contact. So this is the contact which have an ID, and as you can see there is no grid here, so nothing much to worry. We don't have to use any grid here. So contact, first we'll give some breathing space, padding 30 px, 20 px, save it. Yeah, now it is good. Now we will target the H3 and P. Hash contact H3 comma hash contact P. Here let's give some margin bottom of nothing. So no margin is there. Then text align center. Yeah, it is now aligned to center. Now we will target this form which contains two input boxes, one text area and one button. So let us target that. Hash contact form with this 80%. Okay, max with this 400 pixel. Margin is 20 pixel auto. 20 pixel auto means top down 20 pixel and auto right left. Let me save it. Yeah, see now the spaces are there. And text align center. Yeah, that is looking good, but something is breaking also, so let's fix those things. So inside contact there is this input and this text area, so let's target that contact. Input comma hash contact text area. Let the width be 100%. Yeah, see now everything is fixed. And the margin, let's give some margin between them. Margin 10 px, which means top down, and left right is 0, so the margin is there. Next, hash contact dot button. We're targeting the button. Do I need some margin here? No, I think it is perfect. I don't need any margin here, so it's perfect. So let's move forward, and the next thing which is remaining is a footer. So let me do that. Footer dot copyright. Let me show the footer now. See, this is the footer in which this copyright is there, so which is again a grid item because it is inside this grid. So first we'll target that copyright, and because it is a grid item we can give grid column property 1/4. Font size is 0.8 rem. Okay, so it is like this. And then footer social, let me show what it is. This is the second one, so it is also a grid item. See, this one is the first grid item and this one is the second grid item. This one is also the grid item, so we can use GC here 7 to 9. We save it. It had gone there. Now display flex, justify content flex, and see, now it has come at the right place. Now footer align means this each icon we are targeting now, each ally we are targeting now. Let's have some margin so they are not along each other. 6 px. See, some margin is there. I think I need to make it 1 rem. Yeah, now it is looking good. After that, footer image, because we have wrapped it in the image tag, width let it be 40 pixel. Actually, one more thing, I am not liking it, so I will change it. So friends, I have changed it and it is looking quite good now. As you can see with the blue color, actually it was whitish type of color, so it was not I was not able to see them. So let's move forward because our mobile site is done. But if I will make it large, let me make this large. See, it is quite ugly, so we have to fix it. So let me do one thing. I have opened it in the opened this in the Chrome. So we will first fix this the size of our tablet, which is 960px. So I have opened it in Chrome for a reason. See, in Chrome, when our this console is opened and we move it, it shows this nice pixels. How much pixel is this? So I have to target, I want to target above 960. So let me make it to 965. So, and let me start coding for the tablet view. So at media, screen, and min with this 960 pixel. Let the font size also increase a bit. By default it is 16 pixel. If you don't give it, the browser size is 16 pixel. Then what we are going to do, we are going to target the image because it is looking very big and not good. So we are going to target that dot welcome image width of 100%, and it will fix it because it is taking it container only. Then after that we will target our grid, main grid. See this grid, where it is here. Okay, it will be somewhere above dot grid grid. Yeah, it is here. So we have only this much properties in this grid display and 8 column layout it is doing. So we are again targeting it, and we will do a max, not min width, but max width of 1060 pixel, because that is still what the grid should go. Margin 0 auto, width of 100%, and box sizing, not border style, BZ, no it is not there, box sizing, border box. As you know, if you do this border box, the margin, padding, all these are not a part of the box model, or else it adds to it. So let me save it and see, it is looking quite good. And after that, dot leading is 20px0. So why because I have done it wrong. Again, I have done something wrong. Okay, it should end here. Margin is 20 px 0. So what is this leading? This leading is this. So we are giving some margin to it, and it is at another 2 places also. This one, and I think somewhere it is there. Okay, fill the form to get in touch. This one. So let us move forward now, and the next thing which we will do is the nav bar. See, where is the nav bar? It is here, and at this point I want to show my nav items which we have hidden in the mobile view. So the nav items, let us move here, and the nav items are in the UL. See this, we have given the property of display none for this UL in the mobile menu, which we started with the mobile menu, so means the mobile menu is the main menu. So now we need to show them. So first we will target this. Let me copy it. Site nav, site nav. Let have some padding to it. Top down 0 pixel, left right 20 pixels, so it will move it here, so it is looking nice. Then this h1, which is a grid item because the parent element is grid. So site nav h1, I need to expand it till 3. Actually it is not required that much, but it is good to have it. Now the main property which we will try, which is this unordered list. Unordered list. Display will be flex. Let me show you, and earlier it was display none, so it is showing it here, but I don't want it here. I want it at grid column 6 by 9. So by this you can see how powerful it is. 6 by 9 I am doing, and it is moving it here. Now I will move it to the exact center, but justify content, I will make it flex and not at the center because it needs to go further right, so it has gone further right. See, I think Chrome also have now this. See, Chrome also now have a bit of grid system, not as good as Flexbox. So see this nav, this is grid. I am taking my mouse over it, and now it is showing the grids. So as I have told earlier, it is not as good as Flexbox, as Firefox. So this is done. Content to, and now we need to bring it down, and the best way to bring it down is to do a align items center. Yeah, and it is in the middle. We just need some margin between each one of them. So for that Let us start with this align site nav align. We need a margin to the left, margin left 20 pixel. Yeah, and it is perfect now. So the next thing we are going to do is the welcome section. So it is still not completely good. So this text is there. This whole text we are going to, this div covers the whole text, so we are going to take this and we are going to fix it in a correct way. So it is not looking that good right now, so let me show what I will do. GC grid column 1 to 5. So it is expanding more. So it is expanding more, as you might have seen. So another thing, align cell. We cannot use align item cell because this is a grid item, not a grid. So align self is there. So align self, I will do a center and closely look what will happen. Let me save it. It moved to the center because it contains the complete thing, complete this thing, space phonetics and all this thing. It moved to the center. Now let us also give it some breathing space. Welcome, padding bottom 40 px. Yeah, now it is looking much better. Now we will add styles for the project section. So what is the project section? The next section, this one. Project detail is there because see, this is not looking good, not at all looking good, because this was for the mobile layout. So we will fix it also and make a unique style for this. So in the projects, as you can see, this one is the grid. After that there is an anchor tag, and each anchor tag is having an image and S4. So this anchor tag is the grid item. So 3 grid items in it. So I am here. Let me target the projects. Margin top 40 px. So we are having some space there, so we got this space, and then the main thing we will do, dot projects A. So what is this? This grid item we are targeting now. So now what I need to do, as it is a 8 column grid, span of 4. Let me save it. See what happened. Span of 4, so it is going to 4 4. So I want it a display flex because the space is not good. So display flex, if I make it display flex, see, it will come like this. I don't want it like this, I want it to be bottom of that. So for that, flex direction column, so it came below it. and align items center. See, align item center and justify content center to center it perfectly. Gap of 10 px. We're doing this to have the gap here. Now see this one I want it to appear here exactly at the center of these two. So for that, checks A, I can use the last child property, last child grid column 3 by 7, and it is perfectly at the center. Now one more thing is remaining. This is not looking good. This should also be in the center. So this h4 we have to target. Projects h4, text align center. Now it is at the perfect, and this is a very good look. So do we need to fix something else? I don't think so. Maybe this a bit. Where it is footer. Padding. Five pixels 0. Yeah, it's okay. Was only okay. Let it be 4. Top down to 2. Okay, so it is done. Now our tab look is perfect. It is done. Now what I want to do, it is the one which is the main look for a desktop, which is more than 1200. See, my laptop is a mini laptop, so it has got 14-inch laptop 1400. So anything more than that, we are going to do it for that. So the one of the thing which I am not liking it is this. This is not expanding completely. Everything else is right, and it will be right. So why it is not expanding completely? This is because of one thing which we had done here to fix this max width. This max width is only this much, so it is not doing because of that only. So only we need to fix that, and our desktop style will be fixed. So let me first copy this much, because we are going to change the font size also. Font size will be bigger, 20 pixel. Now see the magic. Grid max width is 100%. See, everything is fixed. This is fixed, this is fixed, this is fixed. The basic setup. So some of the basic setup I have already done. So what I had done, I had created a folder CSS Animation. In that I have index.html, style.css, and this cloud image also. I have got this cloud image, and index.html Style.css is completely blank. Into the HTML I have linked the style sheet, and it has got a div of wrapper and an image cloud png. So it is showing like this right now. So now let's go to our styles.css, and here let us add the basic thing: body, background is light blue, yeah, text align is center, wrapper with this 100%, padding is 20 px, and box sizing is border box. So the padding and everything is removed. So after that, now what we are going to do, we are going to learn we're going to learn about the transform. So transform is a two-dimensional transform which is applied to the element through the transform property. So the transform property have got many other properties like translate text and other things. So we will going to learn about the translate first. So let us target this img. This img we are going to target img transform and translate. See, it is giving us all these things. So we are going to learn about translate x. So translate x means on the x-axis. X-axis means axis which is like this, like horizontal axis, x-axis. So 120px I'm going to give. We save it and see it is moving for 120px, and the same thing moving 120px on the x-axis. So if I give minus 120px, then see what will happen. It will, this is the center, and this will make move minus 120px. So we can move along the y-axis also, y-axis, and 120px. So actually it moves up and down. So y, and if I give this minus, see it's moved, it and moving up. So we can give both of them with one property known as translate. Translate, so first one is x and second one is y. So let me do 120px comma 220px. So let me save it. So it is moving along both of the axes. So the next thing which we are going to learn is another type of transform, means which is known as scale. Scale, we are going to, again it has got the x property, scale x. So it takes one parameter, 1.5. so this means it will scale on the x-axis by 1.5. so it is making it bigger by 1.5. so similarly on the, let me make it as y, and let me make it half. So it will shrink on the y-axis to 1.5. so one thing, let me show, not like this. See, CSS comments are like this. This is the original image. See what will happen when I will give transform scale y.5. It will squeeze from the top. The y-axis will be same. So this is what scale does. Then after that, as usual, we can have both of them at the same time, like we are doing 2.5, we are making it larger 2.5, and in the y we are decreasing it by 0.5, so it will stretch like this. So the next thing we are going to do is the rotate property. So the rotate property rotates the element along whatever we gave it. So rotate x, and it takes degree, suppose 80 deg I will give. So it is seeming like it is smaller, but what it does along the x-axis, it is, you can view it as a 3D thing. So it rotates, so the human eyes, when it looks, it seems like smaller, but it is actually rotating it along the x-axis. So similarly, if you rotate along the y-axis, suppose 85 degree, so it will rotate along the, you can think in a 3D view, it will rotate around the y-axis by 85 degree. So, and there is a z or a z axis also, and suppose it is an 85, so it will rotate around the z axis, x, y and z. So this rotate is in the 3D view. So you have to think it like, visualize it like this. So we can also chain all these three property together. So let us chain all of them. Rotate is minus 85 degree. Let have a translate y, which is used to move the position, 200 px, scale 1.5. So all of these three are been done. So let us go back and we will create a circle here. Div dot circle, a class of circle, and then text will be there which will say hover me. Let me save it. So this is there. We don't want it anymore. Let me do it. Yeah, it is like this. So let us make a circle first, perfect circle. Circle, width of 100 px, padding of 50 px 0, line height of 0, margin of 60 px auto, background of pink, color of white, border radius of 50 px. Yeah, it is perfect circle because it is with 100 px and 50 px is 50%. Cursor is pointer. Yeah, so it is working fine. Now we will add a hover to it. So how do we add a hover? Like this pseudo class background will change, let it change to salmon color. So this series 3 have all this live nice colors name also which we can use. transform of which we have just learned. Rotate, will rotate 360 tick 360 degree. So it is rotating 360 degree, and now what we need to do, we need to have a transition property. So what is this transition property do? So hover state will be smoothly transited. So tran, so it does in a hurry. So this transition means that 1 second. Let me do this. Hover. See, it is rotating this, but in a slow way. So this is how it is working. And now what we are going to do, we are going to have a background 1 second, comma, transform 0.3 second. So the background will be changed in 1 second and transform will be in 3.3 second. Let me save it. Oh, I don't want it so big. So see, it is changing the background in 1 second and transform in 0.3 second. So we can control both of that also. So the background should be, see what we are doing here in the hover, there are actually two properties, one is background and one is transform. So background should be changed in 1 second and the transform should be changed in 0.3 seconds. So transform speed we have increased, so transform is doing quickly. So this is what it is meant. So now let us go back and let me remove this. We want both of them at the same time. So we can have another thing like 1 sec. You will see this a lot, is in 0.8 second. So let me save it. So let me come here. So what does this mean? 1 second is in 0.1 second means that a transition will be for one whole second. A transition will be for one whole second, and with the function is in. So is in is a different type of function, and with the delay of 0.8 seconds. So after 0.8 second it will start. So there are some other transition timing function which I will put in the description of this video. So like is there, linear is there, ease in we have just seen, ease out is there, and ease in out. So you can try all of them after this part animation. And to do that we will learn the keyframes. So I have done a basic setup. What I have done, there is a Mario folder is there in which we have images of Cloud, Luigi and Mario. So see, the image is already there, so we are going to use it. And I have created index.html file, which is a simple index.html file which I have linked to our style.css, div of sky, grass, road and lines, and a blank style.css. So let us go ahead and start my live server. So my server is getting started, and yeah, it is started. So it is opened in Safari. Let me do this time in Safari only. So what I want something like this setup, and let me bring it here. I want it a bit, this much is okay. Yeah, even it is not coming completely, and I don't like it here. I like it in this side, and this much is okay for me. Okay, so let's go ahead and write our CSS. So let first me go to my style.css, and here I will target the HTML. I think the font size is also less. Let me increase it. HTML, and body height is 100%, width is 100%, overflow is hidden, and margin is 0. And now we will target the grass, sky, and road. Grass, comma, dot sky, comma, dot road, and we will make it position relative so that we can add absolute inside it. So after that, dot sky, height is 40%, background ground is sky blue, so we have color sky blue. So the sky is been made. Now dot grass, height is 30%, background is sea green. See, that is also been made. And then let us make the road height is 30%, background is dim gray, box sizing is border box. Let me save this much. Yeah, it is showing now. Border top, only the top part we are giving 10px solid gray, so the top border is been given. Border bottom, so it is started to look like a sky, then grass and a road. Border bottom 10px solid gray, and the bottom and the top both are being shown, and width of 100%. Okay, so inside the road there are lines. See, this is inside the road lines. So we are going to create the lines now. Lines, box sizing, border, box border is 5px dashed hash fff, height is 0px, width is 100%. So it is coming. Position is, we want to move it a bit down, so we are making it position is absolute, and top is 60%. See, and it moved to the between, so it is looking fine. So now what we need to do, we need to place Mario. So Mario will also be in the road. So where is the road? See, Mario will also be in the road, inside the road div. So let us have a image for Mario. As I have shown, we already have a Mario image, so we will place it there. Class equal to Mario, src equal to img mario.png, and see, our Mario have come. So let us go back to our style.css and let us move him a bit on the top. Means he is here, we want to move him somewhere like here. So for that, dot Mario position is absolute, top is -40px, and left is 0px. So he is not moving. No, he is moving, so he moved there. Okay, so what we are now going to do, we are going to use the keyframe. So keyframe, we declare a keyframe to drive animation, but for that we create a animation first, then we do it through keyframe. So let us create the animation, and that we have a property known as animation name. So this will be in the name. Let us name it drive. So we are going to write the keyframes for drive. So after that animation, we have to give the duration also. Duration, let it be for 3 sec. So like this we can give. So nothing will happen because we have to give the keyframes, and this thing we will use. So at keyframes drive, and we have to give a from to 2. It will work on this, means from till 2. So let us see transform. So we are going to use the transform thing which we have learned in the first part. Transform, translate x. So on the x-axis it will be at 0 first, from, and then 2, transform, spelling is wrong, trans, transform translate x to 1200 px. So from 0 it will start till 1200 px it will go. This means that, and it will take 3 seconds. Let me save it. So actually there was no issue, I just have to press the refresh. So if I'm pressing the refresh, it is working. But see, there is one problem. When Mario is reaching at the end of 1200 pixel, he is coming back, so we don't want that. So what we can do, there is another property known as animation fill mode and forwards. So it means that when he reaches at the forward position, he will stay there. So animation fill mode forward I have done. So see, let me do a refresh again. See, he reaches here and he stays there. So it means that. So now let us complete our animation for this part. So we can do a animation fill mode both, so that it extends in both the direction. So wherever he stays there. So we are going to have a cool animation with this. So both we will do animation iteration count will be infinite. So as it suggests, it will do infinite animation, means it will it will not stop, it will keep on repeating it. So let me do that. So see this, it comes there, goes back, comes there, goes back, but it is not seeing it is not behaving naturally. So to appear it naturally, Mario should appear from outside the screen and go through this side. So he should come from here where my mouse is, and he should go and he should go outside the screen. So to achieve that, it is very easy. Instead of starting from 0 pixel, we'll make him start from minus 200 pixel, and this will be 1600 pixel, which is bigger than any desktop. See, he's going and he's going out, he's coming and he's going out. So this is the cool Mario animation, and we will bring Mario's twin brother Luigi. So let us do that. So img class, we have an image for him also, and he's exactly like Mario, but you'll see the difference. src img luigi.png. Let me bring him and see, he is exactly like Mario, only he is green in color. So let us go to style.css and then let us style him. So luigi, my spelling is right, luigi, yeah. Position will be absolute, top will be 86 pixel, and left will be 0 pixel. So he is a bit down. So now let us give him also something like Mario, like this. Top left is done, but let us give him also, and let me copy this only because we are going to use exactly like this drive, but the animation duration will not be 3 seconds, it will be a bit more, 5 seconds. Animation film out again will be both, iteration count will be infinite, but we are going to use a new thing known as animation direction. So as you can see, there are a lot of things in the animation, so we are going to do it reverse. So let me save it. So see, he's coming back, the same thing is happening. So one thing which you might be noticing is that Mario Mario is traveling in a weird way. Means what he's doing, he's traveling at Mario is slowing down towards the end, so he's not traveling at a linear fashion. See, he's going fast so fast, he's slowing down here. He's going fast and he's slowing down here. So it is because of there is a transition timing function which by default is ease. So we don't want that feature, we want it to be linear. So for that, what we need to do, we need to override it. So animation timing function, it will be linear. So let me save it. So now is linear, what reason, see, is linear throughout. So now is linear. So all the different animations which we have used for Mario and Luigi, we can do it in a shorthand notation also, but we are going to see it a bit later on. With we are going to change this all to have that single animation, and we are going to see that with the next animation. See, we are going to have some cloud also here, so we have the images for that also. So let us go to our index.html and we will import, we will add them. So img class is cloud cloud src image cloud.png, and we are adding two clouds. So let me save it, and we have this two clouds. So let us go to our styles now, and here dot cloud position absolute. So both are hidden now because both are at one place only. Dot cloud, not road, dot cloud. We are going to use the nth child, nth child 1, so we're targeting the first cloud. Width of 200 pixel, let me have some space, width of 200 pixel, top of 120 pixel, opacity of 0.5, cloud and a child 2, width of 300 pixel, top of 0. Save it. See, we have like this, and the second cloud and this first cloud have an opacity also, so the color is showing quite nice. So now this first one, see what we are going to do, we are going to use the shorthand which is just animation wind. So when we are going to soon use keyframe for this, 80 seconds, so it will go for 80 second linear, just like Mario linear. Might have a linear animation, this is that infinite, it will go in infinite loop, and it will go reverse like Luigi. So reverse is this animation direction. So let me save it, refresh. Let's do for the other one also. Okay, we have not created this wind, that's why it is not coming. So how it will come? So let us first do for this one also animation wind 50 second linear, infinite, it is also reverse. And then after that, at keyframes, wind from left minus 300 pixel to left 100%. Save it and see they are slowly coming. And one is for 80 seconds, one is for 50 seconds, so they are slowly moving clouds. So as you can see how we had done the short form, so we can do the same short form for Mario or Luigi, anyone. So let us do that for, where is Mario? Let us do that for Mario, and we'll keep this for Luigi so that you can refer it in the GitHub. So let me do one thing, let me comment it out, but I will not remove it. And then animation is drive 3-second both, drive 3-second both, fill mode is both infinite and linear, and nothing had changed. It is Mario is working as it should work. Now we will add another animation to Mario. So to add another animation, we can do a simple comma here, and then that will be a jump animation. We are soon going to write the keyframe for that. So 0.3 sec, 1.2 sec, and it will be ease instead of linear. So let us make it. So what does this animation do? So we are going to make Mario jump once for 0.3 second, and after a delay of 1.2 second. So the jump will be for 0.3 second after a delay for 1.2 second, and it will be of ease. So let us go ahead and go to the down, because we are doing the keyframes here, so we will create it here only. At keyframes, jump. So till now what we have seen from and to, but we can give percentages also, like any percentage. We can have n number of percentages till 100. So we can have 0%. Generally we have 3 or 4 percentages. So we will have 0, and this at 0 it will be top minus 40px, then at 50% he will be at minus 100px, and then at 100 he will be again at minus 40px. So let me save it. See, is jumping. See, so sometimes we will jump off screen also. So yeah, so like this it will appear. So this animating a list, animating a mailing list. So I had already created the mailing list, because this is not a CSS tutorial, but this is an animation tutorial. So the HTML is all done. So as you can see, a body, we have a class pop-up, ID is a pop-up, then a container is there in which h1 is there, this update your skill, join the mailing list, and input type email is there, and submit is there. Even the CSS is all done. So this is the CSS is all done, font, weight and everything, and we have created a nice box containing all this. So after that, so we will start with the animation. So for that we will first choose this, our pop-up. So let me choose that, pop up, and top is minus 400 pixel. So we are removing it from the its visible screen, because we will bring it from the top. Animation is drop 0.5 second, is forwards. So now let make it keyframes and drop. So we are using the percentage thing now, as we can use the from and to also, but we can use this also. Opacity is 0 at 70%. Transform translate y, because this is the y-axis. Transform translate y 700 px, and at 100% transform translate y 650 px, and opacity is 1. So let me save it, and let, oh, I have given this wrong, animation. Now it is right. So see, it came from the top. So this is our simple animation which we can do it for our mailing list, so that when the page starts, it drops from the top. So next we are going to do so let me dispose this. So next what we are going to do, we are going to do a animation for an e-commerce site. Okay, a simple e-commerce page is there. We'll do the animation for that, and we are using some image which is already there in our image. See this T1, T2, T3, and basket is also there. T1, this some t-shirts are there. Okay, so this is the HTML, and we are also using a little bit of jQuery. So if you want, you can replace it with JavaScript also. It's very easy. So we're not going to learn much about it, because this is again a CSS animation series. So we let me first go live and see. It is looking like this. It is looking like this. Everything is done, and our basket is also done. So we have a little script here. So this script, it is used to create a class zoom. When the user click on any item, it will create a class zoom, and it will also remove it after 1000 millisecond. Okay, so this simple script is there. So why this style is coming, because in a style.css what it is there, I already had put the styles for it. Let me remove the space. Yeah, so this basket style is there. It will not affect anything from our previous project, so you can take it from the GitHub. Nothing is there. So just like header, we are doing padding and display block and all these things, basket li and all these things we are doing, and this nice animation is done. So now it's time for the animations. So for the animations, first, as I told you, this creates a zoom, add class of zoom when we click on any of the li. So any of the li means, or any of the button, this add to basket button, when we click, so it does that. So dot zoom, position is absolute, top is 40 px, right is 50%, width is 40 px. So we save it. So okay, so let me check whether it is working. See, when I click on it, see, a simple t-shirt is formed for how much millisecond? 1000 millisecond, means 1 second. See, this t-shirt is formed, this t-shirt is formed. Okay, so now we want to animate it so that it can move into the basket. It can nicely move into the basket. So what we are going to do, we are going to make it a opacity of 0. Initially the opacity is 0. Animation, oh, I don't want this much. See, this auto filled everything. I don't want everything. So animation zoom 1 second is forwards. So then after that, add keyframes, zoom at 0%, opacity will be 0, at 50%, opacity will be 1, at 100%, opacity will be 0, and right will be 40 px. So let me save it, and let me come here, and if I click something, see, it goes there, goes there, goes there, and goes into the basket. The animation is shown as if it is going into the basket. So this completes our this animation. So we are going to do the last animation. So for this, let me close both of them, and actually I have created a new folder known as rotate, which have this panel and this style.css. okay, style.css is also there. So let me go live. So I had gone live, and this is what it is right now without our animation. Cards are there, so these cards we are going to flip. So this will flip a card animation. So this pick a card is there, panels is there, panel li is there, hello. So the back has this world. Get to, this is the back side. Okay, so it will show a good flipping animation. And we have the CSS also, basic CSS panels and everything. So it is coming like this. So first we are going to do this panels, this back, which is not showing. So let us target that. Dot panels div dot back transform rotate y 90 deg. So this is the other animation, hello, and world was below it. So let me do it. See the hello world, so world was below it, so we are first hiding it. Okay, so we are first hiding it by rotating it, rotating at the y-axis to 90 degrees, so it is not visible to the naked eyes. So after that, what we are going to do, dot panels div dot front, so the front which is visible, we're targeting that position absolute. So I'm making the position as absolute. Okay, I have written something wrong. Yeah, it should be like this. So absolute, so it is now showing like this. So now we are going to add panels li. So li is this complete li. So when we hover over it, then div dot front, when you hover over it, then what will div dot front become? It will become animation. I don't want that again. Animation. The animation name we will keep as 12 and 0.2 sec is in forwards. Similarly, panels li hover div back, again it will have a 12 animation, and 0.2 0.2 sec ease out forwards and reverse. Okay, so now add keyframes TWIRL 0% transform rotate y 0 degree, and the second one will be at 100% transform y rotate to 90 degree. Let me save it. Yeah, everything is right. See, I take over it, it shows the other one. Super Mario Kart, jQuery, Tempest Switch, Foo, Ba, Get to, Chapa Hello, and I take it out, so the same thing become. So this is how our full animation of lip animation works. Website which I've got many. When you log into this site, you should go to this solutions. So what it have got this all of this different challenges, and they provide everything. Means the images, what the styles, what the color, and all those things, which are actually very confusing when you are a developer, but they are quite challenging. So we will complete quite a lot of them, and as you know, CSS is something which you should always practice, then only you can learn. So the first one which we are going to do, I want to do this, not solution. You have to go to challenges. Okay, so they have solutions also. So easier first, make it easier first, and we will do this philo one, view challenge. This is a nice looking challenge, and what you have to do, you have to start the challenge by downloading it. So it contains everything, only except the sketch files. It is not required. They have that images, we can work with that. So start the challenge, and it is downloading. So it got downloaded. So what I will do, I will open it in VS Code so that you can see I have extracted it, and let me open Visual VS Code here, and okay, so this is VS Code. See, I have extracted it in this file data. So let me move it. Yeah, and it is opened. Let me split the screen. Yeah, we have both of them side by side. So what they have provided, let us see what they have provided. They have provided this designs they have provided. So the desktop design they have provided, mobile design they have provided, then they have provided the images which we are going to use. This is background. Then the icons are as SVG, so we cannot see them directly. And one of the very important file is this style guide, in which they have provided all the colors and all the fonts. Even the fonts they have provided what we are going to use, and the readme is okay, you can read it, but the main thing is style guide, everything is provided. And then we have the basic index.html. so let me go live and see. When I go live, I don't need this anymore. This is what we have because of all this. The basic, just the statements they have given. So let me also open somewhere those design images so that I can I can see them. desktop design and mobile design. So let's get started then. We will start with the HTML first, and then because even the structure is not there, the div tags and the style tags, all just they have given the body. In the body they have given everything, so we have to write everything here. So first thing first, I don't need this style attribution. Okay, so let me remove it. Even I don't need this. So I have removed that also. And as usual, everything we are going to wrap in a container. So let me start our code. It will be a long code, means div dot container. This is a shortcut, div dot container, and I will press tab. It will prepare a class of container. Then main, we'll use the main tag, semantic tag, main dot card. It will prepare the main. Then section dot navigation, it will create the class of navigation. Then inside this, let me have this img src dot slash images. Already we have already the images, and images will have the logo, and it will be called logo. And while inside this navigation class only, we will have our navigation bar. So let us have the navigation bar here only. Nav dot navigation bar, and then the button dot nav item. Let's give it a name also. Document image is c equal to images icon document dot svg. Alt is document icon. So what we are doing, we are making that this philo thing first. So let me close it. So this image, let me show how much it is. So it will auto reload. Okay, yeah, see, till this our first icon has been done. Icon document is done. So similar, this button will have 3 times, as you might have guessed, 3 times. Let me copy this. So nav item it is again. So the next one, the name is folder. So
who might have guessed what we are doing here. This three we are creating. Okay. So the folder is icon is folder, alt document alt, let it be the correct, it's let it be folder icon. Now item folder. The third one is, let name is upload images icon upload.svg. Upload is been done. So our section is navigation. We have an image where, okay, okay, let's move forward then. After that, we will create a detail. This section is completed. Okay, so now we will create the detail wrapper. Detail wrapper means what? We are going to do this now, this one. Okay, so this image, it has been not been shown because it is background is it is of white, means this is white, so it is not been shown. Okay, so next thing which we are going to do, this the detail wrapper, so that will be done after this section. We have this section, so after this section, div dot details wrapper, and then div dot details. It is that part is a bit complicated. We are going to use position absolute and all in that. And let me, we will have this, let me cut this here, 185 GB let, and if you can see this 185 GB is, that design is a bit different, so that's why what we are going to do, we are going to have a span around it so that we can design it, we can change the CSS differently. So why we are using spans? The spans are very good when we don't want to change the line. So spans are inline element, so it will be good than a div, so it will not change line. So this is done, and then div details remaining. After this, then we'll have a section dot details container, sections dot detail container we'll have, and this one, this, this whole thing will be a paragraph. And 185 GB is bold, as you can see in this design. 185 GB, it is bold, so let me make it bold. So after that we have a range indicator class, because we have a range, this all range, so we need to make that div dot range indicator container, and then div dot range indicator. We're going to make it completely through the CSS, so we'll just have a placeholder right now, div dot range dash point. Okay, then after that we'll have a div dot details range, and within this we'll have this 0 and 1000 GB. So this, let me have a span around it, a span, span, let me save it, and this is what we have right now. So we are seeing no style, so it's time to go to our styles.css. I think we have also not included it, so let's just include it, and we have to create it also. So after here, link styles.css. so we need only these two files. This is a complete CSS challenge and we don't have anything else. So let me create new file, styles.css. so let us do the first thing. What they're saying that we have to use this font railway. So will this work, or I have to go directly to Google Fonts? So I'm here. Oh, it directly opened it, and what they're telling that 400 and 700 we have to take. Let me go down, regular 400, this one I will select, and this one I will select bold 700. Okay, then I have to go to embed, then I have to go to imports, and I have to import this. So this is the way to use Google Font. You can go to the site and also select very good fonts, which is much better than the fonts which we have. I think I have to increase the font size a bit. Okay, so this is done. Then we will do some basic setup like HTML. Box sizing is border box, and font family, this is the main thing, font family which we have just imported. And if we import something from Google, means Google Fonts, we have to use it within quotes. So railway, which is given here, railway, comma, see, this is our fallback font, sans serif, so that if this doesn't work on any browser, we fail back to a safe font, which is sans serif. So see, the design have changed already, railway. And then some other basic stuff we are going to do. After box sizing, inherit, and then they have given us all the colors. So we'll make a root variable for it, so that we can use those variables wherever we want to CSS variables. So let me make that first. Root, first one is pale blue, this pale blue, let me have all of them like this, then we will change it there. Grayish blue, dark blue, very dark blue, and I set all the color which they have provided. And then after that, let me come to the body, and background color is, so we to use the CSS variable we have to do this var, and then we can directly give very dark blue. Let me save it. See what I was telling, this file, this was not been shown. See, I was telling that I had already given this image logo, but it was not been shown because it is a white on a white background, it was not getting shown. So now after that, color is where pale blue, yeah, pale blue. They're saying it's a pale blue, but it's a sort of it's a sort of white only. So this is the main color, this pale blue. Okay, so after that, font size, will keep the base font size as 14 px. By default it is 16 px for a browser. So then after that, margin is 0. So this is done, and it is showing quite good now. But so the first styles which we are going to add are for the container class, our main class. So the container which wraps everything, and our main, this is also wrapping everything. So we will do for them first, then move forward. So we make some space, dot container, I hope I spelled it right, container, yeah. So background, so they have provided us a nice background BG desktop. If you see this background, this what background it is there, so they provided us that in the images folder. So here, so we are going to use that background URL images bg desktop.png, no repeat, and it will be bottom. Let me do one more thing. This size, it should be this much to be actual. because that size was not good. Means now it's a desktop size. So let's move ahead then. Background size is contain, and this display is grid. So we are going to use display grid and align items center. Nothing happened because unless in grid, it is not like Flexbox. The moment you give display flex, something will happen. You have to give a grid template column or grid template row. So GTR, grid template row, we are creating, and we are going to use the min max feature of grid min max. So you can check my grid series if you don't know what is this, all these things. I have a very good grid series also. So 250 px comma 1 fr is free space, either it will be 250 px or 1 fr. So we are creating the rows, and 120 px, yeah, so it is coming down, and then height I have to do 100 vertical height, and then it will come at the center where I want it. So then justify content stretch, justify items center. Yeah, now it is at the center where you want it. Let's put some padding. Padding is 24 px, and width is 100%. Then we will do this card, which again wraps everything. So when we are using this grid, what we are doing, that there is only one children for this container, and that is the main class. So it was doing for that. Then card again. So this card is the main thing, which contains actually two main things. The card, one is this section navigation, and another is the div detail wrapper. So these two will be its child. So this is very important concept in Flexbox also and grid also. Who are the children, because it applies to them. Grid, and the gap is 24 pixels. So we have two children for the card. One contains this part and the other contains this part. We're doing this because this is one children and this is another children. So gap like this, justify content will be stretch, and then align items is and max width is 960 pixel. And the main thing which we need to do now is grid template column 1 fr and 1.5 fr, and so they are side by side. So we have created two columns, and now they are side by side, and one of the major layout is been done now the thing which we are going to do is to style the first section, this, which contains our file logo. So what are the classes? Let's see. It has got a section of navigation, so we need to add the, let me copy it so that nothing is wrong. So let me come here, dot navigation background color is where dash dash dark blue, yeah, this one. Border radius is 8 px, 8 tpx, 8 px, 8 px. See, so these are 8 px, but this one I have given the border radius more. So, and it is looking very ugly because I have, let me give some padding, 36 px. So now it is looking good. Okay, let me reset it. Then now we are going to do display grid. So I'm using grid a lot in this project. Grid template row. See, everything which you do with grid can be done with a Flexbox, but offline I'm liking grid more. It has got more functionality than Flexbox. Grid template row, 1fr 1fr. So two rows are this way, this one and this one I will create. So what are the children here? So this no, the children are actually navigation. This image, this file is one children, and this navigation bar is the another children, which contains these three. So after that, gap I will give 24 px. So the gap is been made. Justify content is stretch. Min height is 175 px. Min width is 175 px. Now dot, let me collect it from here only. Navigation bar, this one which contain the button and all those things, so we'll target that now. Display is flex, and gap is, so the moment I did display flex, it came in this way. It was already in the row way, so if it is one not in row, flex make it row. So the gap is again 12 px. So now it is looking nice. Now we'll target the nav items. Each of the button will target. So let me do that. Background color is where very dark blue. Border radius is 6 px. Box, so it is giving some box shadow, none. Border is none. Now it is okay. Height is 48 pixel, width is 48 pixel, padding is 12 pixel. So this is looking quite nice. Now we will create a details wrapper which will and mainly style this. So let's go ahead, and we have this details wrapper which wraps everything. So let me copy this first quickly. Our details wrapper, display is flex, direction is column, and then this details container which actually contains everything. So this text you have 815, this 185 is above, so this will go as a separate thing like this, 185 GB. So this contain our, you have our 815 GB left, and then a range indicator which we have not yet created, and the details range is also there, 0 to 1000 GB. So let me come here, and okay, I have not copied it, I have to copy this details container dot details container. Background color is var dash dash dark blue, border radius is 8 px, display grid template rows is 1 FR, and min height is 125 pixel. Padding, let us add some padding, it is not looking good because of that, 24 pixel. Width is 100%. So this is like this, and before we move forward, I don't know, I don't want this space. Actually I did a bit mistake in the HTML. This range point, this should be self-closing, not like this, but it is taking that additional space. If I make it self-closing, see, I want it like this, okay, so it was taking that additional space. And then this details range which contains just 0 and 1000 GB, we will style this, because in our design, if you see, let me show the design, they are far apart. So the best way is to do it is through Flexbox. So display flex, justify content is space between. So now they are separated, and it is looking nice. Now we have a lot of thing to do here. Next, the thing which we are going to do is we are going to make our range, for which we just have some HTML. This range we just have some HTML, and there is quite a bit of work here. This gradient is there, this circle is there, so we are going to make that now. Yeah, so the first class which it have is this range indicator container, which contains this too. So range indicator container, I'll copy range indicator container. It will have a background color of where dash dash very dark blue, border radius of 20 pixel, height of 20 pixel, margin of 12 pixel and 0. So it is taking shape, and then after that we have this range indicator, and inside this the range point. So this, with this range indicator, we are going to make that range, and the range point we are going to make that circle. So this all we are going to create it through our CSS only, as we just have a blank HTML there. Not range indicator, background is okay. So they have provided us as the gradient from and where we have to take. So let us make that. Background is linear gradient to right, comma. Now we have to go to the style guide and choose this first, and then comma, this, to choose this. Let me save it. Then border radius is 20 px, display is flex, direction is row reverse, and height is 16 px. Now it is going to show. Margin is 2 px. Now it is perfect, and width is 81.5%. Yeah, because we don't want it to go till the end as it is here. Okay, so the next thing which we are going to do is the range point, that this point. Let me come here again, and now we are going to do the range point. So this is the circle which will be shown here. So dot range point, background will be not background attachment, it is background where dash dash pale blue, border radius is 20 px, height is 14 px, and width is 14 px. Yeah, the circle have come, but I need a bit of margin also in it. Margin is 1 px, so that it can shift a bit down. Yeah, now it looks perfect. So now the thing is that we need to make it's a data remaining. So what is the data remaining? See, this thing we are going to make now. Okay, so for that, not data remaining, it is details remaining. So let this div contains this, so let me copy this details remaining. Then let me come down here, details remaining, align item is center, background is where pale blue, border radius is 4px, color is where very dark blue, display is flex, gap is 4px, and justify content is flex and padding. Let's give some padding, 18px, position we are going to have relative because we need to have to move it, position relative, but the width is too much, max width is 175px. And now we have it almost correctly, but the thing is that the spans which we have, that 185, we want to make it bold and bigger. See, because in this also you can see it is bigger, so we'll target that details remaining, and then span, font size is 24px, font weight is bold. Yeah, it is done. I think the max width is okay, or I want it a bit small. Let it be like this, I will check later on. Okay, let me make it 165. 165, yeah, 165 is okay. Now the thing which we are going to make, it's a bit difficult. This this triangle, sort of half triangle, this we are going to make, and this also we are going to make it with the CSS. And so let's go ahead. Dot details remaining before border bottom 10px solid. So we are using, there is a trick to make triangle, so we are using that trick. Transparent, you can always search how to make a triangle in CSS and you will get that trick. Border left is 10px solid transparent, border right is 10px solid where pale blue, border top is 10px solid where pale blue, content, position, absolute, right is 0 pixel, top is 63 pixel. Yeah, so we got this, and then details remaining. We have some other we want to have these details remaining. Again, we will select all of the details remaining, and we have to move it. Actually, we have to move it. So let me do that. Dot details remaining, align self flex end, so it is moved to the end, right 24 px. Okay, top 24 px. Yeah, and we have moved it to the correct place. So now, as you can see, our desktop view is complete. Let me take it side by side. Yeah, so desktop view is complete. Now what we have to do, we have to do the mobile view. So what is the mobile view? Let me bring that mobile view also here. So this is the mobile view. It should look like this, the mobile view. Okay, so we have to make the mobile view now to complete our project. So let's complete it. At media, screen, and max width is 650 px dot card. So the card, we are targeting first the main card which wraps everything. So align items is stretch, grid template row is 1FR, 1FR, grid template column is 1FR. Okay, so for this to trigger, let me do it, bring it, change the size. Yeah, so see, with this much only, most of the thing is already done. Only with this two line of code, grid template row we have changed to 1FR, 1FR, and the grid template column we have changed to 1FR. So this is the power of grid. Okay, but now we have got a different background image. They have provided us with different background image for the mobile view, so we will do that. So dot container background URL images pg bg let us check bg desktop or mobile. We should check bg bg mobile.png, no repeat, background sizes cover, and it is covered, and justify item is stretch. So it is done. Now after that, we have to do this details wrapper. So this details wrapper, why we have to do this details wrapper? See, this 185 GB is there. There is a bit difference in the mobile view. As you can see, this is here, not here. So that details wrapper we have to do. So that thing is remaining. So let me go here and first target the details wrapper itself, and we'll make the position relative, so that a child we can do that absolute thing which we want to do now. Flex direction is column reverse. See, column reverse only it make it hung, so the reverse is working, and then details remaining, we will target this. The main thing which we want to do is details remaining, not details remaining. Align self is center. Just we have to use the position absolute now to move it perfectly in the position we want it absolute. So as you can see, this position absolute is actually very important to, and we can do anything with this, right? 128 px, move there, top 178 px, so it came here, and I don't want this triangle to be there, so for that details remaining and before display none, so it is there. Let me move, I think it is in the center. Yeah, it is in the center. Let me move it a bit more, so it's very easy to move it. So I think 135, 140. Let me do one thing, let me move it from there, it will be much easier. So right, yeah, 158 seems perfect. 158, so you can do all these things from there. 158, and it seems perfect. So this complete our long series, long post actually for this front-end mentors. Another front-end mentor challenge. In this challenge we are going to create this 4-card feature section. So it has got this nice 4-card layout, so I had gone ahead and downloaded it as the previous part. So it gives us zip files, and I have extracted the zip file and opened it in my VS Code. So it is like this. So I have opened the index.html. so let me also go live, so we can see what they have provided. Yeah, so they have not provided any styles, so let me open it here only. Okay, and they have provided a design, they have provided the images, Okay, so let me do one more thing. Let me open the designs also, and I will open the desktop and the mobile. So I am opening it and I will show. So this is the desktop design they have provided, so we have to prepare it like this, and let me keep it here only. Mobile I will do later on. So let me keep it in the background. So next thing we need to do is, first we will do the HTML, then we will move forward with the CSS. So for HTML, I don't need a lot of things here. Let me remove this. Let me remove the attributions also. Actually, I don't need the attributions also, so let me remove that and save it. Yeah, it is like that. Now we are going to add the tags in our project. So let's go ahead and add the tags. So this part, if we can see, there is a header part. We are going to make this header part, and this is the container part. So let us do that. First we will make the header part. This till here, it will go inside the header part. So header, and header will have a h1. Actually it will have two h1s. Let me copy those. Control X. This powered by technology. Then a P, and this P will contain this, and then everything else is a container. So we'll have a container class to contain all this. Okay, so let me go ahead and div dot container. Yeah, this is a shortcut in Emmet. Div dot container. I'll then press tab. It will give me a class of container. Let me also do one thing. Let me move these things all here. I think I am a bit smaller font, so let me increase the font size. So after that, I will have all these things are same only. So I will have all of them inside a box class. So div dot box. There are 4 boxes. So the first box will have this supervisor and monitor. The second box will have this team builder. The third box will have this karma thing, and the fourth box will have this calculator thing. Let me remove this white spaces. Okay, there are too many. Yeah, and all of this, let's us give some tag h3, 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 and then inside this, karma inside the h3, calculator inside the h3, then the p, not happening like this, paragraph, scan, paragraph, so even before CSS we have to do these HTML tags, which are very important. Yeah, we can change them later on, but we should get a structure. This is one of the main thing when we're doing any HTML CSS projects. Okay, so nice, let me save it and see this. We have gone this nice, everything is a bit more nicer than what it used to be. So after that, let me quickly link my CSS because we're going to use it soon. So link and then tab, and it will give styles.css. Let me save it and let me create a file, styles.css, because we currently don't have any file like that. So here, new file, styles.css, then yeah, one more thing. Actually we have all those icons which this icons, this they have provided everything, even this color they have provided. So in images they have provided those icons, so we will use those icons. After this, after inside every boxes we will use that. So img source is images slash icon, this is supervisor, so supervisor, alt will be supervisor, then img source will be images slash icon team builder team, then img images icon karma, not calculator, this is karma, it is not coming, it's okay, karma.svg, karma, then img images icon calculator and I got those nice icons, all of them. Okay, so now let me do one thing, let me open the style guide. So the style guide, it tells us everything, means what we need to do, the layout, the color, and even the font what we need to have. They're telling that we have to use the Poppins font from Google. So let me open the Poppins font, what they have provided. You can go into Google Fonts and search it, but they provided the link, and they are telling 200, 400 and 600. So where is this 200 extra light? I don't want the italic one, so 200, 400 again I want the regular one. They are not mentioned there, but we should know this much, means, and they want the 600 one. So 600 one is semi bold, this one, so this one. And now how to get it? Go to embedded. We don't want the link, we want the import, because we are going to use this in the
CSS file. So this is the way to use a Google font. So let me go here, let me update it, and then I don't need it anymore. To use the font, body, font family is in quotes. We have to give this, any Google fonts you have to give in quotes, Poppins, comma. Let's use some default fonts, fallback fonts, which are by default there in the browser. This fallback fonts, Arial, Helvetica and sans serif. Okay, so let me save it. Yeah, so this is done. Yeah, so after this it's time to change the background color of the body. I think they have given that also. Yeah, very. See, it is not exactly white, it is a sort of gray, so they have not mentioned where to use it, but we are going to use this very light gray for the body. I'm copying it and I think styles are going or not. I'm not getting style sheet. Oh, that's what I was thinking, that it is not actually going, so I have to give it inside style sheets. Yeah, now it is occurring. Okay, so that was a mistake. So now after that I will do the basic styling, and let me do one thing first. Let me make it a bit small, because for us it have to be for exactly the desktop size. So this much I think it is okay. And then let me do the basic styling. Box sizing is border box, header. So now the header, I am choosing the header which is there. Margin 50 px, auto, and max width is 500 px. Let also use text align center, although it's center, text align center. So it is done. Let me make some space. Now the H1 font weight is 200. Yeah, and margin is 0. See, now the above one is like this, but the below one is much bolder, so we will target that. H1 Annette child 2, font weight is 600. Yeah, so it is done. Then the paragraph, see, all the paragraphs have a different light
type of color, this paragraph, this paragraph, this paragraph, this paragraph. So we are targeting all of them, and the color is again from the style guide I will take. Color is this. It is saying grayish blue, but it is not actually grayish blue. You copy this, save it. Yeah, so it is done. So this much is done. Now our header is done, so the thing is remaining is this container. So a container wraps everything. Container wraps the boxes. Container display flex. The moment I do display flex, they will move one behind the other, so they will become a row, because by default it is flex direction is row. Flex wrap, I will make them wrap. Margin is 0 auto. Wrap means they can go to the next line. Max width is 1140px. So they have also given this. Okay, justify content center. So they have moved to the center. Now we will create the style for the box, each individual box. Dot box the background color is FFF. There is a box shadow also, which they have not provided actually, this box shadow. But if you see here, there is a box shadow, so we can use any box shadow, and so we are using something similar to that. 10px, 20px, RGBA 0, 0, 0, 0.19, 0, 6px, 6px, RGBA 0, 0, 0, 0.23, and let me save it. Oh, they are overlapping. Oh, okay, so we have to fix some more things. Okay, so yeah, the box shadow is there. Border radius is 5 pixel. Yeah, we got that. Padding is, we have some padding in this. Padding is 30px. Yeah, now it is taking shape. Margin is 15px. Yeah, now the margin in that form. And the final thing, width is 350px, and now it is perfect. So this width and all you can measure in a Mac. See, Mac by default it opens in this preview, so you can check this, see how much width is there. So like this, it is actually 350px, so you can check it like this on a Mac, and Windows also something similar to this might be there. So 350, I can check it like this, the width is 350. Okay, and so from here the 350 have come, and for the margin also I can check like this. Okay, so somewhat similar to that. Exactly it is not required to be like that, so but now it is been done. And you might have guessed we will move this to below like this, and we will be done with the desktop view. But before that we need to fix this. This is not okay. This should be here. Okay, so the box again I am going to make a flex display flex, but if I give just display flex it will come like this. I don't want it like this. I want the flex direction, because by default it is row column. And let me save it. Oh, so the images got changed. Oh, we'll fix it, not an issue. Yeah, so after that dot box h3, so the h3 I am giving margin of 0 and font size of 22 pixel. Dot box p paragraph, font size of 14 pixel, and let me have some margin there. Margin of 15 pixel, 0 and 30 pixel. And then the box img, we are using the self property, means I am targeting the img inside of flex. Means when you make the box as flex, so the image inside it also becomes a flex children. So we can use the children properties here. So align self, we are using the align self, it is flex, and yeah, so it is now perfect to the end. So most of it is done. Okay, so the thing is that you can see this color borders, so this borders color we have to give. And the thing is that they have also provided us with the box colors and this border color. See, this red, cyan, all this thing. They haven't mentioned it, but it is for that only, so we have to use this. So let us use this. So how to target that? Again, we're going to use nth child box, nth child, the first child, the supervisor. We are going to use a border top property, border top, and it is 5px solid. Let me copy it, sign, something, why it is not showing me? Oh, I have done it wrong. 2 times I have given it. Okay, so now yeah, the supervisor it is doing. Let me copy this another 3 times. 1 2 3 times. So it is second, third, fourth. Second one is orange type of color. So where is the orange color? This is the orange color. Okay, the third one is so we have already used the cyan. Yeah, it is the blue one. So the blue one, yeah, blue, karma for blue, and the last one is the orange color. Okay, but I think I have used the orange color twice. Okay, so one red is also there. Okay, this red, copying this red, yeah, so it is like this. Let me check one thing. Okay, everything is okay, but this karma should be down and this calculator should be here. So how to fix that? We just need to cut this here and make it the last one. Let me save it. Yeah, now it is okay. Now everything is done except with this supervisor and calculator. We have to move 50% down, so it can be done very easily with the transform translate property. So we will do again, we will target the box and a child box and a child, but this time not like this. This time we target the odd one. Odd one we will target and transform translate y-axis. We are translating it to 50%. So like this, they are done to 50%. They are done, and we are done with our main desktop view, and it looks perfect. So now we have to do the mobile view. Only mobile view is remaining. So let me make the mobile. Let me cross it. Okay, they're stacking on top of one another in the mobile view, and if you can see the mobile view, yeah, it is like this. So it is actually very easy to change it to the mobile view because we have used the flex. So flex and CSS Grid make it very easy for our mobile views. Media max width is 775 pixel, and the box, we just have to do one thing, box and a child odd. We are again targeting the odd, and then transform. Let me copy this. Transform translate, this is not 50%, this is 0, and see, it is done. So all code is done. So no transform translate is done. The Flexbox keeps care of this, that it is stacked one below the other because of the responsiveness. So if you have come this far, no one can stop you from being a web developer in the industry. So congratulations on completing the course, and the next step is to learn JavaScript and React in that order. So I have a lot of content on that. I have a playlist on JavaScript, on React, everything on my channel. So go through it, and no one can stop you
to get a job in the industry. Thank you.